This conference will now be recorded.
Okay. For those applicants who will be heard today, please put in your full name in the first name box, in your last name in the last name box. Please put your tracking number. Thank
Sorry,
you.
Mr. Garrett, Mr. Garrett, do you mind restarting? We were having a little trouble hearing you.
Oh yes, sure. This is a 2-minute warning for all applicants. If you are being heard today, please in the first name box, please put your full name. In the last name box, please put the tracking number of your application. Again, for all applicants who will be heard today, please put in the first name box your full name, and the last name box, please put the tracking number of your application. Thank you. We should be starting shortly.
Also for applicants, just a reminder that you can edit your name. So if you didn't enter your name that way when you first logged on, you can edit your name in the people section of the interface. So you go to the icon for attendees, which is an image of or an icon of two people standing sort of front and back of each other with a number. In this case, right now, it indicates there are 28 people in the meeting, and that will open the dialog box. That'll open a frame with all of the members in it, and then you can find yourself in there. And when you do so, there are 3 ellipses that open in the upper right. On mute more, and you'll see another box that opens. At the bottom of it, you'll see edit your name and email, and you can edit your name. Thank you. This is a note for staff. We received notice from member Chris Shaheen that he's having trouble getting his computer set up this morning, and he will be in the meeting as soon as possible.
Thank you, sir. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the August 26th Public Space Committee meeting. As we get started, I would like to remind everyone that this meeting will be recorded. My name is Elliot Garrett. I serve as the Executive Secretary for the Public Space Committee. This is our 15th hearing, virtual hearing, since the new normal has taken place. We have worked hard to get out all the glitches, but we cannot guarantee that a few will not occur. So we want to apologize in advance. Before we get started, let's review the schedule and the ground rules for today's meeting. This meeting is scheduled from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. today. Today's schedule at 9 a.m. The meeting will be started, and then the chair will call the meeting to order. From 9 a.m. to about 9:10, we will review the consent agenda. There are approximately 16 applications on the consent agenda. After we finish that agenda, we will move on to the general agenda. There are approximately 24 applications that will be heard today. There's a Group A, we have approximately 14 applications, and there's a Group B. There's 10 applications. In between those two, Group A and Group B, could you please mute your phone if you're not speaking? If you're not speaking, please. Thank you. We will have a 30-minute lunch break in between those two groups, approximately about 12:30 or so. These are approximate times, and we will do our best to stick to the schedule, but the schedule is subject to change. In the interest of time and the schedule, the committee will be reviewing and discussing the official record and documents uploaded into TOPS. We will not be reviewing new information or documents not previously submitted and reviewed by the staff via TOPS. Once the meeting has been called to order, the chair will call the application to be heard to the mic. The TOPS tracking number and the TOPS tracking number and the applicant's address. Applicants were asked to register for today's GoToMeeting by signing in the following way. When signing into the GoToMeeting, in your first name box, please put your full name. In the last name box, please put the tracking number of your application. Again, in the first name box, please put your full name. And in the last name box, please put the tracking number of your application. This format will assist staff in identifying the applicants and aligning them with the PSC agenda. Please note, all participants in today's call will be muted. Only the applicant called by the chair by the tracking number and the property address will be unmuted and allowed to move forward with their presentation. Excuse me. There will be allotted 5 minutes for the applicant to make their presentation. There will be additional minutes, 8 minutes or so, for the committee to ask and review and talk with the applicant. If there are any ANC members who would like to speak to the application, we have some time allotted for them for approximately 2 minutes or so for each ANC member. There is also time for the general public to speak to an application. Once the application has been heard, the chair will make a motion and call a vote for the record. If you are an ANC member and have an interest to speak to the record of an application, please make yourself known to staff by use of the chat function in this GoToMeeting. Please note your name, ANC affiliation, the TOPS application you would like to speak to in that box, and the staff will put you in the queue when that application is called. If you are a member of the general public and have an interest in speaking to an application, again, please make yourself known to staff by using the chat function in this GoToMeeting. Please note your name and the TOPS application you would like to speak to in that box. The staff will put you in the queue when that application is called. I know this is a mouthful, and I really do appreciate your patience. Now, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Mr. Matthew Marcoux, the chair of the Public Space Committee. He will call the meeting to order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garrett. I appreciate that. Is everybody able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So good morning, everybody. It is Thursday, August 26th of 2021. The time is 9:05 in the morning. And as Mr. Garrett noted, we are hosting another virtual meeting of the Public Space Committee. We appreciate everybody's time and attendance to today's meeting. The Public Space Committee is a body that was established by a mayor's order to hear applications for a variety of uses of public space. These include uses of public space that are beyond those authorized by regulation, uses of public space that are specifically designated for public committee review and approval, such as sidewalk cafes, and standard uses of public space that require greater and thorough consideration before they can be reviewed and approved. The Public Space Committee has a very long history in the District of Columbia, dating back at least to the 1930s. It represents a considered judgment of the uses of public space. The public space is the most valuable asset owned by the citizens of the District of Columbia, and it ensures that the public space will be used in a manner that is both safe, efficient, and appropriate for the ask and the community where the location is requested. With that said, we will confirm that we have a committee quorum, so I will call each individual committee member by name and organization and ask them to confirm that they are in attendance at the meeting. I will note at the outset that we do not have a member from Office of the Secretary of State of the District of Columbia. Member for that organization is unfortunately out of the office today. I hope they're on vacation and enjoying their time off, well deserved. That said, as I said, I am Matthew Marcoux. I am the Associate Director of the Public Space Regulation Division of the District of Department of Transportation, and I am the Chair of the Public Space Committee. We will ask for committee attendees alphabetically, but we're going to go in reverse order, that the people who come at the end of the alphabet get their chance to go first. So, is Mr. Shaheen with the Office of Planning in the meeting? Mr. Shaheen, is Mr. Shaheen in the meeting? We did note that he did say he was having technical difficulties, so we'll come back to him. Is Ms. Dar in the meeting?
Present.
Great. And Ms. Dar, do you want to let people know who you are and what you do?
Yes, I'm the electrical plan review manager at TCRA. So happy to be here, and thanks everybody.
Thank you very much. Ms. Chamberlain, are you present?
Hi, yeah, and I apologize in advance. My camera does no longer works on my laptop, neither does my Bluetooth. So time to return this boy here. But Anna Chamberlain, I'm the Associate Director with the District Department of Transportation, and I will be a floating voice today.
Yes, we do normally like to have our cameras on so that persons know who the committee members are and they can see us when we're speaking, but technical difficulties sometimes preclude that. And I know that frequently people would wish that my camera wasn't working, but that's another story for another day. I do note that we've been joined by Mr. Shaheen from the Office of Planning. Mr. Shaheen, would you like to introduce yourself?
Chris Shaheen, DC Office of Planning.
Great. So as I noted, we have 4 of the 5 committee members present, which means we do have a quorum and can conduct business. The Public Space Committee operates under a modified version of Robert's Rules of Orders. We are a relatively informal body. People are not sworn in under oath. There is no cross-examination. There's no formal subpoena process or any official items like that people expect in more formal proceedings that other bodies have. You'll find that this is more of a dialogue with applicants, and we appreciate that opportunity. So do not expect any Perry Mason-esque plot twists at the end of any of the hearings or the meetings, or the items that we'll consider. So let us begin with our consent agenda. So we have before we do begin, I do want to note, and I apologize, when we're not present with each other, I often lose track of this, so I do apologize to the team members who are present who make the meetings happen. So I would like to go through the team members who are present with us who make this meeting work. It is due to their efforts that we are able to hold these meetings, and we truly appreciate it. So as noted, Mr. Garrett from the Public Space Committee Executive Secretary has already introduced himself. We have 2 other members from the Public Space Committee team. They are Katrina Felder. Ms. Felder is the Public Space Committee Coordinator. And we have newly minted grandmother Keisha Allen, who is the Public Space Committee Technician. Congratulations to Ms. Allen. She has a new baby granddaughter who is just 1 week old, I believe, so congratulations to her. What you'll see on the screen is provided very ably by the Public Space Committee audiovisual technician, Desiree Morton. Ms. Morton will walk us through your applications. She will take us to relevant sites, including Google Street View, so we can observe what area where you plan to have your permit approved. So we really appreciate the work that Ms. Morton does. Also assisting the Public Space Committee, we have variety of team players. Michelle Evans will be keeping everybody informed via the chat function of what the committee is doing and where it is in the agenda. Then we also have Lauren Knight, who assists us by ensuring that applicants are aware that their application is to be heard, that they are prepared to present. We also have Tiffany Pembroke and Courtney Williams, who are Public Space Committee managers who assist with information related to the applications as needed. And we also have Walter Graham, who is sort of, think of Mr. Graham as kind of the stage manager. He is the person who is ensuring that the hearing is running, that the microphones and the material are able to be presented. He kind of orchestrates all of that back of room action. So thank you all very much. We've been incredibly successful as a committee to hold our virtual meetings for over, this is now our 14th month, 15th hearing, as Mr. Garrett noted. So thank you all very much for the excellent work to let this happen. Without further ado, we will go to our consent agenda, as you can see on the screen in front of you. As Mr. Garrett noted, we have 16 items on the consent agenda. The first 11 are being displayed. There are an additional 5 that are not on the screen, but I will read them as we go through. Item number 1 on our consent agenda is an application for the 100 block and 200 blocks of Chesapeake Street North Southwest. This is an application by Learn DC Charter School for a variety of streetscape improvements. We have an application at number 2, which is, sorry, and I did not give the tracking number. I apologize. Let me give the tracking number. The tracking number for item number 1 is 375019. That is tracking number 375019 on the 100 and 200 block, 200 and 300 blocks of Chesapeake Street Southwest. Application for a variety of streetscape improvements. Item number 2 is tracking number 376112. 2921 44th Place Northwest, an application by ARCA Trust for a variety of streetscape improvements. Item number 3 on the consent agenda is tracking number 348793. This application is for the 4500 block of Douglas Street, 1500 block of 45th Street, the 1500 block of 45th Street, the 4500 block of Quarles Street, and the 1500 block of Kenilworth Avenue, all in Northeast, and this is also an application for a variety of streetscape improvements. Item number 4 is an application for a new unenclosed sidewalk cafe at 212 7th Street Southeast, tracking number 108-54131. Item number 5 is an application for a new unenclosed sidewalk cafe at 515 8th Street Southeast, tracking number 108565555. Item number 6 on our agenda is tracking number 10858900 for a new unenclosed sidewalk cafe at 1915 18th Street Northwest. Item number 7 on our consent agenda is tracking number 10860802, an application for a new unenclosed sidewalk cafe at 2153 P Street Northwest. Item number 8 on our consent agenda is tracking number 10861264 at 2112 Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest, an application for a new unenclosed sidewalk cafe. Item number 9 on our consent agenda is tracking number 10863238, an application for a new unenclosed sidewalk cafe at 1920 L Street Northwest. Thank you, Ms. Morton. See, that's the kind of person Ms. Morton is. She is naturally and seamlessly moving the screen as I'm speaking, so you all are able to follow along. I really, truly, and deeply appreciate the work that she does. Item number 10 on our consent agenda is tracking number 10869887, an application for a valet staging zone at 1601 14th Street Northwest. Item number 11 on our consent agenda is tracking number 373974 at 3600 Eli Place Southeast, an application for to close an existing driveway. Item number 12 on the Public Space Committee consent agenda is tracking number 367967. This is an application at 3566 Alton Place Northwest. It's an application for a variety of streetscape improvements. Item number 13 on the consent agenda is tracking number 374779 at 5430 Bass Place Southeast, an application for a new residential driveway. Item number 14 on the consent agenda is tracking number 373344 at 707 5th Street Northwest, an application to repair a retaining wall and repair and replace a lead walk and a driveway. Item number 15 on the Public Space Committee consent agenda is tracking number 375696 at 3301 23rd Street Southeast. This is an application for a variety of streetscape improvements. Item number 16 and the final item on our consent agenda is tracking number 10880994 at 1601 Connecticut Avenue Northwest, an application for a new unenclosed sidewalk cafe. Those are the items on our consent agenda. Do any committee members have any concerns and a request to remove any item from our consent agenda? Silence will equal assent. So does any committee member have any objection to moving forward with the consent agenda?
No, that was a consent agenda. I mean, that was the.
Yes, that is. You're absolutely right. That is the consent agenda. Thank you, sir. Just a reminder to people, if you are not speaking to the committee meeting, please remember to please mute your microphone or your on your computer or phone. So with that said, the chair will make a motion, since I did not hear anybody who was, any committee member who was concerned about the items on the consent agenda. The chair will make a motion, sorry, one last question. Is there anybody who wants to speak in opposition or with concern about any of the applications on the consent agenda? Typically what the committee will do is make a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda based on any conditions that have already been placed in the on the record in the application in TOPS, and that will allow those applications to move en banc or as a complete set and be heard without any specific. So is there anybody present who would like us to have a substantive discussion on the record about any of the items on the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none, the chair will make a motion to move the items on the consent agenda as recorded in my recapitulation of the consent agenda a moment ago. Is there a second on the motion to approve?
Second.
The motion was made by the chair and seconded by Mr. Shaheen to approve the consent agenda. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, we are ready for a vote on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, we'll now take a vote from each public space committee member on the approval of the consent agenda. Ms. Dar,
Aye.
Ms. Chamberlain,
Aye.
Mr. Shaheen,
Aye.
Chairman Marcoux.
Aye.
The vote on the motion is 4-0. The consent agenda is approved.
Thank you. We'll now give the staff a few minutes to be able to update the records for the items that are on the consent agenda. A notice to the persons who are attending the meeting for the items on the consent agenda. Thank you very much for your time and attention. You do not need to remain for the rest of the hearing unless there are other items on the agenda that you are here to discuss. We look forward to assisting you after the committee hearing to make sure that you're able to move forward with your applications. We do want you to note, though, that the committee team does need time to do follow-up from the meeting, so please be patient. You will need to take certain actions. For example, all of the applications will need to be paid for, and there might be other materials or items that need to be uploaded, such as proof of insurance or certificates of occupancy. Work with the team members next week. They'll need today and tomorrow at a minimum to do some of the administrative management that comes out of the committee. We really do appreciate your time. With that, we'll wait to hear from the staff when they are ready to proceed.
Mr. Chair, you're free to proceed.
Okay, you were supposed to give me a little more time because I am actually printing something on my computer immediately adjacent so that I would not disrupt the hearing with the sound of my creaky old printer printing some of the material, but we will make do as we can. So the first item on our general agenda is an application for a sidewalk cafe at 800 Connecticut Avenue Northwest, tracking number 10845622, the applicant present.
Yes, I'm here.
Great. If you'll state your name for the record, spell your last name, and present your application to the committee.
My name is Michelle Brown, MICHELLEBROWN. And you need my application number?
We have the tracking number. I believe it's 10845622. And as you can see, Ms. Morton, as always, one step ahead, has
Okay.
pulled up the application. So if
Very
you would walk us through your application.
Okay, so I'm just trying to increase the space of my outdoor seating to have a more graceful look, as well as accommodate some social distancing. So I believe that there was most recently in conversations with it, the volume of space attributed to sidewalk space, which I guess in the Penn Quarter area is 6 feet, but apparently in the downtown area, it needs to be 10 feet. So I had altered my application to allow for 10 feet, which allows me then only 8 feet for my seating and planters. So you can see here, originally I was hoping that I could split that space with you, or I could allow 8 feet of sidewalk, but apparently you need 10. And then my space, pretty much, it just sits sort of nested. There's a planter there at the far end. You know, it's a permanent planter that surrounds the front of the building of 800 Connecticut Avenue. And we are a side entrance on H Street there. So I guess this is what I'm applying for, because this is what's allowed, 10 feet sidewalk to the tree box. And it allows me only 8 feet, which is pretty cozy. But I guess that's what we're applying for.
So if I may make a brief pun, I understand then that this will be a tea cozy.
Yes, it will. It will be very cozy. Yes.
I have done several undercover inspections of teaism locations across the District of Columbia. Really appreciate the work that you do to bring a
Thank you.
Great opportunity for people to come together and enjoy a nice quiet time together. Koi Pond in the East Street location was quite lovely. So that said, your plan is in front of us. I believe that there were some concerns raised by the Office of Planning. Does the member for the Office of Planning want to have any discussion or questions? Have any questions for the applicant? While Mr. Shaheen is reviewing the record, I do want to note that this is a nice conceptual plan. There are two things I think that need to happen. One of which is, I believe this application, we're not certain that there was actually an original Sidewalk Cafe permit issued for this location. Sidewalk Cafe permit would have been something that had to come to the Public Space Committee, similar to the meeting we're having today. And I don't believe that happened. I could be wrong. I'm not infrequently wrong. I'm human. But I believe, based on the records, there hasn't been an official meeting with the Public Space Committee previously. What you may have received was a temporary sidewalk table service permit, which were authorized during the public health emergency for use of public space for outdoor dining for a variety of businesses, including those that did not have Sidewalk Cafe permits. Is that the case here, that you did not actually have a public space hearing previously for a Sidewalk Cafe permit?
You're breaking up a little bit, so it's hard for me to hear you, but I bought that restaurant in 1999, and the landlord had control over the outdoor cafe, and they have been collecting rent from me and apparently paying the rent for the outdoor cafe all this time. And it seemed, I could not find any drawings. The landlord could not find any drawings. We couldn't.
Don't worry, you've already answered the question.
Okay.
If they are charging you rent and they are paying rent for this location, and the cafe has been in existence since 1999, that would be a clear indication that there is a Sidewalk Cafe here, and what you are doing is applying to expand the space of the cafe.
Yes.
Question that we had. I will also note that this plan, while very nice, is missing some dimensions. So, for example, what is the clear space between, for the aisle, for people to enter and exit through the entrance that's shown. So you'll need to add that dimension, which is also a safety dimension needed by fire and emergency management services to ensure that there is safe passage into and out of the restaurant in case of an emergency. So you would probably just need to add that dimension. Mr. Shaheen, did you have, were you able to look into the record, and did you have questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I was able to check the record. Thank you for that additional time. So the comments from the Office of Planning are exactly what has just been discussed about the issue of whether or not there was an active sidewalk cafe permit. That falls under the, so we've just identified that as an issue. If DDOT does not have an issue with that, we would defer to DDOT on whether or not that's an issue that needs to be resolved.
Thank you, Mr. Shaheen. So other than the confirmation that there is an existing cafe at this cafe permit for this location, there are no other concerns from the Office of Planning?
That's correct.
Great, thank you. Is there, do any committee members have questions for the applicant? Okay, great. Is there anybody else present who'd like to speak to this application? Okay, hearing none, the chair will make a motion to approve the application on the condition that that the dimension for the clear space between for the ingress and egress to the restaurant is documented on the site plan, and pardon me, and that and that staff confirm that there is an existing billing being performed for a sidewalk cafe at this location. Is there a second on the motion to approve on those conditions?
Second.
The motion was made by the chair and seconded by Ms. Chamberlain. Further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, we are ready for a vote on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, we'll now take a vote from each Public Space Committee member on application 108-45622 to approve with conditions. Ms. Dar.
Aye.
Ms. Chamberlain.
Aye.
Mr. Shaheen.
Aye.
Chairman Marcoux.
Aye.
The vote on the record is 4-0. The application is approved with conditions.
Great. Ms. Brown, thank you very much for your time. We will need you to make the modification or the clarification of the plan to show that clear egress space. I should note that to the staff that we do need to have that clear egress space reviewed by the fire marshal just to confirm that it complies with requirements for fire safety.
Okay.
And with that, thank you. And as I noted previously, you can work with staff to make sure that you have what you need. So with that said, thank you very much for your time, Ms. Brown. We will continue to move forward in our agenda, and we'll go to our next item. The next item on our agenda, I believe, is tracking. Sorry, I apologize. By the way, I apologize for my voice today. Well, we've just been working on the 3rd Street Tunnel matter. Hopefully we'll have that resolved shortly, and we'll be able to fully reopen that area. So I do apologize. My throat is a little sore from working out in the field on some of the matters related to that. So without further comment, let's move to item number 2 on our general agenda. This is tracking number 1086-8242, 1100 New York Avenue Northwest. This is an application for an unenclosed sidewalk cafe. Is the applicant present?
Hello, my name is Chrissy Chang, and I'm, the joining on behalf of the owner of the restaurant, Hat Thai Restaurant located at 1100 New York Avenue. as you are well aware, city temporarily allowed the restaurant to have outdoor seating to promote sales during the health emergency. And my client, the restaurant owner, would like to keep this area permanently. And the operation hours is going to be 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. And they're going to have 4 tables with 12 seats, and the small size total square footage is 400. And no speaker, no entertainment, so no noise issue is expected. So they would like to, serve the alcohol too. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Do you mind spelling your last name? We always need to have that on the record from applicants.
Sorry. Yeah, my first name, Chrissy, and my last name is Chang, C-H-A-N-G, the applicant info.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Chang. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. So this is an application for a new unenclosed sidewalk cafe at 1100 New York Avenue. Do committee members have questions for the applicant? Okay, Ms. Morton, can you pull up the site plan, please?
Can I tell something?
Of course.
Yeah, so the ANC 2C01 kindly invited us, and then the owner presented the application, and then we, the ANC approved the support, and then support letter was provided to DDOT, on August.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. So there is a motion by the ANC in August, at its August hearing, to support the application.
Yes.
Thank you. I believe the detailed site plan is on page 2, Ms. Morton, if you want to move down to the next page. This orients us to where it is. Okay. Thank you. So Ms. Chang, we do have a question here. The clear sidewalk space from the, it looks like what you have is seating and then a 4-foot wide buffer. And then there is, as I think Ida, I think that if we look, that a 36 high movable partition not fixed to the sidewalk. Do you need to have that?
Actually, if required, right now there's no fence right here. So if needed, we are not going to put the wall.
Okay, so you don't have a need for it. You believe that it's needed by the city. Is that an accurate statement?
Actually, yeah, it's totally up to the city code.
Excellent. That's the right answer.
Yes,
okay,
definitely.
And here's why. What we need in the downtown area, and I think you heard this conversation briefly with the applicant before you, what we have as a standard for sidewalk cafe clearances, particularly in the downtown area, is 10 clear feet. Yes. And what is being shown here on the plan is a 6-foot clearance to that partition and then a 4-foot clearance within that partition. So if we were to remove that partition, there'd be 10 feet of clear space, which is what we need. I do want to note simply what you've written where the clear pedestrian path is. We don't allow that sort of slalom or jogging, so that the clear pedestrian path is not measured in that area where in the tree boxes. It's measured from the exterior, let me rephrase that, the interior edge of the tree box toward the property. So I just wanted to put that on the record. The second item I'd like to make sure we put on the record is that we do need to have an ADA compliant seat and table in this sidewalk cafe, because you have there always is a minimum 1 seat requirement for the first 20 seats of a sidewalk cafe. So we will need you to have to provide specifications on a table and chair that are ADA compliant, or a table that's ADA compliant, and a designation of a seat within the cafe that is the ADA accessible seat. Did you have any questions for me about that last note?
Okay, can I get the information in writing from Miss Allen later?
Absolutely, and she can put you in touch with our
Right.
Equity and Inclusion Office at the Department of Transportation. And we
Yes.
have a team member there who will be happy to assist you with
Okay.
specifications and information on what an ADA compliant table is like, so that you can get
Yes.
you can find a manufacturer for a design that you like and that you can provide to the record and they can review and approve.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Do-
Thank
This
you.
is Chris Shaheen at the Office of Planning. OP has noted that it has a question about a light fixture that is not indicated on the site plan. Could you address that comment?
Okay.
I believe that's note 2 on the site plan that we're looking at, so everybody can follow along. So note 2 shows those 3 small circular items between the tables with a square shown inscribed within the circle. So that's note 2, where there's a 16-inch diameter flower pot with a 67-inch high, 25 lumen solar post lamp. Ms. Chang, did you want to speak to those, please?
Actually, the site plan information is that I have.
So you don't have information on that item?
Yeah, 1 second, please.
Ms. Morton, can you check the record to see if there is a spec for that item?
Actually, there's a nice, could you please upload the photos, please? It's very simple, you know, the live posting.
Great.
Yes, photos as of August 10.
Oh, that's cute. The little lamppost
Yes.
looking items between the chairs.
Yes.
Oh. Thank you. Ms. Morton, why don't you stay there? So Mr. Shaheen, that shows you the items that she's talking about.
Thank you. I guess I would defer to DDOT as to whether or not those require additional information like a specification and if they need to be added to the application.
Well, that's a great question to the applicant. So we do need to have the specifications on the material that's been deployed. So do you have the spec sheet for that planter and those lights, the spec sheet for the chair and the table, the spec sheet for the umbrella? Do you have those specifications?
Actually,
from the
no.
manufacturers?
Yeah. Let me write down spec sheet for chair, table, and a lamp and umbrella.
Exactly.
Okay, so I think I have to collect and provide to, you know, your office.
All right, so I don't think that there's any objection to those materials, but I think what we do need to have is the specification.
Oh, sure.
On the record.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Got it.
Thank you, Mr. Shaheen. Did you have any further questions?
No, that's it. There were other issues, but the applicant had addressed all of them, so thank you.
That is great. Okay. Do any other committee members have questions for the applicant? Hearing none, is there anybody else present who'd like to speak to this application? Okay, hearing none, the chair will make a motion. I apologize, I'm trying to write my notes at the same time that I'm making the motion with the notes, so I've just caught up to the statement. And so my motion is approved with the following conditions. The applicant is to designate ADA compliant table and seat to be reviewed by DDOT's equity and inclusion division. So that's a note to, this is not part of the motion, but this is a note to the staff. This is not to be reviewed for civil engineering ADA compliance, which is handled through the plan review team. This is to be reviewed by the equity and inclusion division. So Ms. Chang also asked if she could get more information. So let's put her in touch with, I believe it would be Cesar Barreto from that team. So that was condition number 1. Does the staff have that first condition?
Right, ADA compliance, right.
Does the staff have the condition?
Yes, sir, we do.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, there's a second condition. And since I'm writing it along, hopefully I'll talk slowly enough that we can all record it. Provide specifications for all furniture and fixtures in the cafe.
Okay.
Does the staff have the motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Great. And Ms. Chang, you understand the motion that we're making, correct?
Yes, totally understood.
Great. So the chair made a motion to approve with the following 2 conditions. Is there a second on the motion to approve?
Second.
Made by the chair and seconded by Mr. Shaheen. Further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, we are ready for a vote on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, we now take a vote from each public space committee member on application 108-68242 to approve with conditions. Ms. Dar.
Can I ask a question?
Certainly, Ms. Chang, you can.
Yes, regarding movable wall, is there any action required?
Okay, Ms. Chang, thank you very
Yes.
much because I missed that part of the motion.
Yeah.
The third condition is to remove the barrier from the plan. The barrier is
Okay.
not to be deployed.
Okay,
Thank you, Ms. Chang. Really, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
no
I
problem.
apologize for overlooking that when I made the motion. So staff, the third condition is to remove the portable barrier from the plan. Does the
And
staff have
can I
that?
ask
Just one more
Sorry.
moment, Ms. Chang. That's fine. Does the staff have that last condition, remove the portable barrier from the plan?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Chang, you had a question?
Yes, the like ADA compliance number 1, spec sheet, and then portable barrier removal. And do I have to provide the revised plan?
Yes, you'll need to revise
Okay.
the plan to show both that ADA compliant seating
Okay,
as well as the
spec sheet.
barrier removed.
Oh, yes, yes.
So there are
Thank
2
you.
things.
Clear.
So just to be clear, there are 2 items you're going to provide. One item
Yes.
is a revised site plan that shows the ADA compliant seating
Yes.
and table.
Yes,
The revised site plan will also have the portable barrier removed and the
okay,
new dimensions document.
okay,
The other item that you'll need to provide are specification sheets for all
Yes.
of the material that's
Okay,
tables,
thank you.
chairs, and fixtures, as well as the
thank you
umbrella.
so much. Got it.
Thank you. So, Mr. Secretary, we are back to the vote on the motion to approve with condition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, we'll start again. The committee will now take a vote from each public space committee member to approve application 108-68242 to approve with conditions. Ms. Dar. Ms. Dar?
Somebody check in the chat function to see if Ms. Starr is still present. I don't see her camera turned on. And we can move forward because we
Yes.
will still have a quorum if we only have 3 members.
Yes. Ms. Chamberlain?
Aye.
Mr. Shaheen?
Aye.
Chairman Marcoux?
Aye.
Again, Ms. Dar? The vote on the motion is 3-0. The application is approved with conditions.
Great. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Chang. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, we will move forward in our agenda to item number 3 on the general agenda. This is tracking number 1083-5237. This is an application for a new unenclosed sidewalk cafe at 301 Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant present for tracking number 1083-5237, a new unenclosed sidewalk cafe at 301 Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast? We will ask one more time and then we'll move forward. Is the applicant present for tracking number 1083-5237 at 301 Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast? Okay. Not hearing that they are present, we are going to move forward in our agenda to item number 4. This is tracking number 377921, an application by the Golden Triangle Business Improvement District, or BID, for new street fixtures and furniture at 17th Street Northwest and K Street Northwest. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Great. If you'll state your name for the record, spell your last name, and present your application to the committee.
Sure. My name is Rachel Coley, R-A-C-H-E-L, last name K-O-H-L-I. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I am here to present an application for public artwork to display on the corner of 17th and K Street Northwest, just outside of Farragut Square. It is and I have a presentation if you'd ever like me to pull it up. I think a lot of it's also in the application, so whichever you prefer.
We're at your disposal. While you do that, I want to note that you do have a safety vest. I believe it's a type 3 safety vest on the door behind you. I'm going to put on my type 2 safety vest in honor of that. This is what we were wearing in the tunnel yesterday and since Monday to take care of the safety issues that were present. So we're in your hands. Would you like to make the presentation?
Okay, great. Yes, I will do that. I appreciate the safety vest as well.
I just do not have my stop paddles for my hand.
Okay.
So I believe you've been asked to be the new presenter, or being given the opportunity to be the new presenter.
Correct.
Perfect.
And
we can see your screen.
Perfect. That's great. So as I had mentioned, this is the location for the artwork that we are proposing to locate on the corner of 17th and K Streets Northwest, just outside of Farragut Square. Here is a site photo kind of superimposing with low technology the artwork that we are proposing to put right outside of the at the said location. Just kind of zooming in a little bit at the intersection of 17th and K Streets Northwest. It's a sculptural duo called Love Hate, and the dimensions of the sculpture are here. It's about 6.5 feet in length. It's 7 feet tall and 6 feet 7 inches wide. There's 2 of them, so there's 2 sculptures of that size. And with the positioning that we are proposing as part of the permit application, there is a minimum of 12 feet from the sculpture itself to the edge of the curb. So there's a 12 feet clearance at the on the eastern side, kind of at the corner itself. There's a 19-foot clearance, and then on the west side, there's a 13.5-foot clearance from the sculpture to the edge of the curb. This is just showing the elevations that I described on the previous slide, and there's two of them that are these dimensions. And just a little bit more about the project. The proposal is for the artwork to be on display from October 2021 to March 2022. It's actually, we were approached by the Love Hate Project. The Golden Triangle bid was approached by the Love Hate Project in partnership with the German Embassy and the European Union delegation and the European Parliament about temporarily hosting this sculptural duo called Love Hate. It's pretty well known in Europe. It's been on display across Europe for about a decade, originating from Germany. And the sculpture Ambigram reads love from one side and hate from the other side. So, you know, it's the creator intended for it to be a simple but powerful message symbolizing how we can turn hate into love through a change of perspective. And it celebrates unity as humans through our diversities. And so the artwork will be coming to the United States very soon, and they had thought that the Golden Triangle would be a really great location and approached us, and after its stay with us, it'll be going to the South by Southwest Festival. So we're pretty excited about the opportunity and hope that we can display it.
Oh, thank you very much. We really appreciate that. I do have a quick question if we can stay on the screen. So I have a very important question. This is going to get to the heart of the matter for me. What does the word ambigram mean?
That's a good question. I haven't looked it up. I could Google it really quickly.
I'll take care of that. I'm just going to take a shot in the dark and say that ambigram probably means it reads the same forward and backward. I'm just guessing, but I think this is really interesting and innovative. I did have a more serious substantive question, which is the following. What does it rest on and how much does it weigh?
Okay, just to go back to ambigram really fast, it's a calligraphic design that has several interpretations as written. That's the definition of ambigram.
Great, thank you so much.
Sure.
So to the specs on the material, how much does it weigh, and what does it rest on?
It will. It's quite heavy. I'm looking up the weight of it right now, so I can tell you that it will rest on the. It's flat, so it will rest on the sidewalk.
Does it, in other words, does it have a base that it rests on, or?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
So.
So let me go back to this site photo. So if you can see, there's actually a base, a flat base that it rests on.
Thank you. And you're planning on placing those in the sidewalk area. So the only thing I'd like to make sure we check is that the force that is exerted by the device, or sorry, by the installation, does not impact the sidewalk below. So that's the only, I think that's the only substantive question I have. Do committee members have questions for the applicant? Great, I see that Mr. Shaheen and Ms. Dar, though in reverse order, Ms. Dar and then Mr. Shaheen, shook their heads no, they don't have any questions. And I think that Ms. Chamberlain is virtually shaking her head. So, and there are no further questions for the applicant, from committee members? Is there anybody else?
Sorry, Matthew, I raised my hand to say, I actually do have a question. I don't know if that was resolved already, was just the Park Service, National Park Service, and if that was actually in DDOT right of way or if it was NPS property. That was resolved.
So that's a great question. This does rest in part or in whole on public space. There's a very interesting, let's just say, apparent duality of authority with the Park Service on the adjacent sidewalk areas. So those are definitely in the Department of Transportation and the district's understanding under our purview. So we're permitting a use of our public space. But in addition, if there are parts of it that rest in the National Park Service area, as the bid confirmed that the Park Service doesn't have any objections to the use of that paved space?
Correct. Yeah, we've been working with the Park Service, and based on conversations, they've indicated that outside of the quarter round curve of Farragut Square is considered DDOT right of way. So they haven't taken issue with the location that we're proposing as part of this permit.
Thank you, Ms. Chamberlain. That was a great question. Does that answer it for you?
Yes, thank you. No further questions.
And Ms. Felder just noted that it was also sent to the National Park Service review, and we have not received a response yet from them. Okay. Is there anybody else present who'd like to speak to application number 377921 for an art installation at 17th Street and K Street Northwest? Okay. Hearing none, the chair will make a motion to approve on the condition that, if needed, the applicant will place material under the artwork to protect the sidewalk. Let me repeat that condition, which I had written in advance, so I was able to read it more smoothly. The condition is that, if needed, the applicant will place material under the artwork. And please, just a reminder to attendees, if you're not speaking, please mute your microphone. So the applicant will place material under the artwork to protect the sidewalk if needed. Does the staff have the motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there a second on the motion to approve?
Okay.
Approve with conditions. Great. So the motion was made by the chair and seconded by Mr. Shaheen to approve with conditions. Further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, we are ready for a vote on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, we'll now take a vote from each public space committee member on application 377921 to approve with conditions. Ms. Dar.
Aye.
Ms. Chamberlain.
Aye.
Mr. Shaheen.
Aye.
Chairman Makub.
Aye. And if I could say aye as an ambigram, I would. So imagine the aye I have just said is an ambigram.
So noted. The vote on the record is 4-0. The application is approved with conditions.
Thank you. I really appreciate your time, Ms. Coley, and this looks like a very interesting activation of public space. The Golden Triangle bid has an excellent reputation for finding unique and interesting ways to bring eyes and interest to the public space. We truly appreciate that. I also want to note, oh, sorry, Ms. Coley, did you have anything you wanted to say?
Oh, no, just thank you very much for your time, and we hope you all come visit it in October.
Great. Thank you. Also want to note that several persons, including Frank Pinto and Susan Hampton, have noted in the chat that an ambigram is a visual pun of a special kind, a calligraphic design having two or more clear interpretations as written words. So not only do you get discussions about public space, you also get small vocabulary lessons here in the Public Space Committee. So we'll move forward in our agenda to item number 5. This is tracking number 375101. This was an application by the Department of General Services, or DGS, for a materials, fixtures in public space. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant present for item number, pardon me, for item number 5 on our general agenda? This is tracking number 375101, an application by the Department of General Services for an installation at 800 Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast.
Yes.
Great. If you'll state your name for the record, spell your last name, and present your application to the committee.
I think I'm Federico Rivera Sala with the architect, Moya Design Partners, but Diego from DGS, I think is trying to connect. He's the project manager for the project. Just give it a second, please.
While we're waiting, if you don't mind spelling your last name.
It's OLIVERA hyphen or space SALA, Oliveira Sala.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Oliveira Sala.
Thank you.
I appreciate your being here. We do want to move forward in our agenda, but we understand that there are that's perfect. Perfect. We were vamping for time. If you'll state your name for the record, spell your last name, and present your application to the committee.
Hi, good morning. My name is Diego Martinez, last name Martinez. I'm the DGS project manager for the Eastern Market Metro Park project.
This is great.
So it's my understanding, and sort of in having conversations with our permit expediter, that we were originally on the consent agenda, but that this application was moved to the general agenda due to an outstanding public right-of-way occupancy permit that was issued during the original construction permit period. And so the reason that we submitted this application was our original construction permit called for just general artwork to be installed at this location. And so this new application goes into the details of that artwork. And I believe we have approvals from all of the reviewers and just need to clear up this public right-of-way occupancy permit and renew it in order to move forward.
Okay. Do you want to walk us through your application, please?
Sure. I can hand that over to the design team to talk through the 2 art installations. If Fede wants to jump back on.
Sure, yes. So the artwork consists in 2 different artworks, one on parcel number 1 and one parcel, and actually a sequence of 3 sculptures on parcel number 4. So if we zoom in, that's the Eastern Market Metro Park that is recently finished. If we can zoom into the next one. Parcel number 1 is what you see the top right, and parcel number 4 is the bottom left. 1 is known as the one that has the playground area, which is parcel 1, and parcel 4 is the one that has the actual metro entrance. So if we go to the next one. So next one, please. So this is very tiny, but if you can see on parcel number 4, which is by the metro stop, if right in axis with the metro, you see that that dot that is there, that's the art location. And we'll zoom into the next slides. And on parcel number 1, where that lawn area is, you see those white dots that are on either side of that dotted light dotted line. There are 3 sculptures there. We can move up one more. Well, this is just the electrical duct that it's feeding these three sculptures that are white bunnies that has a small light inside. So it just projects a little bit of sprinkle lights to the area. You can move up to the next one, please. That's another, it's just the electrical conduits and they're not relevant to the art. No one will ever see them, it's just underground, but just for information. Next one, please. And this is just to highlight the location of that art sculpture, and that we're showing that it doesn't impede any of the view sheds or the pedestrian circulation. It's just on center with the exit, so you see it as you come out of the metro, but also it doesn't impede any of the main pedestrian walkways. Next one, please. So we found you it's a playful set of sculptures that may sort of imply the hide and seek game. So one of the sculpture it's running to hide, and you will see them in the next one. And the other one is counting, and the other one I think is already hidden. So if you continue to move on the next one over, please. See, these are the bunnies. There are sort of geometrical bunnies, and they have a light source inside. And if you move, continue to move to the next one, you will see that the bunnies have little dots where the light comes out. Next one. Next one, please. This is the other one that is counting.
Thank you. I was wondering which one was doing the counting, and we hadn't seen it in one or two.
Keep going, please. These are some preliminary like scale models. Next one, please. This is the light source that it's inside the bunny. Next one, please. And some specification for the light fixture. Next, please. So this is how the bunnies are made of. They are made of metal, like brushed metal, and they have these little dots that they are so tiny, no kid can fit their fingers on, but it just it brings light from within the bunny, and it creates some sort of a sprinkle effect on the area and also people that are approach the next one. So these are the bunnies as they're set on the lawn area. You can see the bunny that is counting at the sort of background there, and then a bunny that is running to hide, and the other one at the very end that is hidden sort of in those bushes. Next one. This is a night view to have a little bit of a glow from within. Next one. That's another view from the bunny counting and the other two bunnies in the background. Next, please. And Loveful Hands is the other sculpture on the Metro Plaza, and it's basically so basically it's two hands forming a heart over basically a granite seat that people can gather around. The intention of this always is to show love, but also create a gathering point, and this will become a selfie moment for this plaza. And I think it's a very beautiful art piece. It's casted from the artist's hands, so not only it has the expression of love, but also that the craftsmanship of the artist will be embedded in the art piece as well. Can we go to the next one, please? So this is a view from the top. So you see that platform is basically, it's a circular bench that people can sit and take pictures or just wait for other people, use this place to meet as a reference point. Next. You can see a side view where the two hands kind of collide, forming the heart shape. Next one, please. Another view. Next one. And these are the scale models of the actual hands of the artist that it will be cast in obviously large format. Next, please. This is an example of other sculpture that the same artist did. And this is a view. You have on the background the canopy of the metro, and in the foreground, like midway into the view, you have the art sculpture that is receiving the people coming in every direction. Next one. Yeah, this one, I mean, you don't see the art piece in this one. Next one, please.
In fact, you don't even see the people because they are translucent.
This is another more in line with the sequence of going into the metro entrance with an art piece on the way, basically. You can see the library on the foreground, on the background, sorry. Next one. I think that's it, right? Is this the last one?
Yes, that's the last slide.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you very much. This was a very thoughtful presentation with a lot of information included, and it helped answer a lot of questions in advance for me. Do committee members have questions for the applicant?
Now, this is Chris Shaheen. I don't have a question, but I just wanted to say I just love the sculptures of the rabbits. I think those are really awesome.
Yeah, they're very talented artists, both of them, and they really put a lot of thought on. I wish, obviously, we thought that this was a consent agenda, so the artists couldn't be here to present themselves. Would have been so beautiful to hear their passion that they put into the design. I did the best I could.
You did a great job expressing what the artists had intended with the artwork and demonstrating the value and sense of location and intent that the artwork will provide. So thank you.
Sure.
Okay. I did have two questions. The question I have for the item about the hands is I'm just going to make a recommendation to the artist that they now are doing different playful things with hands. They could tie in with the bunnies by doing 1, 2, 3, 4, I declare a thumb war, and they could have two hands engaged in a thumb war, which probably does detract from the peaceful, joyous celebration that they're having, but it also is a little playful. Number one. And number two, this is great. The only concern I would have is any below ground conduit that's being installed just for these lights is going to be installed and then abandoned when the artwork leaves. Is that accurate?
Well, the idea is that those artwork pieces will be permanent, and we didn't have to install additional conduits because we're drawing electrical conduits from existing bollards that are in the area. So the idea is for them to be there for the rest of the existence of the park. I know that the rest of the existence might be too long, but that's the intention.
Understood, but so these will be permanent. The only question I have is you do not need to install new conduit of any kind.
Just, I think we're drawing from existing conduits all the way to the platform of each of the bunnies. But for this one, for example, the hand has no.
Right, I'm
Right.
not worried about the hand. So staying with the bunny.
Yeah.
The bunnies will need power.
Yes.
Power has to come from a power line that is below grade.
Yes.
The question I have is the following. In the location where the bunnies are proposed, is there existing underground conduit literally underneath where the bunnies will be placed? So all you're doing is drawing a line up that existing conduit.
No. They don't exist today. Yes, when they need to be
Right.
drawn.
That was my question. So this includes an excavation to install conduit below ground, draw power from an existing line, and bring it to the 3 installations.
Yeah, that's correct.
That would normally be a little unusual for temporary installation. It happens, but it's a little unusual. The good news is these aren't temporary installations. These are planned to be permanent or long-term. So that helps answer any question I had. Do any other committee members have questions for the applicant? Ms. Dar, we just touched on electricity. I know that piqued your interest. And I was going to defer to you on anything like literally technical because I have no idea. I barely know on and off. Beyond that, electricity.
As long as burial depth, as long as they meet burial depth, I'm good, and they probably do, so.
Okay. Do any other committee members have questions for the applicant? Okay. And I just want to confirm you did have CFA approval. You presented this to the Commission of Fine Arts and they've approved?
Correct.
Great. Is there anybody else present who'd like to speak to this application? And we do note, Mr. Dixon, that you are on the meeting and you have been trying to speak, but unfortunately we haven't been able to hear you. But that's fine because while you are an excellent factotum, Mr. Martinez was able to carry the torch for you here.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
I don't know what happened, but
don't worry about it, Mr. Dixon. Well,
yeah,
you were in good hands with Mr. Martinez.
yeah, and he did a fantastic job. Okay. All
Thank
right.
you. So, unless there's any further discussion, the chair will make a motion to approve the application. Is there a second on the motion to approve?
Second.
Made by the chair and seconded by Mr. Shaheen. Further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, we are ready for a vote on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, we'll now take a vote from each public space committee member on application 375101 to approve. Ms. Dar.
Aye.
Ms. Chamberlain.
Aye.
Mr. Shaheen.
Aye.
Chairman Marcoux.
Aye.
The vote on the record is 4-0. The application is approved. Congratulations.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Gentlemen, we really appreciate your time. Mr. Oliveira Sala, Mr. Martinez, and Mr. Dixon, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
With that said, I will note for the record that we've been informed by the team that the application for 1542 9th Street Northwest, tracking number 375261, item number 6 on our general agenda, has been postponed at the applicant's request. So we are moving forward on our agenda from item number 6 to 7. This is an application for an overheight fence at 510 I Street Northwest. Tracking number 366237 is the applicant present. Is the applicant present 510 I Street Northwest, tracking number 366237? If so, please take yourself off of mute and state your name for the record, spell your last name, and present your application to the committee. So is the applicant present for 510 I Street Northwest? that applicant is not present, we will move forward in our agenda to the next item. This is item number 8. This is tracking number 372444 at 3210 Rodman Street Northwest. An application for a wall and street tree excavation within the tree space. The applicant present.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Great. If you'll state your name for the record, spell your last name, and present your application to the committee.
Sure. My name's Andrew Kolb. Last name is C-O-L-B. And if you could bring up the slide that's entitled JPG 005, that would be a good starting point. It's a photo. Should be one. There we go. Good. Okay, so this is an application for residential work. As you can see in the photo on the right side is a relatively new brick retaining wall that was installed in 2006. On the left side, which is the east side of the stairs, you'll see a 90-year-old cinder block and masonry wall, which is the subject of this permit application. That wall, the east side wall, is failing. It's not come down yet, although my neighbor's wall to the east did have a wall come down. So our intention is to replace that wall before it causes any serious issues by completely. This project is complicated in part by the substantial tree that you can see looking southward on the left side. That tree is about 10 feet, maybe a little less, from the back of the wall. It is a heritage hickory, and we have engaged the UFA people, a consulting arborist, and the contractor to work out plans for protecting the tree roots as the excavation of that wall and replacement continues. So if you would look at page 2 of the design, the CMU retaining wall design, I can sort of show you how that looks from an aerial view. Are there questions about this introduction before we get going?
Well, this is the chair, Matthew Marcoux. I would like you to continue with the presentation, but I probably do have questions to come back to when you're done, but I'd prefer to hear the whole application first.
Okay, fine.
That's just me. Mr. Shaheen, Ms. Dar, Samerlin, did you have any questions at this point for the applicant?
No.
Okay, so if we can pull up page 2 of the design.
Is it listed as page 2 in the?
No, it's all, I think it's all in one document.
Thank you. So it was in the material that Ms. Morton was presenting a moment ago?
Should be.
I don't think there's another page.
There's, it's a 5-page document. Let me, if I can give me a second, I'll find the name of it.
And what
is
this
PDF?
What does this document show us?
This document shows you the footprint of the work area, and it's an engineering document, civil engineering design document. So it shows you the construction of the wall and the extent of the construction where there are footings and so forth. It should be called 3210 Rodman Street Northwest hyphen structural, and then some other language. Wash gas note. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So that's page 2. And in the middle of page 2, you can see the representation of that hickory tree in the middle, the stairway to the right of the hickory, and the various lines showing where the work would take place. So the intention here is to remove the entire wall and the stairway, the stair wall, but not the stairs. Create new footers because the existing wall has no footers that we can determine. So add new concrete fillers with rebar, footers with rebar, and then add once the CMU wall is constructed, add a brick facade across the stairs and the front of the wall. And so that would make that east side wall and stairway look like the west side wall and stairway that was redone in 2006. I've mentioned earlier that this project is a bit complicated for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is the care that we're taking to protect the roots of that heritage hickory. So I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, sir. I do have a quick question.
Sure.
So the very first question is, with who at Urban Forestry have you been working?
Evan Anderson.
Great. And you have a tree preservation plan for the hickory that you have presented to Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I believe that my consulting arborist submitted a plan directly.
Excellent. We'll still need to have that in our record, but I
submitted a copy. Oh, sorry.
I'll wait until you're done, Mr. Colvin. Continue.
Sorry, I submitted a copy of that plan as proposed by the arborist, and my statement that I would protect the tree for 3 years. So those should be in the documents. It's not a completed plan because I've not heard from the urban arborist people yet.
Just let me know when you're done talking.
Done. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is a really short, simple application. You are not changing the footprint, the size of the retaining wall. You're merely replacing a damaged retaining wall, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you. I have all the information I need. Is there anybody, do committee members have any questions for the applicant?
This is Chris Shaheen. Is there a specification in the application for the finish of the new retaining wall?
Yes, it's going to be a brick facade in the same way that the existing retaining wall to the west side is finished with slate top.
That answered my question. Thank you.
I'd like to follow up on that question. Mr. Kolb, can you point us to the specification on the record in the TOPS application that shows us that, please?
Yeah. Let me find it. Yeah, the page that we were looking at, there's a little box in the left side of the page. I can't point to it, but it's let's see, I'm sorry, it's on page 2. Let's find page. Yeah, brick facade to match. There we go. So if you see the number 50 on the left side, just above that, there's a letter N that says brick facade to match.
Mr. Shaheen, is that sufficient for your needs?
That's fine, thank you.
Perfect. Okay. Do committee members have any further questions for Mr. Kolb?
I do have a question for the committee.
Give me 1 second, Mr. Kolb. Do committee members have any questions? Okay, Mr. Kolb, the floor is yours.
So I received a request to redesign this in order to not have weep holes in the wall. Mr. Garrett had suggested that upon his review, and I'd submitted a letter that I wrote back to him about this. I don't know whether that's something that this committee chooses to address or whether that just goes away following this hearing. I just don't know where that request stands.
Was that Mr. Garrett, Elliot Garrett?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Mr. Garrett, did you want to explain why you asked for questions or what the issue was about the weep holes?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The question was pertaining to the fact that the weep holes was expelling water into the public space. It may cause a hazard on the sidewalk during the cold times.
Okay, and do we know what the code specification is for that?
The water should be retained on private property.
Thank you. And this is a question to you, Mr. Kolb. Those weep holes are only conveying groundwater. They are not conveying any water from the property, from the building itself, correct?
That's correct. Those are not drain pipes. They're weep holes. They're designed to relieve the pressure, the water pressure from the weight of the water behind the wall, and also any water that might accumulate and cause expansion in cracks behind the wall from freeze-thaw cycles. And so the weep holes release moisture, and presumably that moisture would drip down the sides of the wall to the outside. The trick is the importance is to get the water from behind the wall into the front of the wall.
This is Chris Shaheen. I mean, this is a really interesting question because I understand why you need the weep holes, but there is a concern that water weeps from there and then freezes on the sidewalk and becomes a slip hazard. But I'm not a structural engineer, and I don't know what the options are for addressing that.
Well, I don't know how. Let me add this as a slightly different approach. I don't know how to get water from behind the wall to the front of the wall.
Mr. Kolb?
Yes.
I really do apologize for interrupting. I'm going to cut to the chase on this part of the discussion.
Yes.
This is a plan that is stamped and signed by a professional engineer. The professional engineer is putting their license on the line that what they have designed complies with the standards and requirements for stormwater management, as well as for structural engineering and design. So, I'm comfortable with moving forward. Do committee members have any further questions about the weep holes or any other matters?
No, I don't have any questions. I just wanted to chime in that I think the weep holes are very different than some of the stuff that we see where they're actually redirecting storm drains to the public space, or even through, like, I've seen some weep holes. There's weep holes and weep holes, but some that actually do have pipes. And I think that's very different than allowing the moisture for engineering reasons. But I think what we're concerned and what the regs are concerned, is stormwater or private, drain, et cetera, that's going into the public space. But I'm comfortable with what's being proposed here.
Thank you, Ms. Chamberlain. And I know that Ms. Dar, you want to make sure that there is not any electrical conduit running through the middle of the weep holes that will then have electricity and water combined together. I also want to note that it was a water issue that DC Water made. DC Water wants to figure out what may have caused the condition for the water line break in the tunnel. And we do need to be very careful. We just shut down the 3rd Street tunnel for several days, particularly the southbound lanes. And so to Mr. Garrett's point, and Mr. Shaheen's point, as well as Ms. Chamberlain's clarification and consideration, stormwater management and water management are critical components. Water is life, quite literally, and water is gold in the West, and it will become gold here in the East. So, is there any further conversation with the applicant?
No, I'm good.
Thank you. Hearing none, is there anybody else present who would like to speak to this application? Tracking number 372444 at 3210 Rodman Street Northwest. Hearing none, the chair will make a motion to approve the application with the following conditions: that Urban Forestry review and approve all plans related to tree preservation and management. Actually, I'm going to take off that last part. That it's Urban Forestry review and approve all plans. I don't want to limit their consideration. That tree matters. That tree also needs water, so it'll serve as a natural stormwater management device. So the first condition is that Urban Forestry review and approve all plans. The staff have that motion. Sorry, that condition. The staff has that condition. I'll take it by silence. The staff does have that condition. Thank you. Then second condition is a statement that weep holes comply with any requirements for stormwater management. Does the staff have the second condition, that the weep holes comply with any requirements for stormwater management? Does the staff have the two conditions for the motion?
I have a question.
Just one moment, Mr. Cole. We'll get to your question. I just need to hear from staff on the record that they have the motion. Does the staff have the conditions of the motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Cole, you had a question?
Yes, on that second condition, I don't understand whether that means that I'm allowed to have weep holes or I'm not allowed to have weep holes as drawn.
The correct answer is you are allowed to have weep holes that comply with stormwater management conditions. So
well, I'm still confused because the your design manual says that no water can go into this.
Mr. Kolb, I am going to interrupt you.
Okay.
And here's why. Because the short answer is you have a registered professional engineer stamp and sign on this plan, and that's enough. And frankly, I will make sure that we are clear about this in the future, because this is a ambiguous discussion that we're having with you. And when we have a discussion like this, we should have clear documentation on our side of the specific standards, regulations, adopted material that direct applicants objectively. And I don't see that on the record, so I don't know that this is a relevant conversation for us to have with you because we do not have our ducks in a row.
I concur. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I appreciate your time on this. Really, thank you. So, any further discussion with the applicant regarding the motion to approve? Okay, I've made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Made by the chair and seconded by Mr. Shaheen. Further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, we are ready for a vote on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, we now have a vote from each public space committee member on application 372444 to approve with conditions. Ms. Dar,
Aye.
Ms. Chamberlain,
Aye.
Mr. Shaheen,
Aye.
Chairman Marcoux.
Aye.
The vote on the record is 4-0. The application is approved with conditions. Congratulations.
Thank you very much for your time, gentlemen, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I do want to note that we do have a question in the chat. I'd like the staff, specifically the Mr. Graham and the DDOT moderator, to respond to the question from the members of the public who are asking these questions. One is from community member, is listed as a representative, and to Ms. Kristen Jones, who has also asked a question. We can make sure we get responses to those two persons in chat as we move forward. So speaking of moving forward, we're going to, and one of these questions is specifically related to the item that we are about to discuss, which is the iDream Public Charter School application. This is tracking number 373280 at 2220 Branch Avenue Southeast. Is the applicant present for 373280 at 2220 Branch Avenue Southeast for an overheight?
Yes. Yes. Good morning, Chairman Marcoux, Executive Secretary Garrett, and members of the Public Space Committee. I'm Janine Gomez. I'm the Executive Director at iDream Public Charter School.
Great. If you'll spell your last name, Ms. Gomez.
Yes, my last name is Gomez. Also have Matt Whitnall here.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Matt Whitnall. I'm the Director of Operations at iDream Public Charter School. My last name is Whitnall.
Great. Thank you. So, Ms. Gomez, Mr. Whitnall, we are in your hands.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for this time. iDream PCS is a new school, and we serve preschool to 3rd grade in Ward 7. We're located in the East Washington Heights Baptist Church Education Center at the busy corner of Branch and Alabama Avenue Southeast. We need to install a 48-inch chain link fence to provide a safe, enclosed play area for about 80 learners this year, and we'll be adding more learners next year. Our families trust us to create a safe haven for their children from 8 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. each day. We are deeply grateful to Pastor Kip Banks and the East Washington Heights Baptist Church for leasing this space in their building to us. We would not exist really without them. They opened their doors when we were searching for a facility. And as you know, this community-based church has been a beacon in the Hillcrest and DC communities for over 100 years. The church council selected and approved the play area on the Alabama Avenue Southeast side of the building, and we promised the church council that we will remove the fence when we leave this space in 2 years. We also thank the single member district 7B04 Commissioner Nash, 7B ANC Chair Tiffany Brown, and Commissioner Emeritus Robin Marlin for raising our awareness of the concerns of a group of Hillcrest residents about the safety of our learners in this proposed play area. Our takeaway from the August 10th community meeting is that we have the same concerns. Installing a 48-inch fence is critical to the safety of our young learners. Our learners are young and curious. They love to dream, and the fenced area prevents them from wandering away from the school. This site gives us visibility to the play area from the school's entrance and the principal's office. And a security camera allows our security officer to monitor who goes in and out of the fenced area. Now, the traffic on Alabama Avenue Southeast has been a concern in the community for many years. And this site also forces our learners to be in an area of vehicular traffic. The enclosed play area prevents exposure of our learners to the danger of moving vehicles. The fenced area keeps learners away from people we don't know, walking in the neighborhood or to the corner bus stop. And so we thank you for consideration of this request to keep our precious children safe. I'm going to now turn it over to Matt, who's going to give you more details about the project.
Thank you, Janine. I just wanted to go into a little bit more specifics about how we'll be using the fenced-in area and why we chose that location. As Janine mentioned, the primary use of the fence is to have a safe and protected area within which our learners can play during recess and physical education classes. Additionally, due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting risk mitigation that OSSI and DC Health are recommending and requiring of schools, we've been forced to alter our regular programming to ensure that we're minimizing any potential exposure of our learners and our staff to the risk of COVID-19. So as a result, we have conducted classes outside when appropriate, not just physical education, but they're also asking us to conduct core instructional lessons when appropriate, which we will try to do. OSSI and DC Health both strongly recommend that schools find outdoor manners to conduct those classes, so that's why we are requesting to add this fence. Additionally, one of the reasons that the primary reason that we want it above to the 48-inch mark is, as Janine mentioned, to protect against the busy traffic and anyone that we may not know who is passing the sidewalk along that property line. We believe the fence structure, as you see in the proposal, is extremely strong and will be adequate to prevent any potential accidents. The fence stakes and the cross beams are made of a high-strength steel grounded in concrete. So we believe this is our best effort to protect our learners from any of these potential accidents. Lastly, we are decided to add the fence in this location based on the approval of the church. This was the location that they are asking us to put the fence for a few reasons. There are other locations, but they are not appropriate based on either flooding or traffic through the parking lot of our school, which we are using for arrival, dismissal, and deliveries that see a heavy car traffic through. So thank you so much for your time, and we really appreciate everyone's consideration. And we look forward to discussing any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gomez and Mr. Whitnall, for that presentation. Is there a site plan we can review that helps put the location of the fence in context for us with the private property line versus the public space?
Sure, we should have submitted it, but I can share my screen and show that if that helps.
No, I just want to make sure it was in our record. So if you can direct Ms. Morton to it, she'll be able to pull it up and make it part of the presentation. Because right now what she is showing is your photographs, which are very helpful, but helpful to see the site.
If you go to the plat fence PDF, is that what you're looking for?
That is what we're looking for.
Great.
So, perfect. Okay. So, to be clear, This is an accurate representation of the property line from the Office of the Surveyor, from a plat from the Office of the Surveyor. So it demonstrates that there is no building restriction line on this side of the property, and that therefore the public space is delineated by the thick black line that runs through the middle of the play area, with the majority of the play area being on private property and a small element of it extending into the public space. There are a few dimensions that I think are important for our consideration of this request. Can we start with the following? This, and ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention at home because this is another vocabulary lesson, represents a trapezoid. We have a trapezoidal shape. So this is something you can also teach the students. This is great. So you can also go through shapes and names. Later on, we'll have a rhombus, I'm hopeful. Fingers crossed. So this trapezoid is created by 4 dimensions. One is the thick black line with the number 232.95 directly above it. The other 3 lines are the 3 red lines directly below it, one of which runs through something called the critical root zone for a 30-inch tree, and the other then runs roughly non-parallel, I should say, to that thick black line. And then the other line is a shorter red line segment that comes back and connects to the thick. So what is the dimension of the 2 parallel lines in this trapezoid? The one that is thicker or the one that's longer that is identified as adjacent to 2 critical root zones, and the other one which is shorter at the left side. You did not know there'd be a quiz, did you?
I don't have those dimensions
Okay,
specifically.
We will need those dimensions. That's a very important component because let me just step back for a very quick moment. Public space regulations allow for fences that are of an open design, like a chain link fence, up to 42 inches in public space. And you're asking for 48 inches. To approve an exception, the committee typically goes through 2 basic categories of consideration of the request. Either it's related to something special about the use of the property or something topographical. What we have here is a use request. So this is a use to enclose temporarily for 2 years, as we understand it, a play space for a very important learning center for pre-K to 3rd grade children in the community. It is something that the committee has considered before. We have a couple of locations where we have approved overheight fences for play areas related to school activities and playgrounds. So this is not new and news for us. The application clearly defines the area, and the vast majority of the play area, I shouldn't say the vast majority, but the substantial majority of the play area is on private property. So the ask is a small section of public space relative to the larger section on private property, and it demonstrates that you are attempting to use your space to the greatest extent possible for this play space. In order for us to understand the exception that you're asking, we do need the types of dimensions that I asked for, which would reflect the depth that this penetrates in the public space. So one of the locations where we approved an overheight fence for a public space was at a school, and the need for the fence was demonstrated by compliance with high school athletic requirements related to the size of a baseball field. So to be a qualifying baseball field, it had to have a certain size. Therefore, the outfield fence had to be beyond that. That's why it had to intrude into public space. And we were able to determine that the minor intrusion into public space was sufficient for approval because there was approximately 50 feet of public space from face of curb to the property line, and the intrusion was only 7 feet into the public space. So in order for us to make consideration of this request, we need that level of information. What we're hearing you say is you don't have that right now, but you'll be able to get that for us.
Yes, and I can at least give you how deep the stakes will be in the corner. It will be 30 inches deep, and then like the corner stakes, and then any stake under the ground that's not on the corner is 24 inches deep.
Excellent. So we know that they are 30-inch deep at the posts, at the corners, and then 24 inches deep for any posts. Thank you very much. I've done a lot of talking, so I'm going to step back for a moment and leave it for other public space committee members to ask their questions. So do other public space committee members have questions for the applicant?
This is Chris Shaheen. I do have a question. The committee has approved overheight fences for play areas before, but I cannot recall, but typically those are applicants that don't really have options for locating play areas on their private property. I can't recall ever seeing an application for a play area for a school or any other site and any other applicant that has so much space on private property on which this could be located, on where it could be relocated to, just based on what the site plan is. During the presentation, it was mentioned that they were ruled out for traffic safety issues or because they were low and I think stormwater. But I would need to know more information about why those other, more specific information about, for example, why that space between the school and the parking lot is not suitable. There isn't traffic going through it, so I don't see why that's a traffic issue. Or why the area between the building and the Branch Avenue right-of-way is not an appropriate alternative.
So that's an excellent question. Mr. Whitnall, Ms. Gomez, is there a reason why this play area cannot be located entirely on the private property?
I think the primary reason is that this is the location that was approved by the church. We are renters within this space, and so ultimately, however we use any of the space has to be approved by the church council. And so this was the only location that we were approved to place the fence. Regarding the space in front of the church with Branch Avenue, that has flooding, and so whenever it rains, it's nearly impossible. I mean, it takes days for it to dry, and so we consider it, not an option under really any means, even if the church were to approve it to have a location there. As far as the parking lot, because we have staff, we do arrival and dismissal. We receive a lot of deliveries in the parking lot. We find that unsuitable. We also see that there is a consistent flow of traffic that uses the back alley in that neighborhood, and we think that would put any activities that we had back there for learners in danger. And it's ultimately it's asphalt back there, and we have small learners who, they're not necessarily, the best on their feet, right? So if they're running, they will ultimately fall and hurt themselves, and when they fall on asphalt, that could be very dangerous for them. And so we're considering the safety of our students when not considering a parking lot in that respect.
I'm sorry if I wasn't clear on the comment. I wasn't suggesting that the playground be relocated into the parking lot. I was suggesting the space between the building and the parking lot, which on this plan appears that there's a curb along the parking lot and then a walkway that goes along the building. And in between that, I'm assuming it's landscaped area.
Actually, just one quick, hold on one second, because I think I actually have a solution that will allow it to be where it is. and will address the concern. Is there a reason that the fence can't just be 42 inches in height?
I think, I mean, ultimately, if that is what we have to do, then, you know, that might be an option. But I think we would really want it to be 48 inches because of the busy traffic from the road and from just that extra security of any passerbys along the sidewalk there.
So I'm not certain why the height of the fence is relative to the volume of traffic. Can you help walk us through what the issue is there? Because we're assuming, just to be clear, we're assuming that when the space is being used as play space by children, staff will be there monitoring them, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So is there a reason why that extra 6 inches is necessary if literally staff will be there observing and monitoring the children as they're using the space?
It's our understanding that for play areas, it's 48 inches is a requirement. I mean, it's to have it taller. I mean, we have some older learners, 42 inches is okay, but as our learners get older, that height, you know, is almost they're at 42 inches, if not more. So that was our understanding, that 48 inches is a height that is typical for playground areas.
Typical and required are different items. So to be clear, there's a specific regulation related to the use of public space that limits the height of these fences to 42 inches. There are requirements in the building code for safety related items and the heights of fences. An example would be that at the enclosed pools, a pool fence must be 4 feet in height. But this isn't a pool, this is a play area. So it's important for us to confirm and to know that whether there is actually a regulatory requirement for it to be 4 feet tall, or if it is merely that that's a relatively standard use, which have two different standard for you.
Understood.
Have two different standards. If it's a regulatory requirement, that creates a heightened standard, if you'll pardon the pun, versus a common standard, common practice in the
Okay, we will go back and look for that requirement. To speak to the parking lot, in addition to it being asphalt, the church uses that.
I'm sorry. The comment is not to relocate the playground into the parking lot. So that's not an issue, at least comments that need to be addressed.
Okay. So what
I think, yeah, I think the space that you're referring to, sir, it's currently it's a rain garden that the church has installed. So it's not actually grass. It's used by, you know, installed rocks and trees and bushes to capture the rain runoff from the church. So it's not usable.
Okay.
And I did have one other question, and I do apologize because I definitely want to make the space available for other team members, public space committee members. We know that there are members of the community who are interested in speaking to this. Is there anything else you're planning to place here other than this fence? In other words, is there going to be playground equipment of any kind, like teeter totters? Okay, so neither teeters nor totters?
No. Okay. We have purchased blue blocks, building blocks. There's some photos, I believe, in the folder of children playing with them that are pulled out every morning by our custodians and then put back into a shed after school.
So nothing permanent. It's just like play materials will be brought there and then brought back. I do want to note for the record before we go any further that I actually literally grew up playing on a playground that was fully asphalt. It was a parking lot. My school was also associated with the church. It was parking lot for the church, and so it was the area for students. It's where my mother grew up playing. It's where I grew up playing, and it's now where nieces and nephews and associated family members go playing. And it's still an asphalt parking lot. I have no idea how they get away with it, but they did. With that said, I think we can almost cut to the chase and say a 42-inch high fence could be approved right now on the condition that if you need us to reconsider because there is a regulatory requirement of 48 inches, it would be brought back to us. But I think the committee's ready to, unless I hear something different from committee members, we're only placing a fence here, and it would, and it could be 42 inches in height unless there are regulatory reasons that it needs to be higher, and you're comfortable moving forward with that. We could probably cut to the chase.
Okay.
Okay. So, but before we move forward, I just want to make sure committee members have any questions or comments for the applicant before we move to community members who are interested in that. So, Mr. Shaheen, Ms. Chamberlain, do you have any questions for the applicant beyond what we've discussed?
Sorry, I just had one last one, and it might have been covered and I missed it. It's just the fence that's in public space. Are there any toys or any other play items in?
So we had that discussion. They have portable items that they bring out to play when the children are playing, and then they remove them at the end of the play day and pour them.
Got it.
Okay, so and Ms. Chamberlain, you and I were on the same wavelength on that because that was my question. And Ms. Gomez said, "You got boxes, we bring them out, boxes, and we." Perfect. And it's nice to know that the children will be monitored while they're out there, so that any great need can be that boo-boo can be fixed immediately. So we do know that there are community members who are interested in speaking to this. I am familiar with 2 of them who have notified us in the chat that they want to speak to this. The first community member whom I'm aware of asking us if they wanted to speak to this is, I believe, Kristen Jones. So if Miss Jones is available and would like to speak to this application with her daughter, take yourself off of mute, identify yourself for the record, and we look forward to hearing from you. So this is to Kristen Jones. Ms. Jones, if you are interested in speaking to this application, if you are on mute on your phone, you can take yourself off of mute. And if you identified your name on the record, our team can look at the persons who are participating by phone, that we are able to assist you with speaking to the record. In the meantime, the person who is identified as community member has notified us also that they want to speak. Before we do that, I do see that Kristen Jones is in the meeting as well. Again, if you're able to take yourself off of mute, please do so. In the meantime, why don't we hear from the person who has identified themselves as community member? So if that person will take themselves off of mute, so hear their comments to the committee.
Director McHugh?
Yes.
Yes, good morning. My name is Philip Hammond, and I'm a former ANC commissioner of ANC 7B04. And I just wanted to say good morning to you and the committee members, and thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony opposing permit application 373280, submitted by the I Have a Dream Charter School to erect a chain link fence in public space to exceed 42 inches in height at the south side of the East Washington Heights Baptist Church, located at 2200 Branch Avenue Southeast. I am providing brief testimony for Mary Hammond, my wife, and myself. Let me begin by saying that my wife and I are very encouraged by the unanimous vote of the 7B commissioners to oppose the permit application 37320 submitted by the I Have a Dream Charter School. We are very concerned that the construction of the fence will potentially damage the root system of 2 heritage trees, including a street tree on the west side of the site. Washington is known as the city of trees. This community, or I should say our community, for over 50 years has had an active tree and environmental committee to protect our trees. We also are current members of the Casey Tree Foundation. Since this site is proposed to be used for recess of young children, we believe that physical health will suffer from the excessive vehicle exhaust and their lives endangered by speeding, aggressive drivers who travel this block of Alabama Avenue. Further, we believe there are options for the play space. There is a parking lot which there has been some testimony about on the east side of the church, which is used by staff. This space can be converted to a play space for recess. Next, by using temporary fencing that can be used in a grass-like surface called AstroTurf, which can be rolled out on an as-needed basis. In addition, there is a safe, well-equipped playground with swing, slides, etc. at the nearby Hillcrest Recreation Center. Finally, if constructed, the fence will be a permanent fixture, while the occupant of the lease, I Have a Dream Charter School, has the potential of being a temporary leasee. Now, I have heard someone say that after 2 years that they will remove the fence when they move. But I think the options that they have can be used rather than putting a fence where they want to put it because of the heritage trees and the endangerment for the children. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my testimony. I've concluded my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. I really appreciate your comments. I want to clarify 2 things. First, your last name is spelled Hammond. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And you're a former ANC commissioner?
Yes, former ANC commissioner for 7B04, the same site where the church is proposing to put the fence.
Thank you. And I just want to say before I go forward, we really appreciate the input from ANC and ANC commissioners. You all are volunteering your time to represent your community, and you're elected by them to be their representatives. You do it for no pay. That is a true example of commitment to the community. So thank you very much, and thank you for your time here.
Thank you.
If I understood your comments, they were essentially 2 broad categories. One is the impact of the fence and its support posts below ground on the critical root zone of heritage trees, particularly the one that we see right in the center of this picture, as well as the point that this is a proposed permanent fixture for what is currently a temporary tenant of 2 years' time. Is that an accurate summation, Mr. Hammond?
Yes, that's accurate, with the exception that there are 2 heritage trees. One is, they should be shown on their diagram, but there are 2 heritage trees and 1 street tree that can be affected by this construction.
So in their plan, the one that we're looking at, there is absolutely that one street, the one heritage tree with a 30-inch diameter trunk, and they're clearly identifying that the post, we'll call it the northeast post, planned northeast post of the fence would be clearly within that critical root zone, and that the southeast corner would be just at the far perimeter of a 24-inch, of an 18-inch diameter street tree. You're absolutely right to be concerned about the impact of installations on trees, and particularly on heritage trees. I did check our record on this in the Urban Forestry Division, which is responsible for both street trees as well as the protection and preservation of heritage trees and special trees, is on the record as having approved this application. So we defer to their subject matter expertise in these matters, but we can ensure that a clear statement from Urban Forestry of a tree preservation plan is on the record in the system, so that we defer to their subject matter expertise to protect the issue that you're raising, which is a very important one to the committee. I think you heard us in a prior conversation, if you were here for the conversation with the applicant on Rodman Street. But we take tree preservation very seriously, and it is a concern that we have, and it's not unusual for us to condition approvals on particularly Urban Forestry Division's review and approval of the tree protection plan, as well as the site plan itself. The other item you had was that this was a permanent fixture versus temporary use. We also plan on conditioning an approval for the life of the tenancy at the church, so that the fence would need to be removed when the tenancy completes, and we would typically place some level of condition on the application, which would include further condition on other documents, so that the applicant and the property owner are on record acknowledging that they wanted to remove this fence at the end of the tenancy. So hopefully, Mr. Hammond, you'll find that those two conditions would meet your concerns. Is that an accurate statement?
They somewhat meet my concerns. You know, I am concerned about the health of the kids, and a fenced-in area is not going to stop a speeding truck or bus or something on a four-lane highway on Alabama Avenue. Not highway, but roadway on Alabama Avenue. The issue about parking on the space on the side, I guess east side of the church, alley traffic, if you look at the diagram, the alley does not cross the actual lot of the church. And in prior charter schools, I guess several years ago, would use that space, they would cordon off a space that is asphalt, that's true, with a fence, temporary fence. They didn't use any kind of temporary, like AstroTurf or anything like that, but certainly that could be a consideration. So there is no speeding traffic that crosses that church parking lot, as indicated, I think, by Matthew or the other young lady who was testifying. So, you know, we have worked very closely with the church and MPD to control the traffic that comes through the alley, but that traffic will not affect the church parking lot. However, you know, the staff certainly would have to move their cars, so that would be an option for the play space for the children.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. Let me address the first point you made, which was about the speeding traffic on, I believe this is the Alabama Avenue side of the property, correct?
Correct.
Right. So while you are correct that a fence, like a chain link fence of this type, would provide little barrier to a speeding vehicle that were, let's say, collide with it or to run into it, that's a different matter than what the committee is considering. That is a traffic safety, traffic management matter. And frankly, for a car or vehicle to do that, it would have to jump the curb, go through the trees in the tree box area, and then collide into the play area. So while we are very careful and considerate, particularly in transportation-related matters for applications, I wouldn't say that this application has a relevance directly to the traffic flow on Alabama Avenue. That is something we would consider, for example, curb cut or any other use that would be immediately proximate to it, like a sidewalk cafe. But your point is very well taken, and we do take child safety, particularly in relation to play areas and areas that might be adjacent to traffic, very seriously. It doesn't appear that that is implicated in the plan. But really, thank you for bringing that up. The other item I wanted to mention was you had talked about alternative locations for this play area on the site. That is a matter for the applicant as a tenant and the church as a landlord for their consideration and for their determination if what area might be appropriate. What comes before this committee is a request by an applicant, and we consider it objectively independent of those related matters. And the things we do consider in relation to the application are those items that are directly relevant to the use. So we do encourage you to continue the conversations with the church and the school related to not just this matter, but all associated matters for ensuring that the space is used appropriately, not just the public space, but the private property, that the children's health and well-being are of paramount importance to everybody, that they be given a space for learning, growth, and development that will give them the opportunity to reach their highest and best. So I really, yes, Mr. Hale.
Yeah, I was just going to say I do appreciate you considering what I have said, but I would also like to note for the record that there is a public health issue, which I guess the committee probably does not have any overbearing or any kind of consideration about. But the excessive exhaust from buses and cars that sit at the traffic light is going to have some public health impact on these young children. But I appreciate you listening to my testimony, and hopefully, I Have a Dream Charter School, I hope, will also take into consideration some of the things that I have also offered to them. So thank you very much, Director Mark Hu.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hammond. We really appreciate your input there, and that was a very helpful conversation to help define and clarify, both for our purposes and for schools purposes, the concerns of the community. That was very helpful. I want to come back to Ms. Jones, Kristen Jones. I believe she is available to speak to the record. So, Ms. Jones, if you would like to speak with the committee.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Good morning. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and the member of the committee. My name is Kristen Jones. That is spelled Jones. And I also have my daughter here, London Jones. And she just wanted to state she wanted to share some information. I do apologize that my speaker was not working on the computer. She drew a beautiful picture, but I'm going to let her talk about what she wrote. Go ahead, say your name, please.
My name is London. My last name is Jones.
Okay, and read what you wrote.
I like to go outside and play, and I also like to run around and play tag and stuff. And the fence that I actually drew, it was like me and my mom and daddy's fence at our house. It's like a little brown fence, and at the top it's like triangles.
Okay, thank you so much. And just to add, we just wanted to say that it is really important for the children to be outside, and our number one goal is safety. And we are in full support of having a play area for the iDream Public Charter School children. Thank you so much for your time.
Pardon me.
Hello? Hello?
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm community member. I was instructed to hang up from the computer and call in.
So just 1 moment, Ms. Member. We'll be with you in 1 moment.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Thank you.
No, but you're perfectly timed because that's where we're going to go next. You're the next person that we're going to hear from. And you've given me the opportunity to collect myself, because frankly, got a little teary listening to Ms. Jones describe that picture. That was very sweet. So to the younger Ms. Jones, thank you very much. I do regret that we cannot have your picture, but I'm going to ask that if your mother can scan that picture in. I think it's very important that we have it on the record, and I'd like the staff upload it to the record along with your statement, so we have that.
Absolutely, we will do that.
Okay, thank you.
Say thank you.
Thank you. Really, I don't know why it's having such an effect on me, but it really is. So, pardon me. So with that said, it could be the fact that my brother also became a grandparent for the first time and let me know about it yesterday, which is quite lovely. Yay, next generation's learning and growing. Awesome. And I also like to play outside, and I like to run outside, though I run probably quite slower than you do, Ms. London Jones. But thank you thank you very much for those comments. With that said, we have the person named community member who is interested in the record. So if they will state their name for the record, spell their last name, present their name.
Hi. Yes, good morning, Director McCoo. First, my name is Robin Marlin. I'm former commissioner for 14 years for ANC 7B05, which abuts this area. I'm sorry I couldn't connect on the computer, but I don't have audio on the computer. But I do want to take this opportunity to thank you again for so many of the DDOT open house meetings that were held for ANC commissioners, because it is a help to be able to connect with the agencies and to, understand your regulations and the functions of the agency. But I am calling in because I am opposed to the fence for safety reasons. I'm opposed to the fence because the community has worked, 20 years with DDOT, with traffic studies along Branch and Alabama Avenue. We've worked with DDOT tirelessly to get traffic calming measures on our side streets. While I appreciate Little Miss Jones wanting a fence, we are utmost concerned about the safety for the children. There are alternative locations on the church property. It's a huge church, and I think I did write his name down. I think Mr. Sheehan noted that. Looking at the survey, you can see that there's a lot of land around the church. Let me just share with you, this is not the first school that's been at the church. There was a school there just before this charter school entered, and they did use the parking lot. Actually, they were older children, but they did section off a section of the parking lot and put up equipment for those kids to play. Also, those kids they were old enough to walk to the rec center, which is maybe 5 minutes away from this location. I also want to share with you that I did talk with Ms. Gomez, because Ms. Gomez, she's the CEO for the charter school. She did not reach out to the community. She did come to the ANC. She spoke with that single member district commissioner, who also did not reach out to the community that's directly impacted by this project. So I reached out to the community members. There was a community meeting held very graciously by the single member district commissioner at my request, actually, and no one on the call except for one parent who does not live in our community spoke in opposition to this fence. Subsequently, the ANC, who is to be given great weight, as you know, rejected the permit based on the discussion from the community. What I found so ironic is that Ms. Gomez and Matt have taken everything that I pointed out to them as a negative for this space and used it in their presentation to you all. So it was very shocking to me that they would take the very things that I feel are of concern and point them out as if it's their concern. When I spoke with both of them, they had no concern about my concerns. So in looking at this permit, certainly it may meet some of the regulations. I hear you, mentioning about the height of the fence and what have you. But Alabama and Branch Avenue is a Trojan horse for accidents. We had one last week at the very corner, just diagonal to where they want to put this play space. We also had a couple of months ago a car veer off of Branch Avenue and run into the front door of the church. These are very factors that they have ignored, they have not shared with you all, and I just find their presentation very disconcerting. When I'm reaching out, I reached out to Ms. Gomez to try to find alternative locations. She was not open to that. I don't know why they're wedded to this one location. I mentioned to her that DPR has renovated all of their play spaces so that they have the rubberized surface, which is more safer for children than grassy spaces. There's so many rationales that I can point out to this committee where this play space should not be erected in this particular location. Sure, I understand kids need to go outside and play, but they need to go out to an area that's safe, that's clean. The church does not really clean up around the location, even where they temporarily fenced off this space. So there are a lot of concerns that the community has that the pastor, the church council, and Ms. Gomez are ignoring. And the biggest appalling act to me was the fact that they didn't reach out to the community. I just happened to learn about it attending one of the ANC meetings. But there needs to be community outreach. The agencies reach out to us. I've already spoken with the gentleman that's going to oversee this project, Urban Forestry, and Ms. Keller. So we're concerned, Mr. McCoo, Chairman McCoo, about what goes on in our community. And I just feel like this particular school has not really taken that into consideration. There are alternative spaces for them to locate that play space. If they're going to spend $7,000 to erect a fence there, they can take that $7,000 and move it to the back where it's safer, put down a rubberized surface, encase it with a fence, and ensure that the students, the little ones, are going to be safe. And I don't understand why they're not concerned about safety. I don't understand why the parents aren't concerned about safety, because Alabama Avenue and Branch, as I shared with you, we have worked on that intersection for years. We have all types of traffic calming measures in place throughout our neighborhood because of the commuter traffic. So, I'm open for questions. I don't want to get too upset about this, but it's really upsetting to hear Ms. Gomez present this as if she wasn't aware of the concerns and they have addressed them, because that is just not true. And she wasn't open at all to the alternatives that I researched and pointed out to her. So if any of the committee members have questions for me, I'm available.
Well, actually,
thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marlin. I really appreciate your comments, and they triggered some important thinking on my side. I want to associate the comments I made previously to Mr. Hammond as a former commissioner for 7B04 to you as well as a former commissioner for 14 years for 7B05, which is that it is a voluntary position. You make yourself available to your community, and you are elected by them to represent them. So when you speak as an ANC commissioner, you are speaking as their representatives. You speak with a combined voice. That's very appreciated. And while you are a former ANC commissioner, there is still more gravitas to that point because you have been elected multiple times by your representative. So thank you. And actually, one particular comment you made that I want to drill down on or discuss a little bit more was the point that this is being used as a play space. And it's something that I didn't articulate previously, and I apologize for not doing so. But it also ties to a different regulatory process or concern, which is the following. One of the things we explain to people about what we do is that we approve things, not people. We're permitting things, not people. So what are we permitting here? We're not permitting a play space. We're permitting a fence. The play space is actually something that I would be surprised if it weren't a regulated activity with standards, conditions, and criteria that is regulated through an appropriate government agency like the State Board of Education or some other DC government office that regulates and manages schools, daycare centers, and community spaces for certificates of occupancy. So by any chance, are you familiar with the ANC having brought these concerns to that relevant body? Because the real concern I'm hearing articulated is not about the fence, it's about the location of a play space, which means that the play space is the concern, not technically the fence. And the reason I say it that way, and let me step back for a second, is
Yeah, I
that—
understand what you're saying. I understand.
Yep.
I understand what you're saying. But to answer your question, you're correct. I am former Commissioner Marlin for 14 years, actually. Sometimes, and I don't mean to offend anyone, sometimes when you have new elected commissioners, maybe there's an exercise, a learning curve where you research all these kinds of things. But I bring my comments to you because that's what they're calling it, a play space. Matt mentioned the garden out back, which the church did not put there. The community, Hillcrest Civic Association, worked to put that there. So I hear what you're saying, and my testimony is based on what they have presented. Now, to your point, I would have researched those other regulations and those other agencies that would interplay in this decision. But I am not the commissioner. Basically, what I am testifying on is what I know about the community and the fact that it appalled me so that this permit was not shared with the community. It was sort of happened on, a surprise to us. So that's what I have testified, my testimony is based on, and I think that that needs to be taken in consideration, and if not, this permit be postponed again, as it was in the beginning, because it was not shared with the community. And I think that Ms. Gomez, representing the pastor and the church council as being the ones that approve this, I'm told by church members that the church knows nothing about this permit, and it's upsetting. And I would not have handled this if I were the commissioner. I wouldn't have handled it in this fashion. But I've done the best with what I have, what was presented to me, the documents that I got from your agency, and what have you. But I understand very well what your question is, and I would have researched that avenue if I were the commissioner. If you understand what I'm saying.
Oh, I absolutely understand what you're saying, and being a commissioner for 14 years means that your community elected you once and re-elected you 6 times because they believed in you. They found you to be a champion and a representative of interests time and time and time again. That's a lot of years to put in, and the other part about being in 14 years means that you accumulate that knowledge and that historical context and greater familiarity with kind of the intricacies and different paths of regulatory requirements. I've been in this position for 17 years, and I wish I could go back to myself back in 2004 and say, oh my God, there's so much you don't know that you're about to learn. Let me see what I can give you then so that you can catch up to where you are now, right? So there is a learning process and a learning curve. Part of that is also knowing that there are other agencies. So there is a charter, there is a component that regulates charters and use. That is a very important part of the discussion relative to the use of the space.
I agree.
So
So, but to answer that question, well, I did do a little research on that. I did look at contacted the Charter School Alliance, and they advocate that existing schools that are empty or schools that have low attendance, that the charter schools use those sites first. I couldn't find any literature that advocates for charter schools to go into churches, because given that they would have a play space, they would have the space that they need. They are approved for enrollment of 110 children, and no play space, no fenced-in area. To your point, it's just they're applying for a fence. A plus staff are going to accommodate that number of people in that space that they've earmarked, that we can all see now. So you're absolutely right. The charter schools are advocating that they use existing district government buildings or schools that are already established.
Right.
And that's, you can go online and find that information out.
Right. And so so we'll leave that with the school and the community to pursue those avenues. Because as I said, what we're really considering is simply a fence without even playground equipment associated with it. There are no permanent installation of any playground equipment, swings or teeter-totters or other elements.
But isn't part of public space to ensure that public space is used properly? I mean, even the tree space, there are regulations for how you utilize tree space. So I guess I'm a little confused in your comment.
So you're absolutely right. There is a host of regulations, and quite literally, there is a 1,000-page book called the Standard Specifications for Highways and Structures that documents in great detail exactly how public space is to be constructed and what fixtures, equipment, etc., can be deployed, whether temporarily or permanently. It touches on things like what type of concrete you can use, what types of slopes you need to have, what type of signage is to be placed, the radius of curves entering into driveways, alleys, and streets. There's a whole host of those very specific standards. All of those, though, touch on things, not people. So in other words, they're not saying that here are the types of people who can use the space, here are the types of people who can't. What they're saying is that this is what a post needs, how a streetlight, for example, is designed and installed. So the question about the uses of public space typically are very relatively things like a sidewalk. They're often for commercial use.
Mm-hmm.
We're being asked for here to approve a fence. Your point about the use goes back to the point we were discussing earlier, which is the entity that regulates schools and school activities. And that's the relevant body to consider the appropriateness of this space as a play space.
Right. So I appreciate your comments, and again, like I said, as a former commissioner, I know very well what you're speaking of, but I am not the S&D commissioner. I'm speaking as a community member, a person who lives in that community, and for some reason, if they get the permit, DDOT has to live with it, not me. I have lived long enough to see permits given out wrongly, and it has come back to hurt the government. All I'm saying to you is I'm aware of everything that you're saying. My testimony, basically, I wasn't going to testify, but I heard Ms. Gomez mention my name as I was listening to her presentation, and it just appalled me that she would use the very concerns that I raised with her that she didn't care about as her rationale for putting up a fence. That's basically why I decided to speak up, because it's disingenuous, and I feel like she knows as well as I know it that the location of the play space, the fence, let's talk about the fence, can be erected somewhere else on the church properties. It's been done before. She's not the first charter school to come there. And there are stipulations in this permit, starting with the trees, the fact that she's encroaching public space. Make her move back. If you feel like it's not an issue, then don't allow her to occupy public space. Make her move that fence back onto the private property. And the other key is the minister and the church council do not make this approval. So this permit, I think, was submitted disingenuous because the church members did not approve this. So those are my comments for you all to think about as you move forward. But the biggest one is DDOT. DDOT work with us, with our community, for traffic controls at that intersection. There have been documented notable accidents that have occurred on that property, traffic accidents where cars have run onto the grounds of that property. If Ms. Gomez doesn't care about those kids, you know, I really don't have anything else to say. I asked the minister yesterday, why don't you care? But this is a business venture for them. And if this is the route they want to take and that DDOT agrees with that, they're in compliance with the lower fence and they can encroach onto public space, then that's just the way it has to be. But as I said, I have seen where permits have been given out wrongly and the city has been affected in the long run.
I really appreciate those comments, Ms. Marlin. I do want to note, by the way, I don't know that we did this. Your last name is spelled Marlin, is that correct?
Yes, just like the marlin fish, yes.
Thank you. And I will make sure that we have on the record a formal letter of support from the property owner for the application, so that there is no ambiguity that the entity authorized to speak on behalf of the property owner acknowledges on the record that they support the application, because you have raised concern about that, and it's relevant for us to make sure that we have that on the record, document that this is that it's not the tenant who's applying for this without the knowledge of and support of the adjacent property.
Well, and Mr. McGee, if I could add, I want to be clear. I spoke with the minister. He doesn't own the church, and neither does the church council. The members of the church need to hear about that, and they want to hear about it. They have a meeting in September, I'm told, and they want their voices heard.
We'll leave that with the church to manage its affairs with its members. That's a very important relationship, and we respect the churches and its members' opportunity to create that path forward for themselves. But that our conversation here has given me the additional information I need in order to, if we do move forward with the application, we're clearly documenting any of the concerns that are relevant for this body's consideration, because we are one body within a larger government organization for our consideration. Are there other members of the public who are interested in commenting on this application? I know of one further member of the public who is interested in speaking on this application. This is if I recall correctly, yes. Hi, Ms. Brown, how are you? Is it Ms. Brown or Mr. Brown? I see, I think, two children who are on the, so it's the two children Brown. And there we are, and there's Ms. Brown. Hello, Ms. Brown, how are you? We can't hear you if you're speaking, unfortunately. There you go, I believe we can hear you now if you speak. No, unfortunately, we still can't hear you. I unfortunately, I don't know why we're not able to hear you, but we aren't able to hear you. No, we still unfortunately can't hear you, Ms. Brown. Okay, so I'm just going to note that you have two IT experts immediately to your right, because they are digital natives, whereas I know I had to adopt technology as it's grown in my life. So they might naturally be able to seamlessly move you into being able to be heard. If you can do the following. You can call in on your phone. The number is included in the information online, and we'll make sure that we put that into the chat function now, because we do want to hear from everybody whom we have an opportunity to hear. But this is a good opportunity for us to come back to Ms. Gomez and Ms. Whitnall while you're working on that, to hear their responses to the comments that they've heard, particularly from former Commissioner Hammond and former Commissioner Marlin. So Ms. Gomez and Mr. Whitnall.
Thank you. Thank you for an opportunity to respond. I will say that in pursuit of the installation of this fence, where we started was the belief that where the church approved the site was church property. I was contacted. It is true what Commissioner Emeritus Marlin said, that I was contacted by single member district Commissioner Sidney Nash, 7B04, to inform me that, hey, I have this permit came to us. Can we talk about this? And I was open to talking about it. I talked about it with Commissioner Nash right away. Former Commissioner Marlin had contacted our school and spoke with our operations manager, and I followed up with her and talked with her. The idea of, when we talked about another option, that is true. What I was trying to explain to her was that we are trying to work with the church to create a temporary space for children to play while we're here for the 2 years. When I talked with our one of our board members, who is the former DCPS chief of operations, about like what would it take to put a play area over in the asphalt area, a place that's safe for little ones. Prior to us being here, Digital Pioneers Academy was here. They are middle schoolers. They play basketball back there. The barricades were sufficient for them. We would be concerned if we tried to put barricades back there that little ones would get between those and get out and get around. So we do need a fence, but in order to put a fence there, it requires breaking up asphalt. It requires pouring the rubber surface, which is more permanent. And so we are trying to keep to our promise that we are going to remove whatever we put there. So that is one thing that in addition to the church not wanting us to use that space, because when they have funerals, when they have weddings, when they have large services, they use that space. So that's taking away some of their space. So I just wanted to make that clear. I am not opposed to any other options, but that was one option that seemed to break our agreement with the church, that we wouldn't put anything down that was permanent. Our initial desire was to have the fence or have the play area in the front of the church. That's a place where we go in and out, and it's another place where we have good visibility of the play area, in addition to security cameras. But in addition to the flooding, having a play area in front of the church was something that church members objected to as well. So I'm not understanding why. The understanding is that the church didn't know about it, because we have been in conversation with the church to try to find a suitable place for the play area that meets their meets what their needs, and also meets the needs of our children. So so I just want to say that.
Well, thank you, Ms. Gomez. I just want to state something that is not uncommon in organizations, particularly dependent on the size, which is that leadership within an organization might know being on a conversation that perhaps isn't, and it hasn't been communicated necessarily with the members' leadership, or one group or organization knows something within a broader bureaucracy that other group or organization doesn't. So that is not an uncommon occurrence, and one of the reasons why my voice is a little hoarse today is because I've spent like Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday literally driving over 100 miles just in a 4-block area of the District of Columbia, 6-block area, to make sure that everybody was in touch with each other or had updates with each other. Water, fire, EMS, MPD, other DDOT offices, so that this emergency in the 3rd Street tunnel was being communicated across channels and everybody knew what was going on. I was doing site inspections to see what traffic flow looked like or what opportunities were for adjustments to traffic flow. And it's because communication matters. So we'll leave it with the church to most effectively communicate with its members and its community about the pathway forward that it has identified and continues to identify with the school. And speaking of that, Mr. Shaheen, I think you had a question for the applicant about the school.
Yes, thank you. I guess this is for either Ms. Gomez or Mr. Whitnell. So I'm not familiar with the charter school approval process, but I'm assuming there is some approval process that you went through to make sure that your facility had everything that is needed or required to be a charter school, and I'm assuming that included a playground and the location of the playground. Can you explain where, through that approval process, the playground was located?
So yes, we did go through a rigorous approval process. We did not, the only thing that they require is that we have a play area. There wasn't a requirement to show any design or drawing. To be honest, when we were approved, we didn't have we had just, we had a conditional approval because we didn't have a facility at the time. So once we leased the space with East Washington Heights Baptist Church, the understanding was we would create a play area. And so we had to talk through that with the church. We didn't have to show where that space would be, just that we had to have one.
And does the charter school facilities requirement include a square footage minimum for the play area?
No, it does not require square footage. It requires a number of minutes that children need to be outside and play, but that is left up to the school.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Shaheen. Do committee members have at this time any additional questions for the applicant or for Ms. Marlin?
This is Ms. Marlin again. I just have one last statement, if I could. Is that permissible?
Oh, absolutely. And then
okay. I just wanted to address the rubberized surface. Ms. Gomez can go online. There are numerous companies who will come out and lay that down. She doesn't have to dig up any asphalt or anything to put it down. And then, as you know, if you look around construction sites, you can mount fencing without having to dig up, if you will, the asphalt. I've seen it mounted in tires or what have you. There's a way that this can be done, but she just needs to be open to finding another location. To the right of the church, there's a grassy area that abuts a homeowner's property, and there's trees there to show, demarcation and privacy. It would be a longer area, and that is why it wouldn't require a public space permit. It would be on the church property. So there are alternatives, and I would really like to see her try to work with the community and the church members to find another location for this space. You know, I understand the kids need to play. They need to go outside. We have a wonderful rec center. You know, one of the community members asked her during the community meeting, why not take the kids to the rec center? And she cited that would be too costly. So I'm thinking, you know, take that $7,000 she's going to spend on the fence and invest it in the children. Think about their safety, get them away from that busy avenue of Alabama Avenue and Branch Avenue. Again, I cited the two recent accidents that we've had at that location. And I just would like to see her just care a little more and be more concerned about the children versus putting up, you know, coming to you all asking for permit to put up a fence. That seems the easy way out versus look at the long-range plan of the safety for the children. And again, thank you, Chairperson McCoo, for allowing me to make my remarks.
Absolutely. I also want to be clear that the committee considers the objective information and doesn't ascribe motives or intent to anyone in their applications. We look at what we have objectively. So that is how we approach our applications, and we believe that everybody comes to these meetings, presents their material with the best intentions. So with that said, I'd like to move forward. I believe Ms. Brown is with us and is able to.
Hello?
Yes.
One second.
Yes, perfect. Hi, Ms. Brown. I believe we can hear you.
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Zaya Brown, and how you spell that? ZYAHBROWN, and I fully support putting the fence up because my little sister goes to the school, and I volunteered helping with the teachers and the kids, and I've seen people speeding through on the road, and I feel like that it's not safe to be speeding through the road, and I feel like that the fence should keep everybody safe, and I feel like everybody should feel safe and everybody should be safe because there's also a lot of kids and coaches and teachers and parents that drop their kids off, and some of them probably don't feel safe without a fence there with their kids playing there. So I feel that you guys should put a fence up because there needs to be more safety, and I feel that putting the park in the parking lot is not safe either because people come in and out of that all the time because there's alleys and a bunch of cars, and I feel like that's dangerous also. That's very dangerous. So I feel like you guys should put the fence up and keep the playground where it is because I feel like all the kids and people should feel safe.
Okay. Young Ms. Brown, this is very thoughtful of you to speak on behalf of. Please.
And Miss Janine cares about all the kids. She cares about me. She cares about Morgan. She cares about all the kids. She cares about everybody in that school. And that's why she wants to put up the fence to keep everybody safe.
Ms. Brown, thank you very much for those comments in support of Ms. Gomez and her intent to keep the children safe and happy for as part of their educational experience. What grade are you in?
You're welcome. I'm in 5th grade.
You're 5th grade? That's the best grade ever.
Sis, that's not pre-K.
It is not pre-K, and it is not through grade 3. Her sister, I believe, is going to.
Sorry, thought I was muted.
That's okay. How old is your sister?
My sister is 4.
She's 4.
And her name is Morgan. Hi, Morgan.
Hi, Morgan.
Hi.
Morgan, it's great to see you. A very important question, Morgan. 4th is the best age ever. When is your birthday?
September.
In September?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, you're about to be 5. That's very exciting. Are you looking forward to going back to school?
Yes.
Yes. I think your mother's very excited to have you going back to school too. That's wonderful. That's really good news. Thank you for being part of this conversation. It really means a lot to us.
I like them.
And we want you to know that we are all concerned about your safety. We all want to make sure that you have a good, safe space to play in, so that you can just be a kid, because that's the whole point of being 4 years old, is to just be a kid. So with that said, thank you very much, Mrs. Brown,
You're welcome.
for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Okay, and remember to do everything, listen to your mother and do everything she says.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Ms. Gomez, and do everything Ms. Gomez says. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there anybody else present who'd like to speak to this? Oh, well, do committee members have any questions for the Mrs. Browns that we just heard? Hearing none, is there anybody else present who'd like to speak to this application? Just a reminder, this is the application for the fence at 2220 Branch Avenue Southeast, tracking number 373280 for iDream Public Charter School. Okay. There is nobody else present who'd like to speak to this application. Well, we have had a very full conversation on the record. We've heard from several community members with a variety of perspectives on the application. I have been informed, by the way, that this site has very important history in it as well, that the original church building here at the corner of this site was designed by Arthur Heaton, the first supervising architect of the National Cathedral. So this location and this site have a very deep spiritual history and have been part of bringing the community together in worship and in community building for quite a long time. And that's excellent to hear. And it means that this is another chapter in that very long, rich history. With that said, I am going to move forward with a motion to approve the application with condition. And I have several conditions, so I will take a moment when I read each one to make sure staff have the conditions in total. There are 5 conditions. The first conditions relate to the site plan itself. The first condition is that the fence be reduced in height to 42 inches. The second condition is that the dimensions for the length and width of the fence in public space be added to the plan, as well as the distances from the corners of the fence to the curb, drawing a perpendicular line from the curb to the corners of the fence. In other words, how far out into public space does the fence come? How wide does it run across public space? And what is the distance from those fence posts to the adjacent curb? That material does not need to come back to the Public Space Committee. That is simply for documentation on the record. So condition number 1 was that the fence be reduced in height to 42 inches. Condition number 2 was that the dimensions be provided on the plan for the fence's run and length, as well as for its distances to the curb. Does the staff have those 2 conditions? Remember that there are 3 more.
Yes, those are clear.
Yes.
Thank you. The next condition is specific to the tree issue. The application must include an approved plan from the Urban Forestry Division for the location and specifications of the fence, including its depth. That is on both private property and public space because of its proximity to a heritage tree. So that is not just for the portions that are in public space, it's also for the portions that are on private property. The association is with the special and heritage tree laws of the district. So to recapitulate that condition, it's that the Urban Forestry Division review and approve a tree protection plan that includes both the public space and the adjacent heritage tree on private property. Does staff have that condition?
Yes, our understanding was that they did approve it based on the conditions.
Mr. Whitnall, they may have.
Okay.
We just want to make sure that it's on the record and that it's clearly about the protection plan for both in public space and on private property. The only thing I saw on the record that was uploaded from Urban Forestry was from a previous comment where they were explaining what the tree protection materials were. So it doesn't mean it hasn't happened. The committee wants to be assured before a permit is issued that it has been documented on the record. Because frankly, we do not want to issue a permit that will kill heritage. So does the staff have that condition?
Yes.
No, not you, Mr. Whitnall. You're awesome staff, but you're staff for the church. Sorry, for the school. I'm talking about staff for the public space committee. No wonder you were responding when I said the staff have that. Now I understand. Does the public space committee staff have that condition?
Yes.
The public space committee staff have all three conditions so far. The last two conditions relates to the relationship between the use of the space and the adjacent private property and its ownership. There are two conditions. One is that a letter of support from the property owner signed by a representative authorized to represent the property owner supporting the application be provided. So it's a letter of support provided by the property owner, signed by an authorized representative of the property. I'll repeat that again. It is a letter of support from the property owner, signed by a representative authorized to speak on behalf of the property. Does the staff have that condition? The public space committee staff have that condition. Does the public space committee staff have that condition?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. And if you don't, you don't. You can say, please give us a minute, or you can ask me to clarify anything, okay? And then the last condition is that the fence is to be removed at the end of the school's tenancy at this site, and that it be done, it be documented in a manner that travels with the history of the property as well as with the permit. The reason I phrase that to the staff that way is because it might be a covenant of maintenance, and that's the most likely method. But we want to leave that with the staff to determine. So it's that there be a document on the record with both the permit and the property that the fence is to be removed at the end of the school tenancy at the property. Let me repeat it one more time. That it be documented on the permit and on the property records that the fence is to be removed at the end of the school's tenancy. Does the public space committee staff have that condition as well?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, what was that?
Yes, I have it.
Great. That's the motion by the chair. There are a total of 5 conditions. I'll just go through them very quickly. The fence is to be reduced in height to 42 inches. Dimensions are to be added to the plan showing the length and width of the fence as well as the distances at the corners from the curb. That urban forestry review and approve a tree protection plan, both for the public space and for the adjacent heritage tree and private property. That a letter of support be provided from the property owner signed by a representative legally authorized to represent the property, and that it be documented both in the permit and on the public space, on the property records. Fences to be removed at the end of the tenancy. Is there a second on the motion by the chair?
Second.
Made by the chair and seconded by Mr. Shaheen. Further discussion on the motion? I do have one quick comment I want to make, which is that as we heard, there is a lot of community engagement on this item, which is both in support and with concerns and reservations about this use and about this location. While that is not in the purview of the committee, we continue to strongly recommend to all applicants that, just as we demonstrated here, with a full, complete conversation with all members, giving them all space to speak to us so we could hear and understand and articulate with them their concerns and address them as best we could. We strongly encourage that behavior to be used and modeled across this process with all relevant parties. That includes the property owner and the church. It includes the regulatory bodies for charter schools, as well as for the school itself, the ANC and the community. So that's the only motion. That's the only comment I have on the motion. Does any other committee member have discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, we are ready for a vote on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, we'll now take a vote from each public space committee member to approve with conditions application 373280. Ms. Dar.
Aye.
Ms. Chamberlain.
Aye.
Mr. Shaheen.
Aye.
Chairman Marcoux.
Aye.
Vote on the record is 4-0. The application is approved with conditions. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Thank you, Mr. Whitnall. Thank you to the community members for their comments on the record. We appreciated hearing from Mr. Hammond and Ms. Marlin as former ANC commissioners, as well as continued persons active in the community. We appreciated hearing from Ms. Jones, Ms. Brown, and their children about the importance of having a safe play space for their children, and we are glad we were able to move this forward. With that said, we're going to move forward, but I do want to take the opportunity to give people an expectation on our timing. We're on item number 10 on our agenda. We have a total of 24 items on the agenda. We will hear 2 more applications, application number 10 and number 11, and then we will break for lunch. So those people who are in applications 10 and 11, you know that we will hear you before we break for lunch. And then those people who are in applications 12 or later, you know that we will be taking the lunch break before we hear from you. The committee will take a half-hour lunch break at that time. With that said, we are ready to hear application number 373447 at 3120 Cleveland Avenue Northwest, an application for a variety of streetscape improvements, including a handrail for ADA compliance, a wall over 42 inches, and the repair or replacement of a driveway. The applicant present.
Yes, this is Frank Pinto. Good afternoon. I'm going to turn it over to Sheila Nail from Bowler and Matt Dreher from Gensler to provide the update from the last session that we had with you all.
Thank you. If you don't mind spelling your last name, Mr. Pinto.
No problem. P-I-N-T-O.
Thank you. So which member wants to speak on behalf of the application?
Hi, I will go first. My name is Sheila Nail,
Last name is spelled Nale.
Okay, I'm sorry. Are you waiting for something from us? Because we are in your hands.
Yes, we have one other team member also, Matthew, if you want to go ahead and address.
Sure thing. My name is Matthew Dreher. I'm the architect from Gensler. Last name is spelled Dreher.
Thank you. So if you want to walk us through what you have done, where we were from our last discussion, and what you have done as follow-up to that discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. I will go ahead and begin. We were on last month's Public Space Committee hearing where we gave a full presentation to the board. Since that time, we walked away and met with the respective reviewers and have coordinated with Ms. Katrina Felder to re-upload our plans and address all of the comments that were outstanding to have it cited as approved or approved with condition. So at this time, that has been the status of that. And so we are happy to walk through any last questions that Public Space may have. But at this time, we have addressed all of the comments that are reflected right now in the TOPS application.
Thank you. Ms. Knoll, can you walk us through what your understanding of the last outcome from the conversation with the Public Space Committee was and what you have done to address those comments?
Sure, I will go ahead and begin related to the permit items. Related to the permit items, we had updated the type descriptives to address the comments that are reflected on our permit application. And then Matthew, if you want to update the board about what happened with Tim and the other respective reviewers.
Sure thing. So a few of the comments were in regards to the location of the accessibility lift and stair that is part of this scope of work. And we had addressed that based on the grade conditions and indicated the reasons for that location and why that was best suited for this site based on the site conditions present. We had also talked through the height of the retaining walls and how they act as guardrails as well as enclosures for the vehicle gate as it goes into an open position. That was another comment that we had. And then there were other questions that were related to making sure the building restriction line was shown on the plans, which we had also done. Lastly, we had talked about the height of the wall of the coming into the site. There's a kind of ovaloid structure there for the fence. So there's an existing fence that we are proposing to demolish and then push further into the site to allow for the entry to occur. So we had put notes there in terms of the top of the wall height.
Thank you. Do committee members have questions for the applicant? Okay, no questions from committee members for the applicant. This might move more quickly. Okay, I do note though, that also for the record, I just want to be clear that the State Department has been in touch with our office, as is the case with applications for uses of public space by properties engaged in diplomatic missions from other countries, and they are working with us, and we are aware of their requests related to the application. They indicated their support of the application, so I just wanted to note that for the record. There is a comment on the record, which is that they wanted to make sure that this is from the Planning and Sustainability Division. They want to make sure that the proposed wall behind the sidewalk on Cleveland Avenue is not higher than the existing wall or fence. Is that an accurate statement, that it is not higher than the existing wall or fence?
Yeah, the top of the wall at the vehicle entrance would be at the same height as previous existing condition.
Thank you. I believe, I just want to make sure we put it on the record, that I believe that that is the only substantive comment or condition on the record that remains. So with that said, is there anybody else present who'd like to speak to this application, tracking number 373447 for 3120 Cleveland Avenue Northwest? Okay, hearing none. I just want to note that the Australia could have brought 2 children from Australia to speak to their application, which would have been as awesome as what we just heard. I am very excited for the city that we have young ladies like the Sisters Brown and London Jones, who are going to grow up in the city and become the next generation of excellent citizens in the nation's capital. Very exciting. So with that said, the chair will make a motion to approve the application for tracking number 373447 at 3120 Cleveland Avenue Northwest. Is there a second?
Second.
Made by the chair and seconded by Mr. Shaheen. Further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, we are ready for a vote on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, we'll now take a vote from each Public Space Committee member on application 373447 to approve said application. Ms. Dar.
Aye.
Ms. Chamberlain.
Aye.
Mr. Shaheen.
Aye.
Chairman Marcoux.
Aye.
The vote on the record is 4-0. The application is approved. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the team that presented. We appreciate your time, and you'll be able to work with staff next week on getting your permit.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
That said, we'll move forward to item number 11 on our agenda. And just a reminder to everybody, once we've heard item 11, we will take a half-hour lunch break. It's an application tracking number 368522 at 302 Florida Avenue Northwest. It's an application for a below-grade projection, commonly called a window well, but technically it is actually an areaway. So we have a host of concerns listed on the record. Why don't we hear from the applicant first? Is the applicant present for tracking number 368522 at 302 Florida Avenue Northwest?
Yes, we're here.
Great. If you'll state your name for the record, spell your last name, and present your application to the committee.
Sure. My name is Joey. Last name is Yaffe. Y as in yesterday. A. F as in Frank. F as in Frank. E. Thank you, Mr. Marcoux. And actually, our architect, Ronald Schneck, with Square 134, is going to do the presentation. He's here as well.
Hello, this is Ron Schneck from Square 134. Can you hear me?
We can, sir.
Hi, good, what is it? Good afternoon. And may I have access to share my screen? Or do you have the, perfect, thank you. Okay. Let's go to, again, thank you good afternoon and thank you everyone. My name is Ron Schneck with Square 134 Architects. I'll go real quick in sort of the project, and then we'll talk about the specific issues. Feel free to ask any questions as we go, but again, I don't want to take up too much time just going over the basics of the project. This is a renovation project, historic district. These are the area ways for these two properties, 302 and 304 Florida Avenue, that we are proposing to to make a little larger than what is allowed per public space requirements, and I'll get to the specifics of that, but I just wanted to walk you through the project. Been through HPRB already, and so this is just specifically related to the areaways. This is Florida Avenue. These are the two projects. This is part of the Hart-Wardman series of buildings. This whole area block essentially is its own historic district. And again, just some streetscape views. Quickly walk you through. Again, stop me if you have any questions, but I'll get right to the meat of the issue in a couple minutes. This is the rear of the building, front of the building. Again, it's these areaways here, and I'll talk about dimensions momentarily. Just a couple more images. And perfect. Okay. So what we are asking for is, apologies, too many windows. Is specifically spelled out in the code modification, and I'll go through that. Oops. Okay, so this is basically the crux of it. So it's our understanding that a 10-foot sidewalk is the requirement along Florida Avenue, and so that is shown here, 10 feet. And what we are asking for is relief to modify that to 8 feet. And the reason why we are asking for that can be seen here, in that this is the existing stoops that obviously are going to remain as is. And what we are asking for is instead of having the areaway, back here to adhere to the 10 feet, we're asking for relief to bring it to this part of the sidewalk, which we believe is consistent with the sidewalk as well as the neighbors. And so this yellow line is showing you where that 8 feet is. The 10 feet is actually back into here, and so we're asking for the relief because we need the additional the additional areaway, and we don't believe that the projection, the additional projection, is inconsistent with this portion of the sidewalk. Is that enough information? I apologize, I haven't presented to this group before, so I just want to make sure I'm covering everything.
Well, actually, what it would be helpful is to explain how your application fits within the specific section of Title 12A, Chapter 32, or modifications from code projections. So what will help us is for you to explain what the code, what the limitation in the code is that you are exceeding, and the basis, the formal basis from the code modification standards.
Yes, sir.
How you are meeting those standards for code modification. Okay.
So to the proposal that that we're making to modify the code is the portion that I would be referring to, is that a 10-foot minimum clearance to curb line, streets 60 feet to including 90 feet. I'm sorry, 60 feet up to and including 90 feet. And we're asking for that to be modified so that it includes up to 90 feet, so that we can have that additional square footage. That's the diagram. And then the 4 specific reasons that we believe this application complies with the strict letter of the construction codes is the public space sidewalk is existing. The 3-foot wide areaways are required for egress from the cellar. The 3-foot wide areaways are also required to accommodate gas and electric meters. And we believe that by enlarging the areaways to align with the existing stoops, we will be aesthetically improving the streetscape experience. Both HPO staff and HPRB have agreed. And I have correspondence from Brandon Meyer, who was the person at HPO that we have been working with. Does that answer your question, sir?
It does not. Thank you.
Oh,
appreciate it. It doesn't answer it at all.
Okay.
So I'm going to be very specific.
Uh-huh.
And this is what I need you to speak.
Okay.
Okay. The building code for modifications, Title 12A, Chapter 32 that you're talking about here, that you're showing.
Yes, sir.
You're showing the code standard that you are asking for a modification.
Yes.
In that exact same chapter, nearly the very first statement after an explanation that projections are not a right and require approval from the building code, official. And the next statement is the basis for providing a modification is the following. And then there's an articulated set of standards to be applied. The items that you just mentioned,
yes, sir,
unless I missed it, do not speak to the bases for providing an exception in the building code for a modification. So I believe what we're talking about is 3202.4.1 because there are nerds, there are regulatory nerds better than I at finding these items.
Okay.
And that is the code provision that you need to explain the modification basis. Are you familiar with 3202.4.1?
3202.41. I am not.
That is exactly the basis on which modifications are considered.
Okay.
And the other considerations that you brought up are not unimportant, but they are not the basis, they are not the starting basis for consideration of modifications from the building. Okay.
Okay.
So let me read to you what I understand to be the basis for modifications in the building. You are requesting, there are essentially two bases. One is about foregone construction, that's 3202.4.2. I don't believe that applies here. I believe what you are requesting a modification from, the basis for your modification is modifications in the general public. This is 3202.4.1. All of this is in Chapter 12A. The modification standards are articulated there. They require you to submit a written code modification request. They ask it. It explains that it will be referred to both the Department of Transportation and the Office of Planning, and in those circumstances, it might be referred to the Public Space Committee for review and consideration. That's what's happened here. And that the bases, and this is probably where the rubber meets the road mostly for your consideration, is that the primary object of the modification is not to change interior arrangements. The modification will not interfere with adjacent buildings. The modification will not create an unsafe condition for occupants of the premises or any portion thereof, or for occupants of adjacent premises. And that the relevant criteria to apply are whether the proposed modification is inconsistent with the District of Columbia's policies for uses of public space and will negatively impact current or future use of the transportation network. Whether the proposed modification is not an embellishment. Whether the proposed modification detracts from the public parking and experience of public space. And whether the primary effect of the modification is the private occupation of public space. So you need to provide a written statement for consideration by the relevant reviewers, articulating how this code modification fits within those four criteria, and that they provide a basis for the code official to approve a modification based on the broader context about not changing interior arrangements, not interfering with the adjacent buildings, not creating an unsafe condition for occupants of this premise or a portion of occupants of adjacent premises. That's all in the building code.
Okay, understood.
Okay, and then to go further, the definition of embellishment is articulated in Title 12, Chapter 2 definitions. An embellishment is an architectural element that ornaments and articulates the facade of a building as defined in the construction. So that's the work that you have to do, and that's the basis you have to articulate. What you have explained, which is important, is that you're not asking to take up public space that will impact pedestrian travel, for example. That's a great point, and that's part of the criteria that are articulated. But we don't even get to that point if you haven't explained how it fits within the, roughly speaking, within the term of embellishment. That all, I think I've explained as much about this as I can right now. Do other committee members have comments for the applicant related to this application?
Yeah, this is Anna from DDOT. I disagree that it does not have an impact on pedestrian experience. Yes, it's not in, it doesn't block the pedestrian clear zone, but it would make the already very narrow sidewalk along a major arterial feel even more narrow. For the same reasons we don't like walls right up against the sidewalk. It does have an impact on the pedestrian experience itself, making it more airy. And then obviously the other items, I mean, there are reasons why we do not allow these within 10 feet from a curb because of the impacts to street trees and to the especially now with stormwater management that we're putting under the sidewalks. So this also impinges on that. Unfortunately, Florida is a very narrow sidewalk and space, which is, to me, it's just, yes, it could meet the stairs, but it has a much bigger impact than the neighboring stairs to the pedestrian environment, to, you know, possible street trees, stormwater management, et cetera. So I'm not, that's, I guess, all I wanted to say.
No, you're completely right. And I apologize, Ms. Chamberlain, you're spot on. I spoke inartfully, which is not a shocker because I speak a lot and I often speak inartfully. What you are explaining is there are additional elements related to this modification that raise concerns, and that what I meant to say was that the initial basis, you can't open the door to consider a modification unless you're opening the right door. And the right door is 12A-3202.4 modifications, and specifically 3202.41 modifications in the general public interest, and more specifically the criteria in 3202.4.1.1.1 relevant criteria. So I was explaining that he wasn't even going to the right door to come in for us to have that conversation. But I think we should also talk about the points that you're raising, which are very important, which are above and beyond the points relative to being able to articulate that this is an embellishment. There are substantial comments on the record related to impacts to street trees, related to the elements that you were explaining, that the areaway and projection will create issues related to a clear pedestrian path and the public's experience of that space. So back to the applicant. Once you submit a modification that fits within the standards articulated in the building code, the team will be able to give you more substantive comments related to, one, does it meet that criteria for being an embellishment, et cetera. And they'll also be able to speak to items such as the pedestrian experience that Ms. Chamberlain just articulated and the other components. For example, this does impact street trees. So you need to be prepared to get past both the initial point regarding building embellishment and then the articulated points regarding impacts to street trees, the pedestrian experience, as Ms. Chamberlain was noting, et cetera. So I think you should expect that this will be a longer, fuller conversation. I don't think that we are queued up right now to have it because you haven't come to us with the initial basis for us to consider whether this even qualifies as an embellishment.
Understood. My apologies.
Ms. Chamberlain, does that help clarify the point?
Yes, thank you.
So back to Mr. Yaffe, you have I apologize, I just want to make sure I pronounce that correctly, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
I called you Mr. Yaffe, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Great, I just want to make sure. Because I know that like my last name has actually multiple pronunciations. In fact, I pronounce my last name differently than my father did. So apparently he and I are from two different families. So you have a very tough row to hoe here. You're going to have to start by meeting the definition of an embellishment just to get in the door for consideration. And then beyond that, you heard that there are questions that will be raised relative to this use for this location, impacts to the pedestrian experience, impacts to street trees, etc. So before you go further down this path, I believe that you should look at all of those components and be prepared to explain how you are meeting those and what the best path forward you believe is. Okay?
Okay, and then just to clarify a little bit, if we could, on the street trees, obviously we've been back and forth with Ms. Dendy and her comments, and so we're well aware of the street tree comments. I believe that we have understand what it is she needs from us. Let's put it that way. That we've been back and forth. So with an arborist, I guess my question: it seems to me that the collection of the other comments, at least in reading them, all appeared to be the same comment, which was that we did not comply with the setback, the required 10-foot setback. It sort of looked like it was the same comment from multiple reviewers, kind of addressing the same idea and sort of saying Public Space Committee will determine that. So that, I guess, leaves the open question of just whether or not having the edge of the areaway sort of flush with the sidewalk would be, I suppose, a different experience than the fence on the adjacent property, because on 300 Florida, it's not only the stair that extends there, but their entire fence along the public space is there as well. So is that correct? That's sort of what we need to address. Obviously, I understand that there's a technical legal response we need for meeting the threshold to even be open for.
No, Mr. Yaffe, it is not a technical legal item. Sorry, it doesn't appear that I'm being as clear as I need to be. That embellishment is not a technical legal item. It is a substantive discussion on the record, explaining how what you're asking for isn't just to use more space and to privatize public space. It's that it serves specifically as an embellishment as defined in the building code for the building. So I don't know that there's going to be much more we can discuss today, because frankly, we do have a full agenda and we want to keep moving through it. We would ask that you go back to the drawing board with all the licensed professionals on this project. You review the clearly articulated regulations and standards that have been long-standing, and that you make sure that you are addressing all of those issues. I'll give you another one to look at, Title 24, Public Space and Safety, Chapter 1, Section 100, where it actually explains, and this goes to the point that Ms. Chamberlain was raising, very specific elements that the Public Space Committee considers for uses of public space beyond this point, beyond the uses allowed in the regulations. In other words, you are saying the regulations allow me to use X, I want to use X plus. You have to meet that for both the projection code. You also have to meet that for public space. Read the material in Title 24, Chapter 1, Section 100, where it articulates the bases for considering allowing a use of public space beyond that permitted by law or regulation. I'll read those to you right now on the record so you have them. And that should go even further toward your ensuring that you understand what the bases that will be considered are. And this, I believe, Ms. Chamberlain, if I'm correct, goes directly to the point that you're raising related to the pedestrian experience. And so again, this is Title 24, Section 100. And the language is the following: that the proposed additional use will not endanger the public. Proposed additional use will not substantially interfere pedestrian or vehicular traffic. Interference, I believe, was what Ms. Chamberlain was just articulating. The proposed additional use will not increase the area of public space that the applicant for the permit is authorized to use by other law or regulation, and that the proposed additional use will not adversely affect the public interest. So those give you more bases to consider for your articulation of your basis for our consideration.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Is there anything else that committee members want to discuss with the applicant before we close out this application?
This is Chris Shaheen. I have one additional point I want to make, and that is how the proposed areaway wipes out entirely the landscape area between the property line and the back of the sidewalk. The projection code, which has already been pointed out, establishes minimum distances from the curb, and those distances increase with the street width. The allowances for areaway projections, this is an areaway, the amount that an areaway can increase also can extend in the public space also increases with the width of the street, and specifically with the amount of public parking that is between the back of the sidewalk and the property line. Together, both of those regulations ensure that there is some element of landscaping between the back of the sidewalk and the property line. That area is called public parking. It is intended to be part of the city's park and open space system. These projection allowances specifically take into account maintaining some of that area as landscaped. And that's just another issue I want to make sure is considered as part of any justification for what is currently being proposed, which wipes out that landscaped area entirely.
Got it. Thank you.
So I also want to therefore kind of close with this, Mr. Yaffe. You hear a lot of concerns from the Public Space Committee members about your application. I will reiterate, you have a very tough row to hoe here. You should think very thoughtfully about what would happen if this application is not approved and how you would move forward with your plan and design for the buildings in that case. I'm not saying that the Public Space Committee would not review and approve the application. I'm merely stating that that could be an outcome and you need to be prepared for it. And the reason we're not moving forward today on your application is because, in part, you have not come to the right door. And we do not want to presuppose you couldn't enter through that door if you have the opportunity to think thoughtfully and professionally about what it takes to walk through that door. By that door, I'm referring specifically to the component in the regulations that talks about an embellishment of the building. So please go back, consider all of the relevant regulations that we've just articulated for you. Consider those in relation to your property and consider those objectively. Do not consider them from the basis of the property owner and the design team who wants to use this space for these purposes. Consider it from the basis of the Public Space Committee, which will make a decision that will last for generations at this property. Put yourself in the position of the pedestrian walking down the roadway. Put yourself in the position of the arborist who has to care and maintain the trees. Put yourself in the position of the neighbors who will have to have this experience of the public space and this streetscape moving forward. And if you put yourself in those positions and you are able to articulate a very objective, reasonable basis for consideration, then that's a great opportunity for us to move forward in that discussion. But if you believe that you can't articulate an objective, reasonable basis to meet those criteria from those perspectives, as well as the perspective of the building owner, you may want to reconsider.
Understood. Thank you.
This is Ron Schneck, real quick. Just want to apologize for not understanding the process accurately and appreciate the comments that you did in fact give us. Very helpful and informative. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Do you mind spelling your last name, please, Mr. Schneck?
It's SCHNECK.
You didn't have a father who was a professor at Catholic University, did you?
No, I'm from Pennsylvania, and there's a relative who's at Temple University, but not Catholic.
Thank
you, sir.
Professor Schneck. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Schneck. Mr. Yaffe, thank you for your time. I believe that it's appropriate for you to be asking for us to table this application, that you're asking not for us to table, but you'd like to postpone the application for consideration at another time. So are you asking to postpone?
Sure, that sounds like a good plan. And we'll reconsider and see whether or not we can meet the criteria. And if so, we will come back and represent.
I think that's a good bet, because right now, if we were to take an action on the application, I don't know that it would be. Thank you.
Come across pretty loud and clear.
I'm not presupposing what the committee's decision would be. I'm merely explaining the committee's articulated this very important, serious concern. So, with that said, since this has been postponed at the applicant's request, we do not need to take a formal action on the application, and we can consider the discussion for item number 11 closed, unless there's somebody at in this meeting who would like to speak to item number 11, tracking number 368522, for an areaway projection at 302 Florida Avenue Northwest. Okay, hearing none, that application is now postponed at the applicant's request. The time is 12:58 in the afternoon. As I noted, we would take a break following item number 11 on our agenda. We have reached that time. The committee will take a 1/2 hour recess, subject to the call of the chair, at 1:28 in the afternoon. Thank you.
Mickey, I see your mic is on. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Matthew Marcoux. I am the chair of the Public Space Committee. It is 1:28 in the afternoon, and we are reconvening the Public Space Committee meeting for Thursday, August 26th, 2021. Just want to recap for the record. We want to make sure we have Public Space Committee members in the meeting with us so that we can confirm we have a quorum. I see that Mr. Dean is on the record with us. I know that Ms. Chamberlain's camera is not working. I just want to confirm, Ms. Chamberlain, you are on the call, correct? We'll wait for Ms. Chamberlain to confirm, but I see Ms. Dar, you are on the call. And we've gotten confirmation from the team that they are back ready to go. Ms. Morton is presenting her screen. Ms. Phipps Evans is managing and monitoring the chat. Ms. Felder confirmed that she is back in the meeting. So I believe we are ready to proceed. So where we last left off was item number 11 on our general agenda. So we are now moving to item number 12 on our general agenda. It's an application at 1850 High Street Northwest, an application by the James G. Davis Construction Corporation for waterproofing public space. This is tracking number 327-700. Oh, sorry, 372-700. I apologize. Tracking number 372-700 is the applicant present. Is the applicant for 1850 I Street Northwest present?
Yes, I am. I'm waiting on my permit expediter, Anthony Carroll, as well. Apologies.
No worries. Do you want to start, or do you want us to wait for Mr. Carroll?
I don't mind starting. I'd rather we just kind of keep moving. So.
Thank you. As would we. If you'll state your name for the record, spell your last name, and present your application.
Certainly. My name is Julia Malatoris, spelled M as in man, A-L-I-T-O-R-I-S as in sugar. This is in regards to a sidewalk renovation project outside of 1850 I Street Northwest, specifically relating to some waterproofing that is within the public space area. I'm looking at some of these plans you have, but the general intention behind the project is basically waterproofing remediation to existing waterproofing due to the building's just issues that they're having on the inside. The area that's within public access is more of a waterproofing area that is on top of an existing below grade garage that is being removed and reinstalled with all of the new up-to-date waterproofing requirements. And then the hole is being refilled with, or the hole that needs to be made to do the waterproofing work will then be refilled with geofoam, a Silva-Cell system, with then a full new paver sidewalk.
Thank you. Before we move forward, I have a question for staff. This is probably to the Executive Secretary, Mr. Garrett. Mr. Garrett, are you on the call?
Yes, sir.
So waterproofing, excavation to perform waterproofing is a relatively common function in public space. What's the basis for this application coming before the Public Space Committee?
1 second, so I get back to you.
Sure, thank you. In the meantime, Ms. Malatoris, if you can walk us through the Silva-Cell that you are installing in the public space.
Absolutely. So the I think actually, if you don't mind pulling up the site plan document, that at least help give a general vicinity of where this all is. The Silva-Cells are basically, so as I mentioned, the garage that we are applying the waterproofing to is below grade. And the overall goal of the Silva-Cell system is to basically release a bunch of weight off of the garage. So, apologies that it's rotated, but that's fine. If you zoom into the, there we go. If you zoom into the left-hand side of the page, there where the hashes are.
And Judy, I'm on the phone. I had to call in from my phone.
No worries, Anthony.
Thank you. Mr. Carroll, if you will still spell your last name for the record.
Carroll, Anthony Carroll, KTT Permit Expediter.
Great. Just wanted to make sure we had the name.
But yes, so you can see the Silva-Cell line identified there with the dashed line mark. Basically, the intention of it is the best description is it's more complicated, but similar to like a container store shelving system in the sense of it comes in large pieces of fabricated plastic that basically clips together and acts as a structural system that will hold up the sidewalk above. There is then additional planting soil that is distributed within the Silva-Cell system because it is sort of technically hollow that allows for tree growth and so forth. But the biggest part of it is that it takes a substantial amount of weight off of the garage below.
Got it. And so it may be the Silva-Cell system that's being that's triggering the review and approval by the Public Space Committee, because while that might be a more standard use of public space, perhaps shoebox area, it might be less standard for uses of the public space in the sidewalk area and the area.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think because of the staff was requesting a covenant of maintenance be put in place for the area that's going to be excavated.
So do we have any objections on the record to the substantive use of the Silva-Cells, like the stormwater management team or urban forestry or any of the other reviewing groups?
No, sir.
Okay, great. Do committee members have any questions for the applicant? Does the applicant have any objection to entering into a covenant of maintenance for the Silva-Cells below ground?
I suppose I have a covenant. It's not with me in particular. It's with the owner representative. So I guess with that additional information, no, I do not have an issue with that.
So in other words, a covenant of maintenance is currently been drafted and is under review.
I believe it's been reviewed at least by on the DCRA side, but yes, it is in existence.
We love DCRA, but it's actually DDA.
Oh, excuse me.
They're lovely people, as Ms. Dar will attest to. She has been invaluable in particular applications related to electrical work in public space. For example, people who wanted to run a conduit across an alley, which is very unusual for most private property. And they are great, but this is what we
understood. But yes, then, and I will get with Anthony to make sure that it's sent your way.
Great. Well, that's great. So you are not, when you perform this excavation and you complete this installation and then you restore the public space, are you going to restore it to the exact same current elevation and materials that are at the location?
We are restoring it to the exact same elevation. The materials are changed to materials that were previously approved by a similar DDOT committee.
The public space, because we are not I work for DDOT, Joe DDOT, but we are not DDOT. We are the public space.
Okay.
Apologies. I know, but I'm going to go back to my prior background. Bam, public space committee. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, great. So, excellent. So is there anybody else present who'd like to speak to this application at 1850 I Street Northwest, tracking number 372700? Hearing none, the chair will make a motion to approve the application on the condition that the applicant enter into and record a covenant of maintenance for the Silva Cells. Does the staff have the condition?
Correct.
Yes,
Confirmed.
Mr. Chairman.
Great.
I have-
Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Shaheen, and I think also Ms. Dar, so I think we know where this vote is going. Mr. Secretary, we are ready, unless there's discussion on the motion. Mr. Secretary, we are ready for a vote on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, we now take a vote on application 372700 to approve with conditions. Ms. Dar.
Thank you. Thank you.
Aye.
Okay, I'm going to say that the person who said thank you is not Ms. Dar.
Ms. Chamberlain.
Aye.
Mr. Shaheen.
Aye.
Chairman Marcoux.
Aye.
The vote on the record is 4-0. The application is approved with conditions. Congratulations.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Malatoris. Thank you, Mr. Carroll. We appreciate your time, and we will move forward in our agenda. Item number 13. This is tracking number 375748 at the 4600 block of Q Street for multiple properties. This is an application for a new residential driveway and some landscaping. Is the applicant present?
Yes, sir.
Great. If you'll state your name for the record, spell your last name, and present the application to the committee.
Sure. Thank you guys for having me. I'm David Landsman, Landsman. I'm with Cass Engineering, representing the 4 homeowners at 4620, 4624, 4628, and 4632 Q Street. We're here for a concept submittal for the 4 homes to construct 3 new curb cuts with 4 lead walks, 1 lead walk per house, and associated landscaping, which involves relocation of a few street trees and the addition of a street tree. We have approval from all the DDOT sub-agencies as well as the ANC, and happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Great. Mr. Landsman, I have a general question before we get to the specific. You said you're applying for a concept approval. What's your understanding of what concept approval is for curb cut?
Cool. Good question. My understanding is that it is assurance that the Public Space Committee will be receptive to a similar driveway configuration and layout, assuming that the material facts presented don't change. We're doing it in this case ahead of going to the trouble or expense of doing a full survey and submitting the required plans and preparing everything to make sure that it is something that is going forward.
So it's your understanding that it's essentially a pre-approval of a design for curb cut or curb cuts at a location well in advance during the design phase of a property?
Yes, sir. So we've done it
By the
on
way,
larger.
wait. These are not trick questions. I'm merely checking some boxes, and other people who are in the meeting know why I'm doing so. So you're spot on. How long is it your understanding that this has been in place as an opportunity for property development?
It's a good question. I know we've done it on larger projects or where we're redeveloping a whole block. I've never been involved on something this small, candidly. And we got similar questions from the ANC and some staff. The reason we're doing it on this project or pursued it, I think we discussed it with Evelyn a little bit during reviews, is because unlike some other projects, there isn't a project here if the driveways aren't happening. It's the only component of the project. So it's making sure it's feasible before these homeowners all join together and undertake the project.
Okay. This is great.
So my understanding how long it's occurred, we've done it on some larger projects over the past couple of years.
Okay. So it's your understanding that this has been an option available for several years for projects and you've used it multiple times?
Traditionally on larger projects, but yes, sir.
Thank you. I know Mr. Garrett is chuckling to himself because we had a conversation yesterday with an applicant about this where they said, we've never heard about this before. So it's just nice to know that this process has been in place for years, is well known in the industry. Thank you, Mr.
And one thing to add, Mr. Marcoux, there's not a checkbox for it on TOPS. So, that may be part of the confusion. We wrote concept in our scope of work and sort of talked it through with the technicians. It wasn't difficult, but I'm not sure it's presented as a paramount option.
Technically, it's not we're just talking about it being done at the design concept phase. We're actually approving your curb cut. I mean, this is like, you're done. Your curb cut is set in concrete. And as you noted, the only reason it would change is if material elements change. This is not like pre-approval. This is like Board of Zoning Adjustment approval, where you're going to go 2 years later and get your building permit, but you're not going to have to go back to the Board of Zoning Adjustment for a new approval later. You just go to the building, you just go to the building office at DCRA and say, here's the zoning order, here's how I'm complying with the zoning order, let me move forward. And the zoning administrator says yes, and you move forward without another reconsideration by the Board of Zoning Adjustment. Exact same thing here. You could get this approved a year in advance, 2 years in advance. And in fact, we've done it where it was 2 years in advance. The person came back to us because it was one of the projects. They were delayed in their financing and in their planning, and they came back and we even gave them an extension. I believe we might have extended it another 2 years. So this is great to know that you're taking advantage of this program. We want everybody to do so, and we also want you to know that this is a long-term, multi-year approval. So you have this approval well in advance of the time that you actually need to. Okay, thank you. So one condition that a committee that was raised by a reviewer is that there be a covenant of maintenance for lots 7 and 8 that would articulate that the two properties are required to maintain the driveway, and that a driveway would not be closed off for the other property. So that they're ensuring access will not be closed off from one property to the other.
Yes, sir. And we intend to do that. I think that was Miss Israel's comment. We don't have adequate space to do your full 14-foot driveway, 7 aside between those houses due to their existing side yards. And we intend to do an easement and covenant between the two.
Great. Do other committee members have questions for the applicant? Okay, no questions from other committee members for the applicant. That's great. One other note, we just want to make sure that the Urban Forestry Division, were there any concerns from them that you have not addressed?
We've addressed all of them, met with Mr. Majerick, the ward arborist for Ward 3 on site, talked to him a little bit this morning about a couple other projects, and he's familiar with this and on board.
Great. So that's very helpful. All right. So is there any further discussion with the applicant from committee members?
Yeah, sorry, it's Anna. I'm zooming in. I'm having a hard time reading the shared driveway. What's the width?
The width will be 10 feet.
And I'm sure you explained it, but I missed it. Why can't lots 9 and 10 share a driveway?
So 9 and 10 can't share a driveway because we have a utility pole located right behind the curb. And we also have 2 special trees that we're trying to preserve between the 2.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Chamberlain. That was a great point to put on the record to make sure we understood why one set of being shared and the other are not. Okay. Is there anybody else present who'd like to speak to application number 375748 for 4624, 4620, 4628, and 4632 Hugh Street Northwest for new residential driveways and landscaping? Okay. Hearing none, the chair will make a motion to approve the application with the following 2 conditions. The first condition is that a covenant of maintenance or similar document be filed against each property for lots 7 and 8, ensuring access will not be closed off for the other property. So this is being approved with the first condition being a covenant of maintenance or similar document be filed against the properties for lots 7 and 8, ensuring access will not be closed off for the other property. The staff have that condition.
Typically, the square would be included if you're going to list the lot numbers. Just that.
That is an excellent point. Mr. Landsman, what square number is this?
It is 1357N, as in Nancy or North.
Okay, repeat that. One what?
1357N.
So that's lots 7 and 8 in square 1357N. The staff have the motion. The staff have that condition.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, staff has it.
Okay. And then the second one is very easy, compliance with all urban forestry division conditions. The staff have that condition.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, further discussion on the motion?
This is Chris Shaheen. You're specifying that a covenant of maintenance be filed, ensuring the shared access. I'm more familiar with this being done through a deed restriction that's on file with the Office of the Surveyor. So I don't know. So this, my only question is, do we want to specify, and you know what you're doing?
Okay. So I didn't say covenant of maintenance. I said covenant of maintenance or other appropriate document recorded against the property. Because I didn't think this was a covenant of maintenance, and I knew that there was something better, and you're much smarter than I am. So will you tell me what that document type is?
I have seen I've seen it in a deed restriction on file at the Office of the Surveyor, but I don't know if that's the only way to do it.
Mr. Landsman, are you familiar with deed restrictions?
We would typically do it through an easement or permanent right-of-way easement.
Okay. At the same time, Ms. Felder sent me a private chat saying easement. He is totally plugged in. So an easement, this is great. So we're going to be specific. This is an easement recorded on lots 7 and 8 of square 1357N, ensuring access will not be closed off to the driveway for the other property. Thank you. So Mr. Landsman, you know what we're looking for, depending on you to get it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And thank you, Mr. Shaheen, for raising that. It's excellent that we'll now know to use the term easement for some conditions, covenants and maintenance for others, and deed restrictions for a third. We'll find out what those are. Okay. I believe now, unless there's further discussion, Mr. Chair, we are ready for a vote on the motion.
Mr. Chair, call me the chair.
Sorry, Mr. Secretary. We're ready for a vote on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, we now take a vote from each public space committee member on application 375748 to approve with conditions. Ms. Dar.
Aye.
Ms. Chamberlain.
Aye.
Mr. Shaheen.
Aye.
Chairman Marcoux.
Aye.
The vote on the record is 4-0. The application is approved with conditions. Congratulations, sir.
And Mr. Landsman, thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to continue to move forward in our agenda. We have item number 14. This is tracking number 373715 at 1630 45th Street Northwest, an application for a new residential driveway. Look forward to you stating your name for the record, spelling your last name, and presenting your application to the committee.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olushola Pine. Feel free to call me Shola, that's my nickname. I'm presenting on behalf of the owners for 1630 45th Street Northwest. They are proposing to have a new residential driveway for an existing single-family dwelling. There is currently an existing shared curb cut between the neighbor along the Q Street side. However, the curb cut does not lead to parking spaces behind the building restriction line. So this is to just shift the curb cut now. Our plans show that we were extending the curb cut, but we did get a comment from Ms. Evelyn Israel that the width is too wide. So we just got the comment a few days ago, so we didn't have enough time to upload revisions for that. However, I do have proposed plans if she would like to see them to show that the curb cut has now been moved solely onto the owner's property, and they now have a parking space behind the building restriction line.
Can you spell your last name for us, please?
Sure. P as in Peter, Y as in yellow, N as in Nancy, E as in Echo, Pine.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Pine. I appreciate that.
No worries.
And yeah, that's awesome. So you're saying that you have plans that can meet the condition that was placed by Ms. Israel in her review from the 20th, where she says that that you can reduce the width of the driveway.
Correct, yes. And so I did want to, I guess, get a suggestion from the board, since we're closing the neighbor's driveway in order to be able to allow ours, do we need to provide any sort of, I guess, documentation between owners that the other owner is okay with us closing their portion of the curb cut so that we can successfully move it over onto the 45th property only?
Ms. Pine, that is an excellent point. So we would need to document on the record that the removal, so you are removing the shared curb cut from both properties, correct?
Correct, and then reinstalling, I guess, the curb cut. Yeah, because right now it's shared. I would say it's shifted, but I guess we do have to at least say it on record that the existing is being closed and then a new one in a new location is going to be proposed.
Exactly. So you are closing a shared curb cut, and there will not be a curb cut that serves the neighboring property. And you are asking to install a new curb cut for 1630 45th Street Northwest. And that curb cut, you're saying, can be modified to meet our standards for curb cut width to be no more than 12 feet for residential properties. Is that an accurate summation of what you just agreed, what you said you can do?
Yes, it is.
Excellent. And currently the curb cuts are off of Q Place?
Yes, they're off Q Place. The property 1630 is almost like diagonal. It shares, like, the corner of it faces the corner of 45th and Q Street. So the front of the property, even though the address is on 45th Street, the front is technically on Q. I'm not sure if that makes any sense, but if you're able to, I can either share my screen with the proposed, or if you want to see from the existing plans that were submitted in the application to give you a better idea.
We can look at this. Let me just do this super quick. So Ms. Morton, if you could go to Google Maps and go to, let me give you the specific address to go to. Go to 4507 Q Place, no, 45, not 44, 4507 Q Place Northwest. Okay. And then just hit Google. Oh, one step ahead is always. Thank you. Okay. For some reason, it's showing you the other side of the street, so go ahead and turn around. Wait, no, it's not taking you anywhere. No, because it took you to 4507 Q Street. You need 4507 Q Place. Yes, perfect. Stop there. That is the quote shared curb cut that you're closing, correct?
Yes, yes, right in between, like directly in the middle of that is probably the property line for the two properties.
So no worries. So you're going to tear this up and you're going to put a new curb cut over on 45th Street to access the property on 45th Street, and you're going to reduce the curb cut to 12 feet in width, both across the public space and across the building restriction area, meaning the area between the property line and the building restriction line, correct?
Correct.
Great. I think that takes care of everything for me. Do committee members have further questions for the applicant?
This is Chris Shaheen. I have some questions.
Sure.
Absolutely, sir.
Hi, Mr. Shaheen.
Hey, how are you?
Wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. I'm looking at what I think is the site plan that was submitted. Actually, I have a number of questions. So will the when you get a, I'm trying to figure out the order of my questions here.
Okay.
The shared curb cut that is there now, why can't that be used to provide access to this property's parking?
It just didn't have enough space without them basically driving into kind of onto the neighbor's property because it extends a little bit, like 4 feet, I believe, in a couple of quarters over into the neighbor's property. So they would always have to drive and then kind of like make a slight right swerve to completely park on the 45th Street property.
So is there currently a recorded easement or deed restriction allowing a shared driveway on lot 44 in the adjacent lot?
I asked, they couldn't provide me any details. The current owner is an LLC. They recently purchased the property. They did not see anything on file. I also tried to research in the recorder of deeds and did not see a recorded easement.
So I find it really odd that there's a shared curb cut here with no for no reason. So that's one question that I have. The other question is if the adjacent property owner is agreeing to give up this shared driveway access to the property, are they also agreeing that they will not apply for a curb cut?
This is the understanding. We did explain to them that if they close their curb cut, they will no longer have access from that side. And, you know, according to, I guess, the regular regulations for a curb cut, they would still need to provide some sort of off-street parking behind their building restriction line, which right now, the way they're, if you see from the picture, you know, they would have to cut some of these trees down just to provide themselves access and pave this area. And it didn't seem as if that was their intention. So that was where my question came in, just to have something on record. If I needed to have some sort of written agreement with that neighbor, just stating that they aren't going to come back to try and apply again on their own, you know, and then say we close their curb cut without their permission or something like that.
Okay, so that sort of summarizes my first. I have two concerns. That's my first concern, is that we have what appears to be a shared driveway or a curb cut that leads to a shared driveway that may now become two separate curb cuts. So that's one concern, and whether that property owner signed something saying that they'll never apply for a curb cut. I mean, that I guess could be one way to address that, but that's one issue. The other issue I have is what I think is the site plan, which is shown on the plat that was submitted in the tops.
Yes.
I'm wondering if staff could pull up that plan.
So Ms. Pine, what is the document that you'd like Ms. Morton to pull up from the application? or Mr. Shaheen, what is the document that you'd like Ms. Morton to pull up from the application? What's the document number or name?
Well, the one that I pulled up, I think is DC plat sign. It's the 0001.
That or the DDOT site plan, I think also show the full site. But yeah, they do show it as we originally submitted it to continue to be shared, but it did exceed the maximum that OP would allow because that curb cut would now be 18 feet wide.
So the what is labeled as a site plan appears to show the curb cut that's more like an existing. I guess it's just not clear on that plan. But are you saying what is pulled up on the screen now is what we should be looking at?
Well, technically no, because this is what we submitted. We wanted to keep the driveway shared and then just extend it a little bit over so that the new residents, whoever moves into 45th Street, did not have to kind of like drive in between and then shift over to get into their parking space. However, we did get the comment from Mrs. Israel stating that the proposal of that 18-foot width is too wide. And so we have revised documents to show that it is 12 feet according to the DDOT standards. However, I couldn't upload it prior to this hearing. I have the document available if you would like to see it, but even if they need to keep it as shared and maybe just, I guess, lessen the dimension, it has to remain how it is right now. I think that's still an option, but this is what they would prefer, just so, you know, it would never be any situations where, I guess, if the neighbor wanted to do something with their property, two cars trying to maneuver how to get in and out of the space at the same time, because it would be pretty tight.
Okay, thank you. So now I have three issues. The first is the one I already articulated. The second is that it's not clear to me what plans we're reviewing, because it sounds like you're asking for approval for something that hasn't been submitted. The third is the plan that you're showing here, that does it at least accurately show the location of the parking?
The location of the parking is actually listed, I think, on the DDOT site plan. So
The plan that we're looking at now.
It does not show the proposed parking spot behind the building restriction line. No, it does not.
Okay, because I was going to say what you're showing here is compliant. Okay, so it sounds to me like plans of what you're actually asking for have not been submitted.
They have not. Yeah, I got the comment from Miss Israel on the 20th, so it was too soon before the hearing date to get it back and revise and resubmit and have it reviewed before the hearing.
Great, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Shaheen. Further questions for the applicant from committee members? Okay, hearing none. Is there anybody else present who wants to speak to this application? Mr. Shaheen, you had a little bit more substantive a conversation with the applicant than I did, and you raised multiple concerns. So what do you think we should do with the application?
I think it needs to be tabled to give the applicant time to do additional research. And so I don't know how to verify that something doesn't exist. Like, I don't know how you verify no, right? So I just find it very odd that there's a driveway here that's shared, that's positioned as if it's a shared driveway, and then no records indicating that it leads to a shared driveway. So I guess one is like, why is that explain why that curb cut is there that is now. And then the second is, it needs to be tabled so that the applicants can submit plans that accurately reflect what they're actually asking for so that reviewers can review it. That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, that makes sense. So in other words, it's tabling it so that the applicant can submit the revised plans they said they've drafted in the period since the 20th to respond to reviewers' comments. This also gives them the opportunity to both research the property records for Q Place North, for the property on Q Place Northwest, as well as this property, to determine whether there was any easement or other deed restriction that authorized the joint use of a driveway, the use of a shared driveway across both properties, right?
Yeah, I mean, so the applicant's representative here has said that they have done that deed research and didn't find anything. So if that's the
No, I think Ms. Pine said that she asked the developer and they didn't have it. Is that an accurate statement, Ms. Pine? You didn't do the research yourself, right?
I did do just research in the Recorder of Deeds website. I looked up to the square and lot to try and see if I could find any information about if there was an easement, because I had the same concern when we saw the shared driveway, just to make sure that it would be legal if they decided to close it. I did not see anything in Recorder of Deeds. I'm not sure if there's another area, in DC government that I could search for documents like that, maybe in the surveyor's office, to see possibly if that curb cut was there from a previous subdivision. I really don't know, but I can take the time to find out more information.
And so what that brings me to conclude is that another question that needs to be answered, since that's already sort of been looked at, is why is that shared driveway there? If it's not because of a deed restriction or an easement, why is it there?
So I'm going to throw a wild idea out there. Maybe it was there because before this was subdivided lots, it was a single lot, and that was a curb cut serving a single lot. That's certainly a possibility, right?
I would assume so.
Yeah. So, this could be a relic from a bygone era. It doesn't look like that. It is interesting though, because in the picture of it in Google Street View, it does look like a relatively fresh paving. And it may be that what happened was the department reinstalled, like maybe we came through and did sidewalk work here and we reinstalled what was existing.
Would I be able to request that information somehow through DDOT just to see what permits may have been pulled?
No, it wouldn't. DDOT would not have pulled a permit. This is just basically our sidewalk team. So here's what. Okay, so actually, Ms. Morton, can you use the Street View function to go back in time to July of 2009?
While she's doing that, I will share that both this property and the adjacent property that would have been served by this shared curb cut were both built in 1949 by the same owner and the same architect and the same builder. So it appears that they were permitted and constructed concurrently.
So can you go to the 2009 Street View? Because the quality of the photographs from 2009 are a little better. So this clearly shows that curb cut was there. We see that it was newly replaced by DDOT, presumably when we came through and did a sidewalk work. Ms. Chamberlain, this is the kind of thing that we've had discussions with coworkers at DDOT about previously, where this would have been an excellent opportunity for the department to simply close up that curb cut at the time. So we'll continue to have those conversations. This might be a good example to explain and to demonstrate, to show why it would be helpful to close those at that time, because then we wouldn't even be having this conversation. We simply have a new curb cut application for this.
Yes, please, let's have that conversation.
So I'm simply going to make the recommendation that, if I may, I would recommend that we approve with condition that they remove this shared curb cut and they submit a plan that documents that they will provide a narrow curb cut for review and approval by Ms. Ms. Israel and Mr. Marr at OP for the design. I don't know what value we're going to get by going through that property deed restriction question. Those property owners can battle it out amongst themselves. This property owner says that they've done their due diligence, and we're only approving material that's going into public space. And we're approving the removal of a curb cut that doesn't lead to anything. So the property owner can't say, oh, but you took away my access to my property. You don't have access to your property right now because you don't have a driveway on your property. To have that driveway on your property, you have to have paving in public space, which would require a permit from us, and you don't have it. So rather than having to go through this one more or two more or three more times, and we see, by the way, that they've done new landscaping. The property on the left has done new landscaping. I kind of agree with you, Mr. Shaheen, but I'm also like, can we just get this thing done and move it forward? Because, you know, this is a relatively small, complex use of public space, not a really huge use of public space. And Ms. Pine says that she's done her due diligence with the recorder of deeds. She can do her due diligence with the office of the surveyor, and we can make it a condition of the permit that if there are no records with the office of the surveyor or the recorder of deeds demonstrating restrictions on either property regarding shared access and driveway, that they've done their due diligence, they provide that to the record, and they've shown that there isn't a right or a restricted access for either property. Mr. Shaheen, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, you know, I'm one of 4 members of the committee, so the only concern I have in doing that, so we encourage shared driveways as much as possible to cut down on conflicts with the roadway, to ensure as much on-street parking as possible, to reduce paving. There are a lot of good reasons as to why we can encourage shared curb cuts. It's often difficult to get them, so I'm very reluctant to give up one if one exists. If the applicant has said, you know, she's done the research at the recorder of deeds and hasn't found anything, if the committee is willing to take the word that there's nothing there, then I would agree with you.
I've got the solution. We reduce the width of the curb cut to 8 feet. So this person gets 8 feet, where they would get 7 feet on a shared driveway of 14 feet width. All we're really doing is taking 1 more feet of width on a curb cut, and they remove this entrance.
And that assumes there won't be another application for a curb cut on the adjacent property?
No, it doesn't. It assumes that when they come back, we're going to see the 8-foot curb cut on this side. We're going to say put 8 feet on your side, and all we've done is added 2 total additional feet of paving across the public space.
Oh, I see, because shared driveways are 14 feet, so we'd be only going up to 16 feet. Got it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with it.
I still have issues, I think way back with what Chris said, finding an accurate site plan and understanding if there really is parking that's not on private property and not within the BRL, and also trying to understand, I guess the shared part is a little bit confusing. I like your idea, Matthew, about let's just give them one, because it's not even clear there's a need for a shared driveway. So, but the drawings, I think, are what troubles me.
Agreed, and we definitely need to have clear drawings that would reflect any changes we've discussed, brought back, submitted back to the record. We're getting a little bit into designing from the dais, so we might need to go back to what you were saying, Mr. Shaheen, about tabling, but we have good direction for the applicant about what they need to do to get back to us with an approval plan. By the way, Ms. Morton, will you go down the street to your left? Because I'm going to show you all something that's going to blow your minds. Be prepared for mind blowing in 3, 2, 1. Boom. The exact same thing. Wait, go back one, Ms. Morton, to your right. So yeah, just click over it. Perfect. Stop right there. We have the exact same condition at the neighboring properties. So if you zoom back out a little bit, you see we have a shared curb cut, no paving whatsoever, who knows what it was leading to? What is
I
going
was about to
on?
say, doesn't seem to lead to parking in private property.
Exactly.
I mean, unless they,
Oh, hold on a second. Ms. Morton, please go to June of 2011.
Those two properties were also built in 1949 with the same developer.
oh my God, that is so terrible.
Stop, Ms. Morton, please go back. Perfect. Do not move from there. This is exactly what we want to see. All right. Okay. I'm going to make a motion to table this application. Further research has to be done on our side related to a variety of components about what has happened here related to both any driveway permits that were issued to these two properties, as well as any actions by the Department of Transportation for paving at this location. And that is a shared driveway, but it's a pretty big shared driveway. And it may be related to this redevelopment of the property because this property on the right side clearly has redeveloped. All right, I'm going to make a motion to table. We've got more research to do on this project, but Ms. Pine, I think you can hear that the committee is looking for a way to yes. We're not objecting to the application. We're just looking for making sure we get the right approval on the record so that you're able to move forward confidently on this. Are you comfortable with that understanding of what we're explaining to you?
Yes, I am. I do just have one comment or question. I apologize because I'm not exactly sure who's speaking, the woman, but I wanted to address just in case if she wanted to see how they were going to have the parking behind the building restriction line, if that page for VDOT site plan, if she wanted to pull it up just so that I can verify.
Hey, I'm still in my meeting. Can I call you back? I'm in my meeting. Can I call you back?
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. If you are not speaking on the record for this application, can you please mute your camera, microphone, or computer? Thank you. Please continue, Ms. Pine. And I think you're speaking with Ms. Chamberlain.
Ms. Chamberlain, sorry, I apologize. I just in case if you did want to see the parking space behind the building restriction line, it is uploaded on page, it's labeled DDOT site plan. Just in case, it does still show the unapprovable version of the curb cut, but at least you would be able to see how the parking was going to be set up behind the building restriction line if you were interested.
yeah, I think that's helpful. I think we're moving forward with the tabling, but it's something the reviewer noted. So it's more, the reviewer needs to also have the same information. Because they noted in their review that the parking was behind the BRL, so, or within the BRL.
Understood. And that sheet that just appeared for DDOT site plan, it showed, there it is, the proposed parking space, which is horizontal. I guess it's along the side. So just in case if you're wondering where they would park.
Okay. Also, by the way, while we've been talking, I just researched all permits since 2005 for Q Place, for this entire stretch of Q Place Northwest. We don't have any record of a permit being issued for a curb cut and driveway along this section of 45 of Q Place Northwest. So, Ms. Chamberlain, I think you and I will need to follow up with DDOT's paving team about their work along this block, and we should use these two locations as an example for our conversation, okay? I'll take your silence as a signal. So,
Yes, sounds
right.
good. Right there with you.
So with that said, I'm going to make a motion to table this application to allow the applicant to continue to do research related to any records with relevant government agencies about an approved shared driveway and access between the property at 1630 45th Street Northwest and 4507 Q Place. Doesn't need to be part of the official motion as long as the staff who are documenting our discussions can record that adequately. That will be very helpful when this application comes back to us. So the motion is made to table, seconded by Mr. Shaheen. Further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, we are ready for a vote on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, we now take a vote. The Meets Public Space Committee member on application 373715 to table said application. Ms. Dar,
Aye.
Ms. Chamberlain,
Aye.
Mr. Shaheen,
Aye.
Chairman Marcoux.
Aye.
The application is tabled with a vote to 4-0.
Thank you. This is a note to staff. Mr. Garrett, can you work with the relevant team members to do building permit research for the 4500 block of Q Place Northwest, particularly for the property that was shown as having been rebuilt? It looks like it was rebuilt sometime between July of 2009 and June of 2011. It's the property that's on the right-hand side of those two properties that we saw. The address might be 4511 Q Place.
I have it, sir.
Thank you. And I'd be able to read the address if it weren't for those accursed street trees that are everywhere. Okay. Okay, thank you. We'll continue to move forward in our agenda. So the next item on our agenda is item number 15. This is tracking number 375993 at 600 5th Street Northwest. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Thank you. If you'll state your name for the record, spell your last name, and present your application to the committee.
Yeah, last name's Ego Igoma, and permit consultant Carlos Iglesias. I believe he's on and should be opening.
Can you spell your last name, sir?
Sure. My last name is Egonwa.
Great, thank you. And you said you had somebody else working with you?
Correct. I think he's probably logging on, but I do have a team of folks with me. I have Carlos, who is the main applicant on the form, and also our design team with Picard Chilton, Stephen Harris, I believe, is on, and also our team, Steve Bell from Kendall Heaton, on the team as well. And I have Michael Cropper with our structural engineer at Thornton Tomasetti.
Every time you say a name, we're going to need the spelling of the last name, just a reminder.
Sure. I will start with Stephen Harris. I think that's H-A. I'll let him spell his last name so I don't.
Sure, yeah, straightforward enough. H-A-R-R-I-S.
Great, thank you, Mr. Harris.
And I have Steve Bell. Steve, you want to?
Yeah, last name Bell, B-E-L-L.
And then Michael Cropper.
Hi, Michael Cropper, C-R-O-P-P-E-R.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
I also have two other team members here, Shane Detman with Holland Knight, and my colleague Jane Mahaffey with Stonebridge on the call as well.
Go ahead, Jane.
I will spell my name. You probably know Detman, but my name is Jane Mahaffey, and the last name is spelled M-A-H as in Harry, A, F as in Frank, F as in Frank, I-E.
Great.
And that's Detman, D-E-T-T-M-A-N.
Thank you. I always get thrown off when people use other names to spell the letters in their name. So I started writing Harry and Frank, and then I realized I was wrong. Thank you. Ms. Mahaffey, thank you very much. That's a very big team. Why don't you all take it away and we'll walk through your application with you.
Absolutely. And I'll open this up before I turn to the team behind the real details. So I'm Manny with Rockefeller Group, and joint venture partner Stonebridge was selected by WMATA to redevelop the 605th Street project, which is currently the WMATA headquarters, as you all may know. One of the reasons we were selected as the development team for this was our proposal to, take everything but for, or maintain the structure, but for the facade and the core change. We were maintaining the structure of the building as is, and the reason for that is, as you might know, is a red line tunnel running right under that building, right? So our design was very conscious of that fact, and also our design was paying homage to our context where we were in Judiciary Square, where we currently are. We've been through Commission of Fine Arts to present our design, and we've went through several rounds of conversations with staff at CFA until we got our concept approval back in May. So today, given our maintain of the existing structure and our respondent design to CFA, we're coming to you all to get what will be a concept approval for our projection into public space. What I do want to leave you with before I turn to the team is, while we are asking for these projections, they are happening well above the pedestrian and public realm. And as a matter of fact, what we have done on the pedestrian level is improve those areas, especially on F Street, and even what we're doing on 6th Street, which, as you'll see in the presentations. So with that, I will turn it over to Stephen Harris, who, and if you would allow him, he'll share his screen. We got your template, and we put our presentation on that template to take you guys through it.
Great, thank you so much, Manny. Thank you to the whole committee. We really appreciate the opportunity, and with your permission, I'll share my screen. Great. So first thing, obviously, is highlighting the site. You all probably know where the site is. We're just bordering Judiciary Square, as Manny said. And that's really important because not only the existing structure and the existing building there, but because of the context and what we need to do to be respectful neighbors within the district. Here you see the existing Jackson Graham building on its site and the urban relationships created by Judiciary Square and the set of buildings that sort of frame those, the Judiciary Square. And what we're doing is working with CFA to understand our role in that composition and identifying ways that we can participate in that conversation and deliver something that is bigger and better in terms of its public presence. So here you see the Jackson Graham building as it stands today. And one of the things that really excites us about this project as a development team is the ability to engage the public space more than this current brutalist 70s building is doing. Some quick snapshots from a site walk where we're kind of on F Street here and 6th Street. The building sort of turns its back on those areas. There's a large areaway on F Street and 6th Street. The core comes down right along the street edge. So you end up with a lot of blank surface, so to speak, or inaccessible areas. And that's one of the things that we're most excited about. Here you see the current rendering that received concept approval from the CFA back in May. You can see that what we are trying to do is create something that is a building that fits within the context of Judiciary Square and the frame that sets Judiciary Square off, while opening up the street frontage, as I said, and creating a more transparent, more active streetscape. Here, some of those improvements are highlighted. Obviously, F Street is, in my mind, probably the biggest improvement, given that it's currently an areaway that's practically below grade, and we're proposing to bring that first floor up to grade level so you have direct access off of the sidewalk, off the streetscape, and improve the public realm in terms of not only activity, but also transparency and access. So here's just a quick summary of the submittals that we've made. The first one being relative to facades on existing buildings. So we know that we're working with an existing building. We know that there are certain structural limitations of that existing building. And then further, there are also limitations because the existing building is built to within an inch or less of the property line on 3 of the faces. And so as we come to upgrade the performance of the building in terms of energy and kind of other uses, we really need to add on, and bearing in mind that there's already a provision for that, our ask goes a little bit further, which we can walk through in more detail. And then secondarily, there's a modification in the general public interest based on embellishments. So here you can see the general scope that we are talking about. The yellow is broadly the kind of facade area that projects over the lot line. And so the embellishments are a little hard to see because they're minute in these elevations, but they're purple, and there are some columns as well that we have to strengthen. So we'll kind of go through these point by point quickly, knowing, of course, that you may have questions. Here we'll start at the ground level and work our way up. This is on the south and the north side of the existing building. The columns are built practically on the lot line. In order to structure the repositioning appropriately without impacting anything going on below grade for WMATA and the Red Line Tunnel, we've got to increase the width of the columns slightly. So the existing columns are 2 feet. And you can see here that the enlarged columns that we're proposing are 4 inches out into the public space, the column growing in total by 8 inches. And so that's kind of step one. We've tried to keep that 4 inches, knowing that it's a critical projection distance within the pilaster provision. Moving our way up, we have a cornice that exists on all 4 sides. Obviously, only 3 of them are impacted by projecting over the lot line. The cornice projects 4 feet beyond the lot line, and then there's also a canopy over the entrance at the west, and that projects 5 feet. And here with this, again, we've really tried to follow the guidance that the code gives us in terms of what these want to be and how we are respectful. Worth noting that the cornice is varying heights above grade because grade changes, but it exists just below the level 3 slab, which is 15 foot 9-ish up to 23 foot 6-ish above grade. So other than the columns which touch down at grade, everything that we're proposing is at the canopy height of 11.9 or above that 15 to 23 foot height. Here we get to the facade itself. And so again, in terms of cladding the existing structure, we're proposing a curtain wall, which will require a 1 foot projection. We know, of course, that there's the 6-inch projection spelled out in the code. And so what we're trying to do here is do what we can to work with the existing structure. And through our various consultations with curtain wall design team and also the structural engineers and understanding what's going on with the existing building, we're proposing a 4-inch zone for attachment to the face of the existing structure, and then an 8-inch depth for the curtain wall system itself, totaling 1 foot. You see that highlighted here in yellow. And then moving further out from there, we move to the architectural embellishments. And here, this application is sort of in the general public interest. And a lot of this has come through consultation with CFA and through working with them to develop a language for the enclosure that is respectful of its context and is in keeping with the spirit of the context around Judiciary Square. So what we're proposing here is an additional foot outside the glass, so that 1 foot projection that we looked at for the facade gets you to the outside face of glass. And what we're proposing here is an additional foot that would be made up of these architectural embellishments of extruded aluminum fins and a perforated panel on 2 of the 3, or on 1 of the 3 sides. Here's a little detail about that enclosure. So this enclosure type happens at the south and at the east. And what you can see that we're trying to do is create a building that allows for daylight and views and high quality interior space while also presenting in a way that is in keeping with the more solid aspects of Judiciary Square. And then a similar facade type on the other 2 facades that is the same, other than we've removed the perforated panel. But all of these would be considered that architectural embellishment. And then finally, I'll just touch on the last note, which is our I'll say extensive work with CFA to come up with something that was approved at a concept level by them in May, and our deep appreciation for their interest in maintaining the character and the articulation on the facade of this building that is in keeping with the detail, the level of shade and shadow, and the kind of depth of expression that exists elsewhere around Judiciary Square. With that, I will turn it over for questions.
Thank you. I'll start with one question that's a bit more procedural. And it's got two subparts. The first subpart is you have a vault application coming before the committee, I believe, next month. These are dissociated uses. There isn't an impact from one to the other, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. And for some reason, my camera looks like it's stuck. So do I look like I've got my hand, like my head, resting on my hand?
Yes.
Like I'm sleeping? I am.
Yeah.
I apologize for that. The other question is, when will you be applying for a streetscape permit to do the streetscape elements related to street trees, sidewalk treatments, etc.?
So we anticipate coming into that next month's presentation to you all is just a curb and vault. We have some time to work through our streetscape, so we probably won't see us until early 2022.
Okay, and are you applying for a curb cut?
So the curb cut application, much like this that we have in front of you today, we're seeking it's a concept approval on that as well, just so we can lock those in before we advance detailing on the curb cut.
Okay, so you know about our design concept approval for curb cuts as well, correct?
That's right, and I also heard it explained earlier too. So
I'm just going to ask some super quick questions, then I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Shaheen, who I think has some more substantive questions about this specific facade and its treatment, because this has been an ongoing discussion with the building community. So how long, to your understanding, has this opportunity for a curb cut approval in advance been available for years?
I would not say that I am fully aware as to how long it's been. I could probably turn that to my experts who have been tracking this. Shane or Carlos can speak more to that,
but it is your understanding. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, could you repeat the last question you had as far as the years? You kind of cut out on me.
I would be happy to, except you now need to say your name on the record and spell your last name.
Sure, no problem. This is Carlos Iglesias with JMI Developers. My last name is Iglesias for the record.
Thank you very much, Mr. Iglesias. So, Mr. Iglesias, how, to your understanding, how long has the opportunity to come in the design phase to get approval for your curb at the Public Space Committee been in place?
I believe they applied for that in early 2021. I think it was sometime either between March and June, where their civil engineer consultant applied for that.
Sorry, Mr. Iglesias, I'm not being clear. I don't mean for this specific location, because you all are clearly taking advantage of it. What I mean is programmatically. Is it your understanding that this is a brand new program from the department and the Public Space Committee, or that it's been available for years? So as properties have been coming online for years, people have been able to apply for this?
No, that has not been my understanding. No, I believe the concept approval was a new process. As my previous experience was, you had a limited amount of time after you received permit approval on a curb cut to be able to execute that permit and keep it active.
Okay, I'm not being clear with you. Let's take that conversation offline, because I think your answer to my question is going to be yes, you betcha. And when that happens, it's going to be one more person telling us that they've known about this and that it operates the way we've explained to others for years. Let's take that offline. Okay. That's great to hear, but you have your curb cut application in place. You have your vault application that you've already filed, and we're hearing next week. And you're going to be queuing up the remainder of your streetscape for submission early next year. Thank you. Mr. Shaheen, you had some substantive questions about the facade?
Yeah, I did. I guess I had a couple questions. One, and they're all related to each other. What's the proposal with a compliant facade? What did your proposal with a compliant facade look like? So if you're starting with just complying with the regs, like what did it look like, and why didn't that work? And then what makes the facade that's over 1 foot that's 1 foot over the property line, superior from the point of it being an embellishment.
Yeah, so
And this is specific to the facade element. The other components, the plasters, the fins, those are clearly embellishments, and that's a separate discussion. This is specific to the facade.
Understood. So to our, based on our study of the existing structure and the existing building, we would not be able to do a curtain wall facade outside of the existing structure. And so from there, it's a completely different proposition, obviously, as you well know, I'm sure. And so there is not probably a curtain wall version of this that is within the 6 inches of the compliance. And so then it turns into a very different and lesser performing enclosure system.
So is there an option where this is not a curtain wall? Are you saying that you can't do something unless you have a curtain wall?
Yeah, this proposal is related to kind of reinforcing the energy performance and the overall kind of enclosure performance of the building, consistent with what we believe is the goal of the district and of new construction.
It very much is. It very much is. You're absolutely correct. And you can't increase the energy performance of the building with something that's not a curtain wall.
The problem with the existing building is that because it is directly against the property lines, you are not able to insulate anywhere around that. And so you have structure that basically is untouchable, so to speak. So you're not really able to operate on it in the same way as the high performance curtain wall is.
So I understand what you're saying, and we ran into this issue several years ago because the projection regulations didn't allow facade projections at all. It just wasn't even an option, right? So after working with the study group and with the construction code coordinating board, the projection regs were updated to allow a 6-foot facade projection, which is, I'm sorry, I'm sure you'd like a 6-foot, 6-inch facade projection. So why is that additional half a foot for a facade projection? It's like if you're still saying that that's not enough. You're actually using double the amount.
Yeah, so part of our approach here relates to the specifics of the structure of this building, and so I can't comment on the kind of the 6 inches versus what we're proposing, and that's because we're proposing attaching to the face of the structure rather than sitting on top of the slab or undermounted under the structure. I can throw it to our structural engineer to talk through a little bit about why that's necessary, but what that does, I'll leave it there, is once you have to attach to the face, you need about 4 inches. So the 4 inches is behind the mullion of the curtain wall. So you have the structure, and then you have about 4 inches, and then your mullion starts. And so our overall system is about an 8-inch system to get the curtain wall to work structurally. So with the face mounted condition, you then have 2 inches, and then the stick will be an additional 6. I don't know, Michael, if you want to elaborate on the structural condition.
Sure, I can say a few words about this, the structural condition. So an evaluation was made very early on in the project about potentially anchoring down a curtain wall system to the top of the slab. This building is an existing post-tension slab, and we've got post-tensioning tendons and reinforcement all the way out to the edge, and there would be a significant risk of cutting post-tensioning tendons at the top of the slab if we were to anchor into the top. A separate evaluation was conducted regarding, is there a way to cut back the slab so that we cut back the slab and still attached to the face, but shift the whole curtain wall in more into the property line, and that was determined by us as not being a feasible option. We've got existing beams, existing post-tension anchors that cutting back the slab would completely degrade the structural capacity of those elements and require essentially a rebuild to those areas of the building.
Can you go back to the elevations that showed the sections of the buildings that have the projecting facades? So why are there areas on, I guess that's 6th Street and F Street that are not projecting facades?
So those areas are set back to create terraces in the building, but it's a pretty, I will say it's a tricky structural maneuver to push the face of the building back, but it's set back 10 or 15 feet in those zones. So that it's not a kind of a typical infill condition. It's a one-off structural gymnastics condition to create a terrace on the floor level.
So in terms of the projection code, those would qualify as balcony projections and are in compliance?
Those are actually behind the lot line.
I see. So you've pulled the entire structure back.
So
projecting in those areas.
Right. And part of that is that at the corner, the southwest corner of the building is not actually a column and beam system. That's a structural egress stair on the existing building that we're taking out because it's part of the side core. And so when you do that, it gives you a little leeway to do something in that zone since you're reconstructing.
So how are you dealing with the building insulation and energy performance factors in those areas, since you don't have a curtain wall there?
So we do. Oh, sorry. You're saying in the areas that are white that are pushed in on the building.
Yeah, I understand. On 5th Street, you don't have any.
Yeah.
Because right. I'm sorry. I'm in the thick of this, and I have to take this call. So
no worries. Come back when you can. That's fine. I can answer, or I can wait, whatever works for the committee.
Yeah, I'm feeling worse again. Weird, it's strange. I just feel like tired and lightheaded. There you go.
And I just forwarded an email from Tennessee about the football tickets to you.
Okay.
What can I do for you?
Test.
It's ready for anytime.
There is kind of a broader question I have for the team related to the performance. All right, hello? So there was a question I had for the team related to the performance of the building. This has been a relatively new area of building construction, right? Where there's a type of essentially you all have a much better term for it. I would call it kind of like a covering or a some level of padding the building to provide greater energy efficiency. Can you articulate what the energy savings and efficiency would be for this building to help us better understand what type of value it's bringing to the building and the property owner? That's not a negative, by the way, because remember, we'd also like to know, like, what does this mean in terms of energy use? Because reduced energy use means reduced carbon footprint. It means reduced stress on the electric network, et cetera. So is there a way you can articulate what that drop in usage looks like based on this type of use versus existing energy use?
So this is Steve Bell. I can't speak specifically to the effect on the carbon footprint. We have run an energy analysis on this facade system compared to the existing building, which the entire structure is nothing more than a thermal bridge. The initial modeling on this indicates that we get about a 63% improvement over the existing building on the facade. The unitized curtain wall system is all manufactured in the shop and shipped to site in 5-foot wide sections by 1-story tall sections and hung on the building. The tolerances on unitized curtain wall are very tight. Performs very, very well.
So you used the number of 63% reduction. 63% reduction in what? Or increase in efficiency?
Yeah, increase.
I don't remember which it was.
It was
In the
increase.
component of the facade.
In the thermal retention performance of the facade. So in other words, you keep the cool air in better in the summer and you keep the warm air in better in the winter.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Because I'm so stupid that I have to translate it to you keep the room cooler longer, you keep the room warmer longer. Because so thank you, that's very helpful. So it's a 63% reduction in thermal loss.
Yes, that would be a correct way to put it.
Okay.
And we included this as part of a package that we submitted to staff as justification as
well. So is there a way you could translate that to some level of energy usage and therefore reduced energy production that you would need or reduced energy consumption that you would need? Because one of the things we always like to be able to articulate is a basis for providing that there's a public benefit for providing an exception. One example of that in this case would be very cool fins, so they meet the embellishment point, right? But the other part is we're reducing the stress on the energy network, and therefore there is both the greater reliability for the energy network and there's the reduced carbon output from the energy network to provide energy for our consumption because we're reducing our consumption.
So the answer to the initial question is yes, that analysis can be done. We haven't done a full energy model on the building yet, but that is coming before too long.
Yeah, so I'm not asking you to go to like that super deep level because all you have to do is say kilowatt volt, and I have no idea what you're talking about. So you can go to very basic back of the envelope rough estimate here's what we would say, here's what regular, here's what regular loss is like in a building or whatever. I'm just trying to articulate it for the record so we can explain in more detail why it's so important to allow this method of construction. But to Mr. Shaheen's point, I think one of the main issues was, why does it need to be a foot out? Why can't it be 6 inches out?
Well, so allow me
Right.
a little bit. The 4-inch dimension from the edge of slab to the back of the mullion that Stephen spoke of is needed for the curtain wall anchors. The curtain wall anchors are in 2 parts. One is attached to the face of the structure, the other one to the mullion. Those curtain wall anchors are proprietary to specific curtain wall subcontractors. They allow for adjustment up and down and in and out of an inch. If this were a completely new construction, part of that anchor system would actually be embedded in the concrete. We don't have the ability to do that because of the post-tension structure.
Sorry, because of what?
Because of the post-tension concrete structure, the existing structure.
Right. In other words, there's something specific about this structure that precludes a particular level, a particular method of attaching the curtain.
Yes, sir. The post-tension tendons and they're the reinforcing in these slabs.
Okay, to me, when you say post-tension, blah, 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 what I hear is that there was a period of time called the tension. And immediately after that, there was the post-tension period, like the post-war period, following the war.
All right, I'll take this one on because I'll do it in developer terms. So there's cables in the concrete,
right,
and pour the concrete get pulled to provide a tension and added strength in the concrete. Those cables are pulled at the ends of the wall or at the ends of the concrete, which are the face of the building. And so you can't cut those because the whole building would now lose its strength in that. And so when they talk about post-tension cables not being able to drill into the slab to put, when Michael was talking about putting it on top, or when Stephen's talking about having to attach it to the outside, not in the concrete slab, it's because you can't destroy those cables that are currently in the concrete slab.
Got it. So because you can't destroy those, you have to perform a different method of attachment.
Yeah.
And essentially, is it my understanding that that different method of attachment therefore moves, let's call it the column of attachment, right? You're attaching to some physical vertical structure, that it's almost like you have to create a vertical structure to which you are attaching rather than using the existing building structure. Is that kind of it?
Well, you're attaching to each of the slabs, but you have to deal with the variation floor by floor by floor by floor by floor of those and make those adjustments because the glass has to be straight. Right. So they're talking, so when Stephen and Steve and Michael are talking about attaching it to the slab to create the form to hold the glass, that has to have some adjustment because it's attached on the outside as opposed to embedded in the concrete.
Exactly. And that's my point. So you're attaching it to the outside of that slab rather than embedding it into the concrete of that slab because of the post-tension cabling.
Correct.
I nailed it. Yes. All right. And so what that is doing is taking what you all finally walked me there, and that's great.
Non-technical.
So what you're really saying to us is there is a method of attachment that would reduce the projection outward. But we cannot use that method of attachment with this building because of something specific to the post-tension cabling that limits the ability to attach by embedding into the slabs. And as a result, we have to move out how many inches as a starting point for your wall?
So it's 4.
Okay, so that takes us, that kind of explains 4 of the additional 6 inches. Is that an accurate statement?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Say it again, please.
Does that mean, because you're asking for an additional 6 inches, right? 6 inches is what's allowed. You're going for 12 inches. Are you saying, are you saying that this accounts for 4 of those additional 6 inches?
It does, yes.
Okay, then where do the other 2 inches come from?
So, well, so the whole system, we start with the 4-inch offset from the edge of the slab for the anchoring system. The depth of the mullions is 8 inches. So from edge of slab, which is in most cases almost right on the property line, to the outside face of the glass, it's a 4-inch gap, less than 8-inch mullion. And the need for the depth on that mullion is driven in part by the code required wind load designs. We have to design for peak load of 115 mile per hour wind, which exerts quite a bit of pressure on the whole facade.
So if I can, I'll just step in here. This is Stephen Harris. The couple things that are specific and unique to this particular installation, right? There's the cables that we talked about, and that accounts for that 4 inches. But the fact that the structure is already on the property line also probably plays into where some of that extra 2 inches comes from, right? If you're an inch or two back, suddenly we're within compliance without that 4-inch add. And so there's a little bit of that. And then there's additionally, you know, every building, as you know, is different in terms of how it is constructed, and the depth of that mullion that Steve Bell's talking about relates to the strength of the curtain wall structurally. So there's not only the wind loads on the building, but the curtain wall itself has to hold itself up, so to speak. And so the factors of this existing building tell us, and in conjunction with the building codes and what's required of the curtain wall structurally, tell us that 8 inches, based on a critical analysis of what we can get by with, 8 inches is the right depth for that piece of the curtain wall, that mullion.
Okay, so it sounds like we're talking about essentially 2 components that are that explain the additional 6 inches. One component is the fact that this building is built fully on face to the property line, and therefore it is bringing it out as far out as one could expect to start with cladding the building. The second is that while a 6-inch clad, you would be certainly happy to comply with the standard, you can't, because the structural elements of the building related to post-tension cabling require that the method of attachment to the building be done by, rather than recessing into the slab, has to be attached at the face of the slab. And that is providing 4 of the additional 6 inches. And that a delta of those 2 inches relates in part to the fact that this is built fully to the property line. Is that an accurate summation of what we just discussed?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yay. I was just giving Mr. Shaheen a recap because he has come back and joined the meeting.
So what did I miss?
So what you missed is that first there was a big bang, and then dinosaurs ruled the earth, and then we discussed that I believe post-cable tensioning is related to post-World War, like post-World War, referencing to eras. But what they helped me walk through was where that extra 6 inches comes from. Let me see if I can articulate that for Chris. The additional 6 inches comes from 2 basic components. The first basic component represents 4 of the additional 6 inches. And that's because there is a component of the construction of the building in its current age related to the existing structure that is particular to the post-cable tensioning, which are vertical elements related to the external structure that limit the ability to attach this facade to the existing building structure in a manner that now takes the method of attachment, and rather than allowing it to be embedded into the slabs at each floor, they now have to be attached to the external face of those slabs, meaning that this 4-inch gap, or this 4-inch increase, comes in part from a limitation on the building physical structure, and that in particular for facades of buildings, for this cladding of buildings, each method of attachment is proprietary to the type of facade that's being used. And the facade that has been selected here is one that has a particular method of attachment that, when incorporated into the structural issues or limits with the current building, require or mandate that additional formula. Is that an accurate statement to the development team, what I've just articulated?
That was good.
That's correct for the anchor gym.
Right. So you said you've written that and provided that on the record, correct?
We have, yeah. This is all in the submissions we've made to DCRA and DDOT and OP.
Right. So Ms. Dar, what we're going to ask from DCRA is that particular component of the explanation be reviewed by structural engineers at DCRA, so they can say, yes, they are telling you the truth, even though they were not on the record and they weren't sworn in. They weren't committing perjury if they had, or no, they know that Marcou's a rube and they were totally trying to pull the wool over his eyes, but we've caught him. So if you don't mind, Ms. Dar, we're going to turn to you to work with an appropriate DCRA reviewer to just double check and confirm the structural components that have been described by the applicant to us. Is that okay?
Yep, can you guys just send me all the information? And I'm guessing no permit was filed with DCRA, right? There's no.
No, it's not a permit. It was submitted through TOPS, but it was a permanent application.
Yeah, if I can provide some clarity, Carlos Iglesias with JMI. The only thing we submitted at the present moment to DCRA is the code modification request for the review if this concept could be supported by DDOT. I will say that we did meet with Christopher Bailey in relation to those two code modifications applications, and he did review our submissions that we made to you along with the structural support letter and presentation that was made to you as to why the developer was going with this method.
And did he provide you any feedback?
That
it's appropriate or no?
Yeah, he did.
I'll allow the team to speak on that.
Yeah, no, he did, and he actually expressed support, and his comment was, you're still going to need to come in front of the committee for public space and get their blessing. He was fine and felt his team would be on board.
Excellent. It sounds like we have a good forward. Thank you, Mr. R. I'll shut up. You were about to say something. This is me zipping it. You can't see it.
No, I will follow up with Chris on this conversation and then give you guys confirmation that it was looked at on our side.
Thank you.
Thank you. So to the best of my knowledge, that was really the big issue. Mr. Shaheen, did you have other issues related to the projection modifications, or are we good to go?
No, that was really it, because all the other types of projections are purely embellishments, and the type of projection that I believe the modification review process is established for.
Okay, is there any other discussion with the applicant?
I think that's it for us.
Do we need to talk
If
about
you could just. Sorry, this is Simon. If you guys could just send me the presentation so I can follow up with Chris, that'd be great.
Sure.
We'll do,
Bailey.
Simon. I'll have that sent over to you.
So thank you, Ms. Dar. Really, really thank you very much, because that's a big issue here, because we're essentially doubling the allowable space. So some people are like, oh, it's only 6 inches. Like, it's 100%. So,
This is freezing.
okay. All right. So is there anything else to discuss with this applicant?
No, that's it for us.
Okay. Committee members have any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, hearing none, is there anybody else present who'd like to speak to tracking number 375993 for 600 Fifth Street Northwest? Okay, hearing none, the chair will make a motion to approve the application on the condition that a DCRA structural review be made to confirm that the method of attachment is the minimum necessary to safely attach the facade, the cladding to the facade of the existing building. I'll repeat that motion several times because I guarantee you it's a mouthful. And so staff can accurately record it. To approve with the condition that a DCRA structural review of the method of attachment be performed to confirm that the cladding, the method of attachment for the cladding cannot be reduced any further based on the structural integrity of the building and the method of attachment.
What was that last part? Based on the structural integrity and what?
Structural integrity of the building and the method of attachment. In other words, the method of attachment has certain conditions, limitations, and requirements, and the building has certain limitations, conditions, and requirements. And it's how those two mesh up to establish that there's no other way to bring this facade, this cladding in. Okay, so does the staff want to repeat back the condition, please?
Yes, can you repeat that?
Yes, it's that a DCRA structural review be done to confirm the method of attachment for the cladding of the building cannot be reduced any further due to the current state of the existing building facade and the method of attachment.
Existing building structure.
Okay, the staff have the motion.
Yes.
Great. All right. The motion was made by the chair. Is there a second?
Second.
Made by the chair, seconded by Mr. Shaheen. Further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, we are ready for a vote on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, we'll now take a vote from each public space committee member on application 375993 to approve with conditions. Ms. Dar,
Aye.
Ms. Chamberlain,
Aye.
Mr. Shaheen,
Aye.
Chairman Maku.
Aye.
Vote on the record is 4-0. The application is approved with conditions.
Great. We really appreciate all the time that your team has put into this in the presentation with us. Thank you very much. We look forward to continuing to move this forward, and we'll see you next week, see you next month for your vaults.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So, oh my God, I look like I'm asleep. Okay, please, I apologize. It's completely a frozen screen. I am not sleeping, as you can tell. So we're going to move forward in our agenda to item number 16. This is tracking number 376544 at 317 K Street Northwest. This is an application for projections and closing of an existing driveway. Is the applicant present?
Present. This is Carlos Iglesias with JMI Developers, IGL ESIAS.
Okay, your name hasn't changed since the last application?
Not as of yet, Mr. Marcoux.
I'm going to pronounce my name differently for this one. Okay, so with that said, Mr. Iglesias, can you walk us through this application?
Sure, will do. Would you like me to share my screen?
Ms. Morton, if it's already submitted to TOPS, Ms. Morton can pull it up for you. Otherwise, we're happy to let you share your screen.
Yeah, no, Ms. Morton can do it. It's fine. So the application is for the proposed use of the lot as a Holiday Inn Express hotel. It is a new construction project. The application and property went through an extensive review through the community for a BZA approval. It has been presented to the local ANC and received support for both the construction of the project through the BZA approval and also for the specific application being presented today to the Public Space Committee hearing. I'll start off with what we are proposing along K Street, starting in the southeast corner. We are proposing a bay window projection that is going to project out 4 feet and be 24 feet wide. Next to that, there are 3 awning projections, each that will project out 5 feet and be approximately 18 feet wide. Underneath that, I'd like to point out that there are, because this came up during the review process by the reviewers at for the application at Public Space, there are 3 vaults that are underneath those awnings that are 2 feet off of the front building line and property line within Public Space. They are 6 feet in length, and I can't recall honestly off the top of my head how wide they are, but that application has been submitted by Pepco independently and approved, and Pepco has installed those vaults already. So continuing on, after the awning, there is a marquee at the entrance of the hotel that wraps around to 4th Street from K Street on the K Street.
Mr. Iglesias, pardon me for one moment. If
Yes,
a
sir.
person is not speaking to the application, can they please be on mute so that we can hear the applicant? Thank you. All right, Mr. Iglesias, please continue.
Sure. So then, the marquee projection along K Street at the front entrance of the property is 32 feet wide. And it is projecting approximately 8 feet out, and along it wraps around onto 4th Street, and is approximately projecting out 5 feet 6 inches, and is a total length of 40 feet. There is also a bay window projection that starts on K Street and projects out from nothing and goes out a total of 2 feet 8 inches along K Street. But then once it wraps around to 4th Street, it is approximately projecting out 4 feet, and it goes down approximately 34 feet along 4th Street. I don't think I said how wide it was along K Street. It is 17 feet wide along K Street. We are proposing the entrance for the hotel along 4th Street. There is presently a tree that is located in front of the proposed entrance on 4th Street that will be removed. The entrance will be 20 feet wide for that curb cut entrance along 4th Street. It is located at the most northwestern corner of the property. And then along right next to that entrance, we are requesting designation for a valet area for the hotel. It is approximately, bear with me one moment, I'll tell you the width, 108 feet in width. And again, that is along 4th Street. I believe, and then again on K Street, we will be closing up the existing curb cut and restoring the streetscape to the standards required by DDOT, and also, I can't remember the name of the local standard also. There's a substandard here. for the neighborhood. We have met with UFA 2 days ago on the site and have come to a general agreement on what we are required to provide for the site in conjunction with what we are proposing. We have agreed that we will install an additional 3 trees along the planting area on K Street, and also we will be providing the revised plan that conforms to that. We have one already, but there are some finer details we have to work out on that drawing with UFA. But in the broad strokes, we have a consensus with the UFA inspector.
Thank you. Actually, I believe, Mr. Iglesias, that the noise is coming potentially from your phone. Is there background noise where you are?
Got it. I apologize for that. I've taken care of that.
No worries. That's fine. Thank you. So questions for the applicant from committee members?
This is Chris Shaheen. I've got questions about the street trees on K Street and what looks like changes that are being made to the existing streetscape. I'm a little confused on what is being done because I'm looking at both a site plan that was submitted in TOPS. It's DOEE 002-A. And then a site plan A100, which I think is the one you have up here, that don't seem to be consistent in terms of what they're showing for street trees.
No, you are correct, Mr. Shaheen. Those plans are not accurately reflecting what is actually out of the site, and what we have agreed with in tandem with the UFA inspector. His first name was Matthew. I can't remember his last name off the top of my head. But I have communicated a revised, like I said, broad stroke plan with him as of yesterday, which he agreed to. Obviously, we still have to do some fine tuning on it. But that plan has been submitted to him, and I think I did copy. I'm not certain if it got uploaded into TOPS. But I did copy staff or DDOT staff on that to keep them in on the loop of our communication with Mr. Matthew.
Thank you. Email, as you know, emails don't count. So we look forward to having it in TOPS.
Yes, sir.
So what is a very critical piece of the streetscape element on K Street is that staggered row of London plane trees. And based on this site plan here, it looks like 2 of that second row is being taken out. Is that correct?
Presently, there are only 3 trees located at the site. There is one on the most western planting bed, and then there are 2 located on the eastern planting bed. We are going to be infilling the areas with 3 additional trees so that they are, as you say, staggered and provide uniformity with the recommended trees, those London trees, which were recommended by Mr. Matthew of UFA.
I see. Well, I'm looking at a streetscape view from 2018 that shows 3 trees in the plant in that large planter closest to 4th Street, where you're only showing 2 now. Anyway, I don't want to get into, I mean, I do want to get into the specifics of the design because there is a very specific design for K Street that is defining of the corridor that the district spent a lot of time developing and building.
Yes, sir.
And I appreciate that you are coordinating with Urban Forestry because they definitely need to approve it, but it was the Office of Planning and what is now, PSRD that developed the design guidelines. So any changes to that need to be reviewed by both OKI and PSRD.
Okay. I can appreciate that and understand that. and we want to be in complete conformance with the design standards for the neighborhood. And
So is this application that we're considering today just an application for for building code modification? Is that correct? Or are we reviewing this for streetscape elements?
we are reviewing it for both streetscape elements and
That's not what your application lists. Your application lists closing an existing driveway and commercial projections. So do you have do you have a different application that covers streetscape?
No, it does. It does not, sir. I do not.
Okay. So what's the application, Chris, to which you're referring that shows removal of street, infill, all the other stuff? What are you talking about with that, Mr. Iglesias? Where is that coming from?
As a direct result of the comments generated by UFA in our meetings, in order to gain their support for the application or the portion of the application to close the curb cut along K Street and then also the new curb cut along 4th Street, we had to revise our plan, and that was, again, just updated as of yesterday to be in conformance with what UFA requested, which it directly impacts the area where we are going to be closing the curb cut on K Street. We will be extending the planter up over top of where the existing curb cut was. And it will, as I said, on that planter that is being extended, there are 2 trees being added staggered per the recommendation of our landscape architect. The UFA review inspector had asked for 4, but after we did the
let me cut to the chase. And that's not in tops, right?
No, that we did add the removal and installation of an additional tree under our last submission per the request of the UFA reviewer, but that was prior to his visit at the site.
So sorry, that's not what we're looking at. So I'm going to read you exactly what the application we're reviewing discusses.
Okay.
And I could be wrong. So staff, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm wrong all the time. This is tracking number 376544. Paving, driveways, close existing, driveways, new commercial, projections, awnings, bay windows, canopy. That is the total detailed scope of work that we're being asked to review and approve.
Mr. Marcoux, can I add, or do you want to wait for staff?
No. Yeah, I just want everybody to respond to what I just said.
Sure.
Which includes you.
Okay, I have the application up on top right now on my screen. And again, I think what you're looking at, I'm not sure if you're looking at it through TOPS or through the agenda, but on TOPS, it reads also landscaping replacement tree, landscaping tree planting, landscaping tree removal, and then the projections that you read.
And you literally just added that, correct?
I added that last week.
It couldn't have been last week because this agenda was, as I understand it, and maybe staff, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the agenda that was developed for us last night. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct, sir.
Okay, so are we reviewing an application that is limited to the material I discussed, or are we reviewing an application that includes the additional material that Mr. Iglesias just discussed?
If I can add, I did submit that last week, if I'm not mistaken, Thursday or Friday. I'll tell you what day it was exactly. When the record was open to me, and I resubmitted with the revised.
Yeah, you resubmitted it on August 19th at 8:37 in the evening.
Yes, sir. And that's when I added.
You're a hardworking man who late at night.
Thank you.
Okay. So I am not comfortable moving forward. I need this tabled, and I need this to go back through for reviews with Office of Planning, as Mr. Shaheen discussed, Planning and Sustainability Division, PSRD. There's just a not insubstantial change to the application, and the relevant reviewers have to review it. I'm sorry, Mr. Iglesias, but I think that's where I've got to land on this. That's the best case scenario.
I completely understand your position. I believe the owner of the property could be on as well. You may want to chime in on that because I think it has a direct correlation to the projected opening of the hotel to have the curb cuts installed and closed. I think they're slotted to open the hotel next month. He may want to just provide something for the record or make a statement. Mr. Sequar, are you on?
Sorry, if he's speaking, I'm not able to hear him.
I don't hear him either, Mr. Marcoux.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm not sure what was in that application. We had the initial request was for the curb cut and the curb closure, as well as the marquee and the awning. And we are ready to open up in about 6 weeks or so. This will have huge impact on us if this if some of it cannot be taken care of today.
Okay, so thank you, sir. I really appreciate that. How long ago did you know that you were going to need this awning, this canopy, this bay window, and how long ago did you know that you were going to need to close the driveway and install the new driveway?
Carlos, we were known for a while, and we had my understanding was that was on the application.
That's not the question. Sorry, sir, I apologize, but I'm going to be very direct here. Yep. When did the hotel know? Because the hotel would be the first entity to know that it needed to do this work. When did the hotel know that it was going to need to close the curb cut, the existing one?
Yeah, we've known now for a long time, sir.
So define a long time, if you don't mind.
Over a year ago, 2 years ago.
Okay, so if you knew that literally multiple years ago,
yep.
Why was the application only submitted on June 29th of 2021?
We had previously we had applied. There were complications with the DDOT issue. No, not DDOT, with rather with the Pepco vaults issue. Eventually, that was resolved, and that permit was all together, and that had created a problem. And the curb cut application was not handled in the first application. But this application, the first initial application, was done a couple of years ago.
So why wasn't this included a couple of years ago?
It was included. It was just that we were the Pepco and DDOT were arguing regarding the vault location. Eventually, the Pepco took it upon themselves, and they were able to get approval to install the vaults.
Okay,
and then we had to
thank you, sir, but that's about your vaults. I'm sorry, I'm really just trying to focus on this because what you're asking us to do now, and I'm not saying we're not going to find a way forward because that's what we do, but what I'm trying to impress upon you and Mr. Iglesias right now is the fact that we're being told that this needs to be approved right now without the substantive reviews from the subject matter reviewers because you have an opening in 6 weeks, which we absolutely want to support, but we're behind the 8 ball in our committee because something that was literally known 2 years ago or more was not diligently followed with the committee so that it could have been approved a year ago and be ready to go. That's the problem I'm having, and I'm really sorry to put it in such direct terms. It's not normally how I'd like to address these things, but you please understand that's the situation we're facing where, as Mr. Shaheen pointed out, there are standards that have been in place for at least a decade, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Shaheen. Is that correct?
Yes, it's almost 20 years now.
Right. So we've had standards for how the streetscape here should be treated for almost 20 years. And now that material's just being added to this application literally a week ago. And the subject matter experts are not urban forestry alone, but urban forestry in association with the Office of Planning, in association with the Department of Transportation planning groups. So we really want to help you here. And I think we know the path forward, but I cannot stress more directly that this situation is a ask of us to move things forward where we have moved forward exceptionally diligently because it has been with us for less than 2 months, June 29th to August 26th. And we're getting ready. We could have gotten it done if this had happened 6 months ago, a year ago, etc. So please make sure, sir, that you're following through on these things as diligently as you can. So I'm going to cut to the chase. I'm going to say, and Mr. Shaheen, please let me know what you want to add as well. I'm going to say we're going to approve on the condition that final material that was uploaded on August 19th goes through a review with the Office of Planning, Planning and Sustainability Division, and the Public Space Regulation Division Planning Group, as well as Urban Forestry for conformance with the Mount Vernon streetscape design. Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, I would like to go further and say that the existing configuration of the planting beds has to be maintained. I mean, what is being shown on plans and tops is that they are removing some of those planting beds. That there were lots of discussions, extensive discussions about what the streetscape was going to look like, and that the district implemented. But if we don't want to go that far,
Well, no, let's look at that. So, Mr. Iglesias, can you walk us through what is the configuration of the existing planting beds and what is the modification that's being asked?
Sure, I'm happy to go through that. I think that's an excellent question. And I'd like to provide the clarity for that. To start on 4th Street, there is one planting box or tree planter that is being removed in direct relation to the installation of the curb cut for the proposed use.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think it would be really helpful to open the file that's called site plan, which is, I think, the best drawing. It's got some information on it, but it does show where the existing beds are and where the proposed beds are to be.
Sure, I think that's a good idea. Do we want to open up the revised one or that? Yes, that one. I think also probably, yeah. The landscaping plan is probably more accurately depicting what is almost going to go there, but this is just kind of like the proposed in a broad stroke. But yes, so there's a tree box presently that is in front on 4th Street right there where the proposed curb cut is going to go, or we're proposing for it to go. That tree box is being removed with one tree. As a direct result of that, UFA has asked us, if you can scroll down to K Street so we can see the K Street side. Could you scroll down so we could see the K Street side? Thank you. The planter that is to the west, the longer one essentially, that is being extended in the area in front of the curb cut. It is presently not that long, but it will be extended to cover some of that area where the existing curb cut is along K Street. We are leaving an 8-foot wide walkway between the outer sidewalk and the inner sidewalk, as I refer to it. And in that area of that extended planting bed, there will be 2 additional trees added, one closer to the corner of the south west corner of that planter bed, and then one staggered in the middle towards the northern side of that planting bed. Presently, there is only one tree on the western planting bed. There will be a second tree added on the eastern side of that planting bed. We are not intending to limit or remove any square footage of those planting beds. We are actually increasing the planting beds from how they exist today.
Can we please see the drawing that's named DOEE002-A? It is uploaded in TOPS as sorry, let me get down to it. Landscaping plan 317 K Street Northwest. It's the third from the bottom on what I'm looking at. If you can zoom in to the area on K Street. And then center those landscaped areas. So I think this, Mr. Iglesias, I think this is a better drawing for you to speak from.
Yes, sir.
That clearly shows what the existing was and what you are proposing, or existing is and what you are proposing.
Correct, sir. So this was the initial configuration of the trees that our landscape architect had proposed. And we have reviewed that with UFA. This is not, he did not agree to this I guess, configuration. This tree, or the tree that is in the westernmost part of the tree space or planting area, that is going to be moved closer to the corner, southwest corner of that planting bed. And the one directly next to that will be moved a little bit to the north so that they are in a staggered position, as you had mentioned. And the two that were proposed along the existing brick sidewalk on the southern side of that other side of the planting bed are not going to be there because they will impede on the pedestrian walkway width that is needed. There will be another tree that is added within the western planting bed on the other side of the walkway. And as you see, we are.
So the planting bed adjacent to the vaults, that's getting pulled back.
Yes.
Are the changes to that planting bed by any chance related to why district agencies were objecting to the location of the vaults there?
I cannot speak to that, unfortunately, Mr. Sheen. I wasn't involved with the PEPCO application of the vaults.
Maybe perhaps I can interject here and make a point there. When they objected, initially the PEPCO vaults were going to be in the planters. UFA objected, and we were told to remove that and push them up to the building. And that's exactly what happened.
Okay, so what I'm seeing here, and I'm not going to design, I don't want to design from the dais, but what I'm seeing here are proposed changes that I do not think are acceptable. You can see the original layout of the planting beds, and you can see how they are being pulled back on the north side to provide for an adequate sidewalk width that's required because of where these vaults were located that district agencies objected to. And it is throwing off all of the streetscape here. And I do not believe that is acceptable. And anything that does not show those planting beds at their original northern line, well, I'll just say that's what I'm going to be looking for when this comes back. And that extension of the planting bed that's on the right side, as that planting bed gets extended toward 4th Street, that needs to be at the other, at the old northern line of that planting bed, not the narrower one.
Understood, Mr. Shaheen. And we'll make sure that
these are the specific issues that need to be worked out with OP and PSRD and Urban Forestry Division, because that where you're pulling that bed back on the north side, that's where you're losing the space for that second row of trees that you have to have.
Understood.
And we are having a second row of trees. Some would be closer to the curb, and then in a staggered fashion, we are adding 2 trees on each planter. We are adding one tree on each planter at the north side.
Understood. So those trees that you're playing at the curb, you're proposing at the curb are not acceptable, which is why Urban Forestry rejected them, and it's why the Office of Planning will reject them.
Say that again, please.
The trees you're showing at the curb are not acceptable.
Oh, they are not. Those things have been adjusted, modified. They should never have been. Those things have been removed in our revision.
I thought you were justifying using them to have 2 rows of trees.
No, I think what he was trying to relay, Mr. Shaheen, was that within the planting bed, both east and west, there will be staggered rows of trees. But I understand your point that the planting bed needs to be extended to follow the original northern line so that you could have 2 rows of trees within planting beds and not have
where the existing rows are.
Correct.
Because it's a double row of trees that extends all the way from 3rd Street to 7th Street. That is consistent. Yeah.
Understood. And I'll make sure that that gets reflected in the design when we resubmit to DDOT.
I'm sorry to Matthew. That's all I've got to say on this. It needs a lot of work.
So I think what Mr. Shaheen has noted in this discussion is that there are some substantial issues related to your design that are the reason why we need to make sure that the plan gets thoroughly reviewed and modified as necessary and appropriate based on the existing streetscape standards that have been in place at this area for literally decades, so that we can be comfortable moving it forward. Part of that involves making sure that the landscaping, the planter bed, and the associated streetscape elements are in line with the specific streetscape standards for this area. And while we're trying our best at the committee hearing to get you to an approvable state, I frankly don't believe we can do so. So the best case scenario would be that this is going to be, there will be delegated authority for this action. Otherwise, I'm expecting it's going to come back before us in September. We know you want to open in 6 weeks. We're going to do our best to do what we can to help you get there. But unfortunately, we're looking at plans that have not been in compliance with our standards for this area, which are well documented and available. We're doing our best to make those adjustments to those plans. And we've only had weeks in which to do so, not the year or more that we could have been afforded if this had been pursued with us at the appropriate time, which was when these plans were ready to go literally years ago. So I cannot move forward in good conscience on this application to approve it. The best case scenario I could come to is a delegated authority, but that's just me speaking. Do committee members have other questions for the applicant?
I don't want to, I think we spent a lot of time on this one, and I agree with what's been said. I mean, this did go through BZA, it did get a BLRA. So it's not like that this hasn't been in the works or in planning for a while. And I do have a lot of issues with the streetscape. I have a whole bunch of issues with the vault, which I guess this is not the place to bring that up because the vault itself doesn't meet our standards. So I am not necessarily comfortable delegating the authority to reviewers. I guess, I mean,
So,
go ahead.
Are we comfortable delegating authority to a committee member, such as Mr. So let me just be clear. I'm talking about delegating authority to a specific committee member, not to staff whatsoever. When we delegate authority to staff, that's really, here's what the committee has said can be approved. Staff confirm that that's what was done. That's not really delegating authority to them. They have review authority, but not the approval authority. What I'm talking about here is something that we've done previously, which is delegating the authority to act on behalf of the committee as an approver to one of the committee members, as opposed to having to reconvene the committee to come back and have the applicant come back a month from now. It gives them the opportunity to move forward in weeks if it can be accomplished, but it means that that person, the applicant, really needs to nail this down.
Yeah, I agree, and I understand. I hope the applicant realizes that this is very unique, and we're bending over backwards for them, knowing that they did have time, and from some of the reviewer comments, a lot of this has been built already without a permit. So they better make the needed edits, additions, changes, modifications to comply with our standards.
To speak for the applicant, we do appreciate all that the committee members and public committee is making to make concessions to make sure that they can meet their development timelines. And we do intend to make sure that our design team conforms to the standards of the Mount Vernon Square requirements and also DDOT requirements. And again, we are so thankful and appreciative for the efforts being made here today.
Thank you. I would say that generally speaking, normally it would be delegated to me, but that's because mostly we're not typically dealing with something as specialized as this. So I'm not comfortable with the authority because I'm not that familiar with the Mount Vernon streetscape standards. I know Mr. Shaheen is not going to be available for a period in the near term. So Ms. Chamberlain, are you comfortable with us delegating the authority to you?
Sure.
Okay. All right.
I think that makes sense delegating it to Anna because the DDOT staff person who was most involved in developing these and working on these was Jonathan Rogers, who I think is under you, right, Anna? So that makes sense to me.
Yes, and on honeymoon, but.
I'm sorry, say that again, Anna?
He's on his honeymoon for the next 2 weeks, but.
Okay, so who signed off on that?
What?
Who authorized that? Did you authorize that?
I did, actually.
Oh my God. Okay. I think we gave Ms. Allen a half a day off for the birth of her granddaughter. So you guys are much more lenient than we are. I'm kidding. Actually, Ms. Allen was able to take time with her granddaughter, which is awesome. So let's do the following. I am going to make a motion that the committee delegate its approval authority for a final plan for this location in conformance with the Mount Vernon Streetscape design standards to member Anna Chamberlain. That the plans should go through the normal review process and that the subject matter reviewers can provide their recommendations and comments to Ms. Chamberlain for her to provide a final decision. Is there a second on delegating our authority to approve this application, Ms. Chamberlain, pending staff review of revised plans for consideration?
I'm happy to second that.
Okay.
I mean, it'd be better if Anna seconded it.
I thought I couldn't second. I can't second myself, given
Yes,
my given.
Yes, of course. I've actually made the motion to delegate authority to myself. So yes.
Oh, that's right. I was thinking it just wouldn't be right for me to second myself.
All right. So so who's seconding it? Let's not be polite. Let's keep moving. Who's seconding it?
Chris was first.
All right. So it's made by the chair, seconded by Mr. Shaheen. Further discussion on the motion?
So
Okay.
I would advise the discussion. I would advise the applicant to go ahead and try to schedule a PDRM, and then to hear from. I mean, that might be overkill, but we can talk about it just so it's the appropriate reviewers, which are quite a few, because UFD needs to be in the room, OP, Evelyn. I mean, lots of folks should be. So if they can, if there's an opening, get on a PDRM.
Yes, ma'am. I will make the attempt to schedule the PDRM.
Thank you. So you'll reach out to Evelyn Israel to schedule it, and I'll notify Evelyn about the action of the committee and tell her to coordinate with you. Okay, Anna?
Sounds good.
Okay, either that or we could have a person from your team be the person who organizes the PDRM for that.
I mean, it's normally Evelyn anyways. It's Evelyn and then it's through Emma. So just keep the standard.
All right, so the motion is to, it's in a sense, it's an approval motion, but it's a motion to delegate approval authority to Anna Chamberlain. Is there a second on the approval to delegate? Oh, it was already made and seconded. Sorry, We've had discussion on the motion. Mr. Secretary, we are ready for a vote on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, now take a vote on application 376544 to approve said application and delegate authority to committee member Anna Chamberlain. Ms. Dar,
Aye.
Ms. Chamberlain,
Aye.
Mr. Shaheen,
Aye.
Chairman Marcoux.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The application is approved and the authority is delegated to Anna Chamberlain.
Great. Thank you. All right, we're
Thank
going
you,
to
everyone. Appreciate it.
We appreciate that, Mr. Iglesias. We're going to continue to move forward in our agenda. We have application number 17 on our general agenda. This is tracking number 358387. This is for a variety of locations on the unit block of 47th Street, the unit block of 49th Street, Southeast. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Jason Iannotti for the applicant.
Great. If you'll state your name for the record, which you just did, spell your last name and present your application to the committee.
Iannotti. I don't have the application to present to you. I believe we were kind of expecting we were going to be on the consent agenda, so my design team were not able to make this meeting. But we did have conversations with DOT again as late as last night at 6:30, indicating that the only reason we're not on the consent agenda is because urban forestry payment was not made before this meeting. So I believe that's the only thing holding this up.
Right, well, so we have the application, and we can pull up any materials you need for us. Can you walk us through what you're asking?
Sure. Yeah. If you have the drawings available, I can walk you through it. And high level, I could tell you.
The application's literally on the screen in front of us. Tell us which page you'd like us to go to.
Any of the civil drawings would probably be the best. It's a 21-unit townhome complex. It takes up a large triangular area bordered by 49th, 47th, and East Capitol Street. It involves adding 2 curb cuts and eliminating, I believe, 1, maybe 2 curb cuts. So you can see there, what we did is we had long discussions with DDOT on making sure that we added additional crosswalks, proper signage that they requested, and we added that drive-through right there. You can see the 2 curb cuts on the upper part of the screen and the lower right part of the screen, and eliminated 2 others. So that's essentially all it is.
Yeah, I can say DDOT's planning division has reviewed this, and so has safety, and we are comfortable with all the changes and modifications that the applicant has made. So we would have voted to put this on consent. So I will let others speak.
Okay. Mr. Shaheen, you have any comments on the application? Ms. Dar, do you have any comments on the application? Any questions for the applicant? Okay. All right. In reviewing the application, we do see that everything has either been approved or is approved with conditions. So, well, actually, I did note that there was a concern. There is an outstanding review from IPMD in the stormwater group. So just less than a week ago, they asked that you provide drainage calculations for the trench drains proposed on the concrete aprons to demonstrate that 15-year flows are captured before reaching public roadways. They also wanted you to provide a 15-year water surface elevation for all proposed stormwater management facilities to demonstrate that 15-year flow does not overflow to public spaces. Proposed development may result in a change in the existing roadway drainage pattern. Please provide the existing proposed conditions, drainage calculations, along with drainage area map and all applicable information for all affected existing drainage facilities and proposed drainage facilities, if any. Please also provide drainage calculation to the trench drains proposed on the concrete aprons to demonstrate that the 15-year flows are captured before reaching public roadways. I think that's a duplication of a prior comment. And please note that as per section 1101.2 of the DC Plumbing Code, runoff from impervious surfaces must not cross property. So, question to the applicant: have you submitted revised plans that address those concerns?
Jason, this is Craig Kubitz.
Yeah.
Oh, Craig, the civil engineer, Kubicz.
Thank
we
you, sir.
did reply to those. We did reply to those comments, I believe, on Tuesday. Like you said, we just recently received them. They are shown on, I believe, 703, 704, somewhere in the 700 series are the trench drain calculations, as well as 15-year water surface elevations for each BMP.
Got it. Okay. So I think what we'll do is approve on the condition. I think that's the only substantive comment. We'll approve on the condition that IPMD Stormwater Management review and approve the revised plans that reflect the concerns that they had raised on August 20th. Short answer is it's approved on the condition that they review and approve the stormwater calculations they requested. Before we get to that, are there any other questions for the applicant from committee members? Okay, hearing none. Is there anybody else present who'd like to speak to application 358387, number 17 on our general agenda for a variety of streetscape improvements in the unit blocks of 47th and 49th Streets Southeast? Okay, hearing none, the chair will make a motion to approve on the condition that IPMD Stormwater review and approve the calculations provided by the applicant. Is there a second?
Second.
Made by the chair and seconded by Ms. Chamberlain. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, we are ready for a vote on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We now take a vote from each Public Space Committee member on application 358387 to approve with conditions. Ms. Dar.
Aye.
Ms. Chamberlain.
Aye.
Mr. Shaheen. Mr. Shaheen.
I don't see him on the screen, and he said it was raining really hard at his house. So maybe we lost him.
Yeah. Chairman Marcoux.
Aye.
Vote on the motion is 3-0. The application is approved with conditions. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Shaheen had also noted that there was a period where he might have to step away for a moment during the hearing. I just didn't see any notice from him that he was doing so. And typically he is super polite, kind of, and he would notify us. So heavy storms. They are heavy storms out there. So we'll keep it moving. We're going to go to item number 18 on our agenda. This is, pardon me. This is tracking number 370471 at 2700 F Street Northwest. Is the applicant present? The applicant present for 2700 F Street Northwest, tracking number 370471. If so, please state your name for the record, spell your last name. One last time, is the applicant present for 2700 F Street Northwest, tracking number 370471? Okay. Hearing no response, we're going to move forward to the next item on our agenda. This is the 3100 block of Bruce Place Southeast, tracking number 373706. Is the applicant present? Sorry, I just want to make sure everybody can actually hear me. Good. So is the applicant present for the 3100 block of Bruce Place Southeast, track number 373706? One last time, is the applicant present for the 3100 block of Bruce Place Southeast, track number 373706? Okay.
I apologize. I'm here. I'm here. I'm sorry. I was on my cell phone.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record, spell your last name, and present your application to the committee. I do want to note that Mr. Shaheen notified me that Storm had knocked out his power temporarily and that he's trying to rejoin as soon as possible.
Okay, understood. I'm Olusola Pine. I'm presenting for this application. Once again, my last name is spelled P as in Peter, Y as in yellow, N as in Nancy, E as in echo.
Great. So if you'll walk us through your application.
Sure. So this proposed project is for a new construction of a 70-unit affordable senior housing dwelling, senior housing complex. They are proposing to have this curb cut leading to, they're going to have an existing underground 2-story parking garage where they can come in off of Bruce Place and go into the garage. So you should be able to see it on this site plan that is being pulled up. I'm not sure if the page has fully loaded. Not sure why it's not fully loading. If I'm gained permission, I could share. I have the exact same documents that were uploaded.
Sure, we're happy to make you the presenter. Ms. Morton will do so.
All right. I apologize. I now have to allow my system to share. Well, I guess that won't work. It's gonna kick me out, and then I can rejoin to share my computer. If that's okay, I can rejoin really quickly. If not, I can give maybe upload since that initial site plan is not loading properly.
Well, why don't we do the following? Give us a moment.
It's fully loaded now, Matthew. Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Morton.
She said it's fully loaded, Mr. Chair.
Yes, and I said, go ahead, Ms. Morton.
Okay, excellent. All right, so this is where the proposed curb cut is to come off of Bruce Place that will lead to this kind of like continuous driveway where this divot is in between the two buildings. What you see on top is the solar panels. So right in between, that would be sort of a loading dock and an entry level to lead down to the 2 lower level parking garages. So it's pretty simple access. This will allow them to bring in while they're doing the construction. There are a good number of trees there that will need to be cleared so that they'll have additional access. In the files that are uploaded to DDOT, there are also some existing pictures in case you need to see what the site looks like right now. It's really just heavily wooded. So most of those trees are going to be taken down. This project is in its kind of like beginning design phases. So they are submitting just for the curb cut and civil design right now while they're getting the full architectural plans for the proposed structure.
Thank you. I do note that the application also includes a sidewalk. Is this just for the curb cuts for design approval, or are you actually giving us a streetscape plan?
Oh, this is just for curb cut approval.
Okay. So, so why was sidewalk included?
I assume that I would have to include just like the side areas of the sidewalk, you know, when the curb leads into that area, that they would be breaking up the existing sidewalk area, and then they would have to repave the sides that are not going to be a part of the curb cut flare. I could remove it from the application if it's a little confusing. I just didn't want to leave anything off.
Yeah, we normally would. Now, why are you not bringing, we normally would just count it as curb cut because that's really all you're doing. The breaking up the sidewalk is just a part of the process to install the new driveway. So why is the nose of the driveway recessed as opposed to coming fully to the curb?
It is going to be fully to the curb. This is another project that it has not been sent back to revise, resubmit before the meeting for me to upload revised plans, but the revised plans do show that the curb cut is to be flush with the sidewalk.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So are you, there are some stormwater management questions that I think are related to the building itself and not just to the curb cut. So
Correct.
please,
I'm sorry.
so are you going to be submitting an application for new streetscape on Stanton Road or on Bruce Place?
On Bruce Place, on Stanton Road, they aren't planning to do too much new streetscape. I do know that the limit of disturbance does extend out to the rear for their storm manhole and for the storm lateral that will exit off onto that side of the street, but no other new streetscape for Stanton Road side. On the Bruce Place side, other than the curb cut, as you can see, the building, where the building starts is set back pretty far. So they plan to have just kind of like an open, like landscaped area in the front to keep this heritage tree that is if you're facing the proposed property that's right onto the right, where this big circle is. So they didn't want to disturb that. They wanted to leave it there. So they're just going to have just like an open area there. So as of right now, since the full design is not complete, I can't speak on whether they plan to change or have any other type of projections or lead walks in public space besides, I believe, what is going to be is listed as number 8, right behind the curb cut, since that extends down, but that'll be kind of like a concrete pad to mount the electrical transformer on. But there's no other projections or any other work, as far as I'm concerned, in public space that I am currently aware of.
What are the property lines for this property?
The property line,
Because they're not shown, are they shown on this plan? I don't believe they are.
I'm also looking through some of the other sheets. I believe one document did show the building restriction line, but I want to confirm that I'm looking at the correct one, the correct sheet number. No, it is not shown. It is not shown. So I can definitely have them verify the property line. I want to say, because they list it on existing conditions just as the property line, but it's not clear to me that that is also the building restriction line right at where the curb cut begins.
Yeah, we really
That
need
is
the,
on, I'm sorry.
oh, that's good. We need the property lines that help us to tell what's public space, what's private property. Is there an adjacent property on the north or the south? Plan north, plan south of what we're looking at, that kind of thing.
Understood. On page CIV 100, there is a property line. It shows the existing conditions. So you'll see the amount of trees that are currently on the space right now. But that's the only thing that I was concerned. It does show the property line, but I did not verify with the design team that, sometimes they'll list the property line and then also list a building restriction line. And there's no delineation here. So all I see is the property line. But if you would like to see it, it is on sheet CIV 100. But it is basically this exact same box that they have situated here that extends from right behind the flare of the curb cut all the way back to maybe about 5 feet from the concrete curb on Stanton Road.
Okay. Yep. We don't have a plan that shows it. Did you submit anything to the system that shows it?
Yes, it's the CIV 100 sheet. The sheet that we're looking at right now is the CIV 200 site plan, but on the existing conditions, CIV 100, you'll be able to see the property line.
Why wasn't it included on this plan?
It is included on it. It was uploaded to the system.
No, on this plan that we're looking at on CIV 200. Why weren't the property lines included?
Well, it says the property line underneath. It's very small print, but as you can see, it's basically like right on top of the limit of disturbance. So it's kind of difficult to read it.
Why did you include the limit of disturbance on this plan?
Pardon me?
Sorry, just that because you put a limit of disturbance line directly on top of the property line, it's made it very hard to follow. So just a recommendation for the future, because level of disturbance isn't necessary it potentially isn't necessary. It's more for water management and for soil erosion questions. So I don't know that it's necessary for this, but we'll figure it out.
Understood.
Okay. Okay. Let me explain why I'm concerned about what we're doing right here. There's some stormwater management questions, and it's one of the reasons why I'm kind of like teasing this out a little bit. There's some stormwater management questions that our stormwater management team has. There are questions related to the green roof and downspouts. And I'm afraid that if we approve this, we're not going to get responses to those, and it doesn't sound like you're going to be submitting a legitimate, like you're not going to be doing any streetscape, because this is basically a long, thin property with very small public space exposures at either end, one of which you're not planning to do anything to. So stormwater management provided a comment on June 11th about submitting a stormwater management plan, and also talking about runoff from impervious surfaces, and the downspouts and discharge locations have to be submitted in accordance with the plumbing code. So this is let's put it this way, these are a lot of plans that you've submitted, including the stormwater management plans. So are you able to respond to their asks?
I personally, yes, I can upload the responses from the engineering team. Yes, I can.
Okay, cool. So I'm just going to check something real quick before I ask the question. Yeah, so he provided those comments on June 11th, and then the application was open for resubmission, but we didn't have anything resubmitted. So the application was open for resubmission on June 22nd, but we didn't get anything for nearly a month until we set it back to assigned status July 27th. Is there a reason why it kind of sat dormant for a month with nothing resubmitted to respond to his comments?
Yes, and I mean, unfortunately, I just can't speak on behalf of the design team, but there were just a lot of design changes. This is, I guess, a project that's going to be in cooperation with DEMPED, and I guess there were a lot of budgeting issues when it came to what they were going to do and what different allowances and stuff. So unfortunately, I was just working with what I was given from the design team. They asked me to apply as soon as they had the plans ready for the proposed curb cut. So I did as they asked me to, and when I gave them the comments, unfortunately, yes, I can only respond with what they gave to me.
Got it. Okay. So I have everything I think I need. I apologize. I don't think I'm going to be able to move forward on the application on my end. I think I'm going to need to have it tabled so you can submit the materials necessary to respond to the comments from the stormwater management reviewer. There's also an urban forestry comment that is again also from June 11th. There's an urban design comment from OP that's from June 1st. And so I know we've had a long conversation about it, but I think that there's so many comments that aren't being responded to in the system, and we need to have that done.
Understood. No, I completely understand. But I appreciate your hearing the case regardless. I mean, the good thing is I see no issues with the actual curb cut, but just possibly with other areas.
Yeah, I'll tell you that nose item is very important to me. That's always an issue. The nose of a curb cut always has to come all the way to the curb. This situation where people show it on their plans and really just creates a wider driveway is dangerous for pedestrians.
Understood.
Thank
I
you.
will have that corrected. Well, thank you
Okay.
again for hearing me on the agenda today.
We haven't finished. Just, we haven't taken the official action. So is there anybody else present who'd like to speak to tracking number 373706 at the 3100 block of Bruce Place Southeast? All right, hearing none, the chair will make a motion to table the application to allow the applicant with direction to staff to set the application to revise and resubmit so that the applicant can upload plans to respond to reviewers' comments from June. Is there a second? Not everybody all at once. I'm having trouble hearing the committee members seconding my motion.
Second.
There we go, Ms. Chamberlain, thank you. Made by the chair and seconded by Ms. Chamberlain. Further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, we are ready for a vote on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, we now take a vote from each Public Space Committee member on application 373706 to table said application. Ms. Dar,
Aye.
Ms. Chamberlain,
Aye.
Mr. Shaheen,
Aye.
Chairman Marcoux.
Aye.
The vote on the motion is 4-0. The application is tabled.
Thank you. I have to step away from the meeting for a minute because I have to deal with the 3rd Street tunnel matter that's come up, as well as give a briefing to the director for a status update. Mr. Shaheen, can you chair in my absence?
I'd rather not. I have like nothing. This storm knocked out everything at my house,
Okay.
so I'm.
Ms. Chamberlain, can you chair in my
Thanks.
absence?
Sure, with assistance from Chris or Mr. Shaheen if needed, but yes.
Sure, I expect to be back on the call on the meeting shortly. Thank you all.
Thank you. This is the part where now we need, is the applicant, are we now on Bryant Street Northeast, 100,001? Applicant 374142 here. Bryant Street Northeast, 374142. Nope. Okay, going on to item 21, which is 2601 30th Street Northeast, application number 373428. Is the applicant here?
Yes.
Hello, if you could please introduce yourself and
Yes,
spell out your last name.
Yes, my name is Mickey Taff,
T as in Tom, A as in Apple, F as in Frank, F as in Frank.
So go ahead, thank you. Go ahead and walk us through your application.
Yes, this is a 4-story, 14-unit condo building on the corner of Douglas and 30th Street Northeast. And simple, got curb cut, a lead walk, and some projections out into public space.
Can staff pull up a site map? I'm reading here a site plan, sorry, that reviewers had some questions about the BRL, and it looks like there's parking being proposed in public space.
I'm sorry, say it again.
So there's notes here from the reviewer asking for revisions. I'm not sure if you saw that.
No.
Where it asks the site plan show the building restriction line on 10th Street and relocate vehicle parking spaces and trash out of public space?
No, I've not seen those comments. When were those issued?
I do not have a date. Staff can assist. I'm not actually in TOPS, but yeah, if somebody. Sorry, the screen's really small for me, so if folks can just. So yeah, I guess what we need is a site plan to verify that comment.
Yeah, no, we have not seen those comments.
Does anyone else, does OP or anybody else have any comments?
This is Chris Shaheen. I need to see the plans. I can't pull them up here at home, so I'm relying on staff to pull them up on the screen.
So if you would allow me to share my screen, I've got some plans up for you. Okay, can y'all see those?
Yep, if we can zoom in a little bit, and if you could just walk us through. And are there building restriction lines on that drawing?
Yeah, this seems to be a building plan. Could you pull up drawings that actually show the public space and building restriction area around the site?
Okay. So here's the property lines, which is the limit of our building.
So what if any work are you doing in public space? I believe the Office of Planning's comments have to do with a curb cut, but I don't see on your plans
Yes.
where the curb cut is.
Yes, we have an existing 10-foot driveway right here, which we're expanding to 12 foot. And then we have window projections here and here on the second, third, and fourth floor. And we have a canopy here on the first floor.
What's the driveway leading to? I guess, is it a garage?
I'm sorry?
What's the driveway leading to?
Okay, it leads up to the building, which this is a overhang. It's a drive under the building here. And so this is like a covered covered parking area right here. You can see it. So there, this is your building line on your first floor, and here's your parking area.
How many parking spots is the driveway servicing?
I believe 4.
Are there photos of the existing site conditions?
I'm sorry?
Are there photos of the existing site conditions?
Yeah, we have. We can pull it up on Google Earth. That would be this property right here.
Thank you, that's helpful.
I'm sorry?
Thank you, that is helpful.
Do you have a layout of the parking spots?
If you give me a second, I'll, yes, as a matter of fact, I probably do. Yeah, I'm sorry, there's 2. So this would be the parking areas. You've got, or 3. I believe you've got 4. Yeah, 4. I believe you got one there, handicap, and another one there.
Sorry, I missed the first there. I see the handicap and the other one next to it,
Yeah,
but where are the other 2?
I believe this is a parking spot here, another one here, handicap, and right here.
Anna, I have notes from the Office of Planning saying that UFA has an objection, but I can't access the file to see what that objection is. Can you share that?
I guess we also haven't found out if there's a building restriction line. Because at first, no, because you're saying the property, I see, but that's an existing building?
There's an existing house there now.
Back there. And so that might be the building restriction line where that old property and your property line. So that's really important because a huge part of your building might be in the building restriction line. Can staff look up using, I guess went back to our mapping tool in TOPS to find out if there's a building restriction line?
I'm going to check it right now, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And I point out there's also a lead walk in public space right here.
This is Bryan Street, correct? It's loading now. No, ma'am, it doesn't appear to be one. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry?
It does not appear to be a building restriction line at this location.
Okay.
Are they Douglas or Bryant? Because
I'm sorry?
what's the address?
2601 30th Street, North
Got it.
East.
I'm looking at the other one. So it does say I have UFD. I don't know if Chris is still on, so this is now another issue, because if it's just Miss Dar and I, we're not a quorum.
I am here.
Ah, okay.
I just have very limited, everything's down, so I'm calling into my phone, so I don't really have access to much. But
Got
I'm
it.
following
So
along the
I can,
conversation.
so I'll share with you. Here it says, as this is a new development and the curb cut is proposed to be expanded, this is considered a new curb cut and the existing curb cut expires and a new one must be applied for in tops. So I guess, do we have that in the, do they update that in the description? Staff, anybody? Which, I mean, we can approve the curb cut now. I guess Ms. Israel pointed out it just needed to show in the permit. And then it says,
There is a descriptor for a driveway and a curb cut.
I think they had it from repair. They had repair or replace driveway. And she was saying it should change to new residential curb cut.
Correct.
Okay. UFD supports the expansion of the 12-foot as the curb cut. Wait, I'm assuming it says it does not support, because the 12-foot as the curb cut likely impacts the 17th Street tree.
Okay, so that's 17-inch tree. So we had urban forestry out last week, as a matter of fact, to go over the issues, because they had made a comment about moving that tree, but that tree is unsurvivable right now. And they have marked it for removal by urban forestry.
But you're not, what's the width of the curb cut you're proposing?
You say, where is the curb cut?
The width.
The width, it's a 12-foot drive.
Because you could go lower, because it's only 4 parking spaces, so that doesn't. I guess you could reduce. So do you have that on record that UFD is okay with us?
With the tree?
Correct. You're saying, because here the notes I have say they're not okay because of the impacts to the trees, and you've stated you went out with them and they said actually they're going to remove it. So do you have that submitted?
Yes,
to
I have. I have the forestry's inspector that was out there, and also have photographs of his flag on the tree. And I do have notes from him.
Okay. I guess what's the color and the material of the driveway?
I think that's pretty much undetermined at this point, but I'm sure it would go just concrete.
Mm-hmm. And I guess the request for a type D flare, but that looks like a type D flare to me. Does anyone else have any questions, comments from the committee?
Can the applicant verify that the curb cut is being rebuilt and rebuilt to comply with DDOT standard?
Yes,
and
I
the
will.
type D flare? Is that specification included on your plans that have been submitted?
For the rebuilding of the curb cut?
Yes.
Couldn't tell you if it's noted on there, but we will comply with DDOT's standards.
So that needs to be noted. the scoring of the sidewalk needs to continue across the driveway. I can't tell from the plans if that's what's happening.
Okay. So note on the plans, a curb cut replacement comply with DDOT standards?
Yeah, it should be standard type D flare, which is a narrower flare for the curb radius.
And what was that?
And then the second one is that the sidewalk scoring, it's usually a 3x3 scoring pattern, needs to cross the driveway. So someone who's walking down the sidewalk should feel as though they have a continuous sidewalk to walk on. And a person that is driving from the street onto the driveway should feel as though they are crossing the sidewalk. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Yes. Great. Thank you. So have you, I think you confirmed that those are not on your plans. Is that correct?
Yes, those specs are not on the plans.
Great. Then those would be conditions that would need to be met for OP support of the application.
Okay.
So I guess touching back earlier on, I still have an objection from the urban forestry. So
well, we just received the received all the comments, got all the comments to our designer last week, and we just got the revised drawings to submit. So we have not responded to those comments as of yet.
Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on behalf of this application? Anyone from the public? Okay. I am ready to make a motion to approve on condition that the applicant receive, well, first that they change the descriptive for the permit to ensure it's a new residential driveway. It's the first condition. The second condition that they get review and approval by the Urban Forestry Division of the design and impacts, et cetera, and get all the permitting required in order for any impacts related to the tree.
Okay, I'm sorry, what, the first condition about the new residential driveway?
The permit type just needs to be switched from repair, I think, from repair to new driveway.
Okay.
And then that the design of the driveway be per DDOT design and engineering manual standards.
Okay.
Requirements, which we've already gone over, but you can, regarding the scoring, regarding the flares, and so that you can find in our design engineering manual.
Okay.
And you'll have to submit, so you'll have to update your application to have the standard specifications and drawings.
Madam Chair, sorry for the interruption. They're going from a 10-foot driveway to a 12-foot. Just want you to note that.
Got it. Which it could be reduced. So, I mean, per the design engineering standards, it's only accessing 4 spots. So it could even be as little as 8 or 9 feet. So I will also ask, I don't know if OP wants to take a crack at the updates or if not, I can delegate it. Well, actually, Evelyn was the reviewer. So I guess also ensure that Evelyn reviews the details of any updates or changes or modifications to the driveway design. Does that sound right? Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussions on the motion?
So I think it sounds like the motion includes delegating final approval to PSRD. Is that correct?
No, well, it's approved on condition, but one condition was they changed the type of the permit to include new driveway. The second is actually that UFD reviews and approves and checks off all the boxes that they need to check off with tree preservation or removal or et cetera. That might require minor modifications, and the applicant can consider further reducing their driveway width because it would still meet DDOT design and engineering standards. So if there are any modifications, just having Evelyn take a look at it to ensure that it does meet the requirements that she put in her review for the width, the scoring, et cetera, and the flares. So yes, so it's UFD and the PSRD planning.
Great, that should be specified on in the motion.
Thank you. This is where I need your help. Does staff have the motion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I guess we are ready for a vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, we now take a vote from each Public Space Committee member on application 373428 to approve with conditions. Ms. Dar,
Aye.
Mr. Shaheen,
Aye.
Madam Chairwoman.
Aye.
The vote on the motion is 3-0. The application is approved with conditions. Congratulations.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. This is where I'm not as eloquent as Chairman Marcoux. And he can fill the void and the space with all the pleasantries. And that's why he's great at this. Let's see, moving to the next one. This is 2201 Shannon Place Southeast, application number 373420. Is the applicant here?
Yes. Can you guys hear me? This is Adam Enton. Last name is Entin, and I'm with Bowman Consulting, the civil engineering firm for the project.
Great. Would you want to go ahead and walk us through your permit or your application?
Yeah, sure. I've got my site plan up if I can share my screen, or if you prefer to pull the site plan off of TOPS, that works as well, either way.
Staff, can you let me know which one's the preferred method? We seem to go both ways, so.
Oh, I might be sharing already, maybe.
There we go, perfect.
Okay, great. Well, this is the same site plan that was uploaded Monday, I think it was. This is the project is a commercial office building in Southeast. The main entrance is here off of Shannon Place, and so we have three street frontages: Shannon, W Street Southeast, and Railroad Avenue. This plan, so that not everyone is too confused here, the plan is actually twisted. So north is plan right. So we've worked with staff on this one for the past month or two, and I think we've managed to get most of the DDOT staff reviewers that approved or approved with condition. There were a few of the review staff that I was still speaking with as of Monday and Tuesday. So I think some of their final reviews are still pending. Morvarid with IPMA and Matan with the traffic control. But so we have pretty pretty extensive streetscape improvements along all frontages for the building. Standard tree boxes, street trees. We have bike racks. We're proposing a bike share station here at the corner. We've worked with Greg Medleski for Bike and Ped. And also on Railroad Avenue, where we've been working closely with DDOT staff on exactly kind of what they're envisioning for this roadway. So we're actually adding curb to both sides and shrinking up the cartway to 20 feet. I think in the words of DDOT, the Railroad Ave is sort of going to function as like a glorified alley. All of our back of house loading operations for the building is coming off of that. So yeah, like I said, we've been working pretty closely with staff on this one, and we're here to answer any additional questions that the committee might have, and hopefully we can reach an approval.
Yeah, thank you. This one's been in the making for a long time, and I really appreciate how you guys pulled back the building to allow more sidewalk space in an area that will become denser and denser. So thank you. Let's see, I don't have access to tops. So the one, if folks can let me know who's outstanding, if staff can let me know, that'd be great. The comment that I'm seeing here is that the sidewalk, and I know that there was a lot that went on to get that sidewalk on the east side of Railroad Avenue, is showing in the civil, but we just wanted to make it consistent to ensure that it's shown in the landscape drawings as well, because you're not going to believe this. We've actually had things that didn't match, and then they don't get built correctly when they're not shown in every single plan. So
no, point taken. Absolutely. I know that was something that I think Aaron Zimmerman made that comment, and that was just an honest oversight on our part. We had some last minute coordination with Aaron on what exactly was going to happen at Railroad Avenue as it came up to Chicago, and that we came to a resolution like just as of last week. And so when I uploaded the plans, it didn't get reflected correctly with the landscape team, but it since has, and those have been uploaded with our last submission that was on date 24, so Tuesday, I think that is.
Sorry, Madam Chair, it seems as though we have outstanding reviews from the bike and ped, safety, IPMD, as well as stormwater.
So that's quite a few. But yeah, it obviously the 24th didn't give folks enough time. But do we know the extent of those comments?
I know for, if I may chime in on that, I know that for Bike and Ped, Greg Medleski was just looking for the bike rack detail, which I was able to send him yesterday. So I've had email correspondence with Bike and Ped as recent as last night. And for stormwater, IDMA stormwater, I've also had email correspondence back and forth with Morvarid, the reviewer, also just as of this morning. So I think, I think some of the back and forth, some of the decision making was just not, you're right, made a little bit late for them to have enough time to actually put their comment at the top or their approval per chance. But I have been communicating with them on that.
Bike and Ped asked for to show measurements as well as to make sure the bike racks conform to the standards, and if a bike share is required for the property.
Oh, is bike share a TDM requirement for this?
Yes.
building?
we are. Yes, we are providing the bike share station.
So I guess there needs to be coordination on that. Okay. Does anyone else, I don't see any of the committee members now on video. Hopefully you guys are still there.
I'm here. I just have my camera turned off.
Got it. Sorry, Ms. Starr. Didn't mean to put you on the spot. It's just, I'm like, am I alone? Wondering if, does anyone have any comments or questions from the committee? Okay. Does anyone else like to speak on behalf of this application? Anyone from the public?
Anna, again, I'm very limited in what I can see here. Can you tell me what, if any, of office planning comments are in tops?
Sure. Just want to let you know the request for revisions was put in back in June, and the application was just resubmitted and was sent out to the applicants just 2 days ago. That's why they haven't had a chance to review. And the Office of Planning is approved, and there's no significant notes. There's no significant notes in there from Office of Planning.
Thank you, Mr. Garrett.
Okay, with that, I propose the motion to approve with conditions, and it's going to be the review and approval of the 3 different divisions who requested revisions from the applicant and were unable to provide any comments. So the applicant will work with the reviewers to ensure that they are okay with any of the changes that were made and it meets their approval. And those 3 are, we have the bike and ped, stormwater, and safety. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Any discussions on the motion? Not hearing any. I guess we are ready for a vote. Mr. Secretary?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, we now take a vote from each public space committee member on application 373420 to approve with conditions. Ms. Dar,
Aye.
Mr. Shaheen,
Aye.
Madam Chairwoman,
Aye.
the vote on the motion is 3-0. The application is approved with conditions. Congratulations.
Thank you for the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking forward to the project. All right, moving right along. We've got 2 more. So going item number 23, which is 325 Vine Street Northwest, application number 376034. Is the applicant here?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon. If you want to go ahead and state your name and spell out your last name and walk us through the application.
Okay, good afternoon all. My name is Armstrong Casa. K as in King, A as in Adam, S as in Sam, S as in Sam, A as in Adam. And the tracking number is 376034. So we are here today to discuss the proposed curb cut reduction and reconfiguration of an existing curb cut. If staff could pull up one of the street views or even that sheet. Yes, DDOT number 1. Yeah, that sheet, that's fine. Okay. if we go straight down to detail E1 on that sheet, so the site plan to, yes, the site plan there. So the proposed development is on 325 Vine Street. Currently, there is an existing 63-foot wide curb cut that serves both our property and also the site to the south of, or plan south on this plan, 225 Vine Street. So the proposed work seeks to reduce that existing curb cut down to, on our side, to just be 19'4". The curb cut will serve a driveway serving the proposed development, has below grade parking space and loading areas. So that's pretty much it. We submitted this back in June, received comments, addressed all comments that we received back then, and here we are. So if we go to detail E5 on that same sheet, it has a larger plan detail showing the curb cut, the proposed curb cut.
I'm sorry, where's the railroad line in context of your site plan?
It's plan north. So if you keep going plan north exactly on Vine, there is a property there, 314 Carroll Street, and then to the further to the north of them is the railway.
Got it. So you are not the last property on this side of Vine Street. There's a little bit of the adjacent property hitting Vine Street. Is that correct? Great.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you. So this is Chris Shaheen. We recently, well, recently, could have been 2 years or 3 years ago. The last year and a half has been a bit of a blur, I guess. Another adjacent project on Vine Street. Have you coordinated to make sure that your proposed sidewalk width aligns with what is on that adjacent property? Because it's a very narrow street, so it's a very unusual condition.
Correct. Actually, our application seeks to widen that existing sidewalk from currently, what is that, 3 feet to closer to 8 feet. So part of it will bleed into private property side or private right of way. But that's how we plan to move forward with this project, widening the existing sidewalk and reducing the existing curb cut.
Has the adjacent property been redeveloped already?
It's under the process. Hilmar, if you can chime in
Yes,
here, let
absolutely.
me know where they are.
Sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Hilmar Noble. Last name is Noble. And so the neighboring group, I was actually just on the phone with them while the last gentleman was speaking. They had just called me about a question. So I work closely with Outlier in other projects, just not this one. I happen to be the owner's rep on the 325 Vine Street one. And we are, in fact, coordinating with them to make sure everything's lining up, from sidewalks to even some in-house things like deliveries and what have you, and sharing some resources. So when they need to put stuff on our property and vice versa, we have that ability. But in answer to your question, Mr. Sheehan, yes, we are coordinating with them to make sure that the sidewalk and all parts of the public space are lining up, and that we're within code on both projects.
Because if I'm remembering correctly, there was another property on the other side of the street at the corner of Vine, and is that 4th Street maybe?
No, Maple.
Maple, that's right. And it went all the
Yeah.
way down. It was like the whole block, if I remember correctly.
From what I understand, that project is stalled. I don't have anything to do with that. I have been kind of tracking a lot of the work that's being done in the area, everything from WMATA to DDOT to DC Water. From what I understand of that project, it's kind of stalled a little bit. They're having some logistic issues, or really don't know that much in terms of what's stalling it. But yes, you were right. It's a fairly larger project, and it's across the street and down closer to Maple.
The only reason I'm bringing up those other two projects is that they both have frontages on Vine. They both have streetscape plans that were approved for Vine. And just because it is such a narrow street, I just want to make sure that all of the streetscape is being designed the same, so that it all looks like one public space. It doesn't look like streetscapes were designed by 3 different properties.
I'll make sure that we coordinate with them. I'll reach out. I know who's running that project as well. So I have a fairly good relationship with them. So I'm happy to reach out and coordinate and make sure that, and working with our landscape architect and of course Armstrong and the rest of the team to make sure that our streetscapes are not mismatched, as it were. So
thank you.
It sounds like the folks who had outstanding comments with the stormwater, both the Department of Energy and Environment and the DDOT stormwater team. Are you guys aware of those comments? I mean, there's UFD, so it looks like planning had no comments, both the DDOT planning and the Office of Planning, but there were some stormwater requests back in July.
Right. So we did address the comments, submitted them or uploaded our response on 8/17, so about 10 days ago. The rest are pending. Reviews still pending. Pepco. I know AMC has given us verbal approval. Hilmar, let me know if the commissioner is present right now.
he doesn't seem to be. I texted him and asked if he would be on. It's Jeff Brumahim, and he is. He verbally told me earlier today that absolutely I'm still 100% in support of this. We've been very open and communicative with him and our neighbors. And our project goes from actually Carroll to Vine, if you look closely. So we're being very careful about making sure that we're keeping open lines of communication with everybody from the ANC to our neighbors to, of course, WMATA and whomever else this could impact. So he's been very supportive. And so we've gotten no comments back. We've gotten none of those other pending reviews are back, right, Armstrong?
Correct. So IPMA is pending, DOEE is still pending. So the rest are approved or approved with conditions. We will address the conditions put forward by UFA. We did receive the field report from our landscape yesterday, identifying one special tree. So we will go in with the permit application for that ASAP.
Got it. Do any committee members have any questions or?
Yeah, this is Christian Heen again. Did you say, I thought I just heard you say that your project extends all the way from Vine to Carroll Street. Is that correct?
That is correct. We just got the lot subdivision approved, so we're combining 3 lots. But for the purpose of this application, which is just focuses on the curb cut reconfiguration, reducing, just on this side of the lot. So 325 Vine Street is the focus for today.
Okay, I think that's really but I don't think I've ever reviewed an application for a project that has 2 street frontages and we only reviewed the street frontage for one side. Is there a curb cut on Carroll Street?
No.
No, there's not.
There's not.
So,
Actually, we did submit, the civil plans do depict the two street frontages on the site plan of the civil sheets. So whatever we're proposing on Carroll Street is nothing but a widening of the existing sidewalk by incorporating part of the private right-of-way onto the sidewalk, that is.
So are you only applying for your curb cut on Vine Street today?
Correct.
Got it.
And
So all of the other streetscape improvements on Vine Street and all the issues that I asked about the coordination with the other properties, we would look at a subsequent application.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you. That was very helpful.
It looks like our chairman has returned.
And staff, if you could pan down so we see the proposed curb cut. There you go. Yep.
Sorry, I'm seeing two lines. Hold on. So you're widening an existing curb cut.
Reducing from 63 to on our side to 19.4 wide. So the existing curb cut is 63 foot wide, and it serves two lots. So we're breaking it apart, leaving the portion that serves our property to be just 19.4 wide.
So I don't know if you heard him. It's actually shortening, correct, Armstrong?
Reducing, yeah, shortening it.
Yes.
Got it. It's just shifting, shortening, and shifting.
Exactly.
Right.
And I think we did upload pictures, street views. I think we did that. If the staff could assist.
Okay. Do any other committee members have any comments, questions? I guess, is there anyone out there that would like to speak about this application? I don't know if the ANC or the public, anyone? Okay. I would like to propose the following motion to approve with conditions that the applicant revise and well, I guess they give the reviewers that requested the revisions, I guess, time to review the new updates or uploads that were made, I guess, a week ago, to give them enough time. And as long as they all review and approve, and that's where the three ones, let me get that list now. So is meet the conditions from UFD and receive approval from the If folks can mute their lines if you're not speaking. I think, did I get that right, staff? Did I get it was stormwater, the DDOT stormwater and the DOE plus meet the conditions from UFD? Am I missing anything?
I'm assuming based on the discussion that the TOPS application is only for the curb cut, and we don't need to specify that, okay?
And also thank you for, Shaheen, in ensuring that the sidewalk design meets the new development, the adjoining, the approved one, whichever, I don't know what the application number was, but that it matches the approved plans of the neighbor.
Yeah, I don't think we need to include that as part of the motion. I think that would be just to put the applicant on, just to advise the applicant that we'll be looking for that.
Okay, so then put this, have OP review the update.
It sounds like that will be a separate application, so we don't need to address it at all.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Sounds good to me. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I guess we are ready for a vote.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. For the record, we'll now take a vote from each public space committee member on application 376034 to approve with conditions. Ms. Dar,
Aye.
Mr. Shaheen,
Aye.
Madam Chairwoman,
Aye.
the vote on the record is 3-0. Application is approved with conditions. Congratulations.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I would like to put on record and welcome back Chairperson Marcoux, handing over the mantle to you.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Chamberlain, for chairing in my absence. I'm sure you were awesome, and in fact, you moved it much more quickly than I ever would have because I blah, blah, blah too much. But I take it we're on our final item, number 24 at 125 East Street Northwest. This is tracking number 375926, Georgetown University McCourt, Georgetown University McCourt School. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Excellent. If you'll state your name for the record, spell your last name, and present your application to the committee.
So my name is Kelly Gilmore, Gilmour. And we are here to present a concept application for the construction of a pedestrian walkway over a public alley from lots owned by Georgetown on either side of the alley.
Okay. Very exciting.
And actually, if I could share my screen, I have everything in one place, so I think it'll be easier to flip between.
Sure.
Okay. Sorry, it's, oh, I see, okay.
In the meantime, while you're doing that, I just note to staff, Mr. Garrett, I'll follow up with you about the applications that I missed because of the 3rd Street Tunnel update. I just want to let everybody know, 3rd Street Tunnel, please try to avoid it, certainly for the next several days, and particularly southbound.
Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Great. So as I mentioned, this is part of the Georgetown University's Capitol campus, formerly known as the Law Center. And so they are currently in efforts of expanding their presence in the downtown DC. And their campus today is located between 1st and 2nd Street Northwest, from E Street up to New Jersey. And they've currently purchased 500 First Street here at the corner of E and First, and then we're in the process of going through permitting approvals for a new building on the corner of 2nd and E Street for the McCourt School of Public Policy. So what we're here to talk about today is just this little yellow piece here, which is a proposed pedestrian walkway that crosses above Choose Court to connect the existing law center to these new extensions of the Georgetown campus. I think, yep, so next slide. Zooming in a little bit, this is a site plan. So we're up looking at a roof plan right now. So the pedestrian walkway crosses above an existing portion of the Ginsburg building, across the alley more than 15 feet above existing grades, and into the 2nd floor of the proposed McCourt building. The goal behind this walkway is to provide safe pedestrian access for the larger campus, and allow Choose Court to continue to work in its current function as back of house and service for all of the existing and the proposed building in this area. So this is just a few photos of the existing conditions with the proposed bridge location highlighted in yellow in each. In the top left, we're looking from East Street north across where the new building will be, and you can see the existing lower portion of the Ginsburg building that the bridge will come across the top of. On the top right, we're looking down Shoes Court from 2nd Street, and then in the bottom left, we're looking the opposite direction from 1st Street. You can see there's trash collection and garage access and Pepco vaults all going on in this alley, so we want to be able to preserve all of those for these buildings. And then in the bottom right is just looking up under what will be the bottom of the bridge. This is just a diagrammatic section of how the bridge connects the proposed building with the existing building. So on the bottom right here, you've got that existing one-story structure. The bridge comes across 10 feet of private space and then the 20 feet of the public alley, maintaining that 15 feet clear minimum, and connects into the 2nd floor of the proposed McCourt School of Public Policy. This is just a ground floor of the proposed building with the future bridge highlighted in yellow, showing all of the service spaces, loading, bike storage, and all of that will be kept under the bridge. And then this is a conceptual site plan zoomed in a little bit more of the bridge itself, where we're anticipating incorporating new green spaces to handle all of the stormwater of the bridge and take it back to the north to be treated in the existing Ginsburg building. You can see that at in this plan, we're showing that a majority of the bridge is 32 feet across, and it expands out to 38 feet as the new building receives it. So we will be submitting a code modification application for this, as it's greater than the 30 feet allowed by section 3104.8. And so we haven't submitted that yet, but we will be. The reason behind the larger width is a response to the existing conditions and the gap between the existing building, as well as some Pepco vaults that we're keeping clear of. This is an elevation of the proposed building. So if I ghosted in the existing buildings where we're standing in this case, you'd have the existing Gewirtz, which is the Law Center dormitory here, and then the taller portion of Ginsburg, the fitness building, sits here. And so we've got this large portal that sits in the gap and receives the new pedestrians as they come across, the existing pedestrians probably as they come across the new walkway. And then this is just a building section of the new proposed building with the proposed bridge over Shoes Court here. And then finally, just a quick touch on all of the utilities. All of the existing utilities in Shoes Court that would be under the bridge are actually abandoned at this point and will be removed as part of the scope of work for the construction of the new building. So the only utilities that the bridge will cover is a private data line that connects the Georgetown University buildings to each other, and then a small pole, P-U-L-L, vault for Pepco, which basically just lets them do a 180 turn with their conduit in the alley. And that's all I have.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Gilmore, for making that presentation. That's very helpful. I'm going to Yes, I believe that's the case. So Ms. Gilmore, and I'm just going to note for the record that we also have David Abitable on in the meeting. His last name is spelled A-V-I-T-A-B-I-L-E. I believe that these are actually approved by the Public Space Committee under the building code. They are delegated authority or specified authority for this type of projection to be approved by the Public Space Committee. So can you walk us through what the relevant regulation, requirements, standards, limits, conditions are, and what exceptions you're asking for from those exceptions and conditions, and then the basis for the allowance for those exceptions, conditions, et cetera?
Yes, good question. Sorry, I had my code open to the right part and it closed on me. So I think we were referring to in 3204.8.
Yes.
Yes. So it just says that it will require approval by the Public Space Committee for any pedestrian walkway. So we aren't trying to, the only exception we have is that 3104.8 for the width of the bridge being 32 to 38 feet rather than the specified 30, but that's the only exception. Otherwise, we will be completely as of right, and we are just pursuing the standard approval from the Public Space Committee per the building code.
I know that Mr.
That's right.
Go ahead, Mr. Abitable.
I was going to say, to expand on that, and Ms. Gilmore has this, but so chapter 32 has the section that she cited where it says the committee approves these, and then there are provisions in chapter 31 which Ms. Gilmore has been referencing, where there are some of the standards, like how high does it need to be above the alley, and I believe that's 15 feet, and we meet that clearance. How wide can it be? Up to 30 feet. We're a little bit wider than that, as she explained, and that's an area where we'd be asking for additional approval. Now, we viewed that as requiring a code modification because that is in chapter 31, which is part of the building code, and wasn't sure whether your ability to approve the pedestrian bridge also included the ability to approve deviations from chapter 31. But anyway, we can sort out the process. Really, today we were here to discuss the concept and get a conceptual endorsement of this bridge concept here. We can pull up the other sections of chapter 31 and just make sure there isn't anything else that we are missing or I'm missing. Give me a second here. And Kelly, if you have them at your fingertips, feel free to go through those couple of provisions as well. It's
yes,
under.
I can get them.
Where is it? Here it is. It
3104.
That's right. And so we went through it. And so you start, the buildings that are 3104.2, buildings that are connected are separate structures. We're treating these as separate structures. 3104.3, constructed of non-combustible construction. Kelly, can you confirm that this will be constructed of non-combustible construction?
Yes, the bridge is going to be a concrete structure.
Great.
Sorry, I have a question before you move it forward. Can you give me a specific citation to the regulation that you're quoting?
Sure. So the first provision about separate structures is 3104.2.
Okay, are you quoting from
12 DCMR?
Are you quoting from the 2013 code or the 2017 code?
The 2017 code.
Right, and you're saying it's 2017 12A 3104.
3104.2, which mandates that the buildings connected by pedestrian walkways are treated as separate structures.
Got it. Can you do us a favor? That regulation is not available online from DCRA's section of the DC regs. So when I look at, because this is something that was important to us and then we were looking for it. So when I go to the 2017 Title 12 chapter 12A sections, the the list I have is 3101, 3102, 3103, which are general membrane structures and temporary structures. And then 3105, 3106, and 3107, which are awnings and canopies, marquees, and signs. And then the last one is 3112, which is fences. So if 12A 3104 is available online, we would love to have access to it. If there's something super secret, like there's like a handshake we need to give, we approved the handshake public space.
I'm gonna post it in the chat. There's a
Perfect.
magic link that is the integrated version of the construction code, which when I found it, it was revelatory because it has the IBC with then the district amendments pasted in, and it's beautiful.
What? This is my mind. They make the building code, they make that international code public. That's a game changer because we've never been able to get that. That is really helpful to hear. Thank you. So please continue.
And it's on DCRA's website. God bless them, they have it there. So anyway, yes, this changed my life when I discovered it. The best thing
I'm stuck watching all of this on my phone and I can't get the chat. So if someone can send me that link also, that would be totally awesome.
I will do it right now. I just feel this is a highlight for me professionally that I've managed to have something that you all are usually showing me all the tricks. So I just feel great. Here we go, Chris. I'll send it to you right now.
Great. Well, I haven't got to my questions yet, but go ahead.
Okay. All right. I'll take that under. I'll dampen my enthusiasm. All right. So we started with. Go ahead, Mr. Marco.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you all are able to hear me because I've been trying to ask a basic question or do something, and so I appreciate that. To make this easier, Ms. Gilmore, if you literally have the language in front of you, why don't we make you the presenter again and you show us that language? It'll make it a lot easier for us to follow along because you can go from language to plan, from language to plan.
Sure, I can do that.
Thank you. Awesome.
Okay, so I use UpCodes, but it's the same language that Dave was just sharing. This is a subscription service, so not as generally accessible. But here we are in 3104, the pedestrian walkways and tunnels section of the DC 2017 building code. Okay, so this 3104.1 just says that this applies to pedestrian walkways. Skipping down to 3104.2, this is the buildings connected by the pedestrian walkway shall be separate structures. So they are the ones on the north side of the, there it goes, okay. On the north side, sorry, it's so tiny, are existing structures, and then on the south side is the proposed new structure. Construction, pedestrian walkway shall be of non-combustible construction. This is going to be a flat plate concrete structure. So concrete is generally either type 2A or type 2B non-combustible construction. We haven't delved into which of those two it's going to be, but it will be non-combustible. 3104.4. So this one, again, we'll have to circle back as we go through the formal approval process, but only materials and decorations approved by the building official shall be allowed. 3104.5, connections of pedestrian walkways to buildings. Sorry, the connection of a pedestrian walkway to a building shall comply with section 3104.5.1, 2, 3, or 4. Exception, buildings that are on the same lot and considered as portions of a single building. So that exception does not apply. I'm just scrolling here. Sorry, here we go. So we are open sides on the walkway. Sorry, did I skip something? I did this months ago. Yeah, okay. Or open sides on a walkway where the distance between the connecting buildings is more than 10 feet, we're 30 feet. The walls need not be fire resistance rated, provided both sidewalls and pedestrian walkway are not less than 50% open or 100% open. And the open area uniformly distributed. We're 100% open, so it's definitely uniformly distributed. And there's no roof. Any questions about that? That one's confusing, so. 3104.
No, actually, a lot of the things that you're discussing are related to pedestrian walkways that are on public space and on private property, right? So one of the things to bear in mind here is the reason that it may appear ambiguous is because there are pedestrian walkways, right, in connecting buildings that are on private property, and then there are pedestrian walkways that are connecting buildings that are on public space. Edmund Burke School off of Connecticut Avenue has one of these. So the reason we're here is to note that there will be elements of this that are structural building code components that you will need official approval from the building code official for things like what is the level of fire protection that you're going to need? What is the fire, both in terms of fire suppression systems as well as fire retardant. The elements I think that you're going to find that the Public Space Committee is most concerned with, at least I'll speak for myself, are how much public space are you occupying? Why do you need to use more public space than you're authorized approved to have? Are you creating a safety issue for traffic flow below the material? Are you obstructing access to something that's in the alley or the area that you were traveling over? So we might want to focus a bit more on those. But this is exceptionally helpful. Thank you, Ms. Gilmore, for providing this. Thank you, Mr. Avenable, for providing that link. I have already pulled it up and I've saved it as a favorite. So why don't we cut to the chase a little bit here? Why do you need more width than is permitted in the regulation?
Yeah, good question. So it's not so much a need as we want to be responsive to the existing environment, and the existing gap between the buildings is greater than 30 feet. So we're trying to respond to that existing relationship, both in the new buildings construction and in the pedestrian walkways construction. And then some of the sort of funny, seemingly arbitrary jogs that you're seeing on the left side of the bridge are coming from Pepco setbacks. So it's a design decision to be able to transfer the pedestrians from the existing opening between the buildings to a new connection through the new building, which the building's core is here. And so we can't just connect straight through and keep the bridge skinny. We have to be able to transition them over to be able to pass beyond the core and into the main circulation spine of the new building.
Kelly, if we were to narrow the bridge to the 30 feet width, would we have enough space to accommodate sort of a pedestrian clear path plus get the landscaping on there we need to meet code requirements? The answer may be yes, but I just want to see if that's part of that. That's another part of it. I remember this came up in our PDRM, and I think largely what we talked about was it's that we're sort of aligning with the existing gap and with the architecture of the building. But I just wanted to make sure there wasn't something that was driving us that we needed to be this wide.
It is a good question, and we haven't done the stormwater calculations yet to be able to answer that. But based on some of the calculations that we've done for the building itself, you really do need approximately a 50-50 relationship between walking surface and green surface to be able to manage all of your stormwater on site. So that's about what we're showing in this plan here. And it does have some play in it, but we don't have official numbers yet.
Okay.
And Mr. Marcoux, I saw your lips moving earlier, but I couldn't hear anything, so I'm not sure if we lost your audio again.
We lost your audio.
I don't know if I should take this opportunity to ask my question. Okay, I will. Okay, great. So one of the things Matthew was asking about was sort of the justification for why you needed to use the space. I'm curious how this elevated walkway fits into the bigger picture. It seems like you have a larger idea on your campus that this fits into some internal network. Can you talk about that a little bit and talk about how this is discussed in the campus plan?
Sure.
So first, sort of on the campus planning front, because this is property that's located downtown, there actually isn't a campus plan requirement. So there isn't while there certainly is master planning that the university is sort of always doing and thinking about how everything fits together, there isn't a campus plan per se. So just throw that out there. But Kelly, go right ahead.
Yeah, so in terms of what's going on the private space to the north of the alley with this, we're undergoing continual design studies with Georgetown right now, trying to figure out a way to actually connect down to the Eleanor Holmes Norton Green, which is sort of the heart of the Law Center campus. So everything that exists today on campus is north. So you've got the libraries and the existing Law Center buildings, which are actually even further north off the page, and then the dorm and the fitness center and another academic building here, all for the Law Center, and also the Law Center's parking all happens under this area of the campus. And so the thought behind all of this is none of the new development is including any parking, as a downtown district is not required. So the goal is to create a campus-wide plan where everybody who comes would either bike or walk or subway. And if they do drive, they're going to wind up parking up here and needing to get down to either 500 First or the McCourt School of Public Policy, which have internal connections between them. And so the thought is, with a new staircase down to the Eleanor Holmes Norton Green, we can make this really momentous movement that's framed by the existing Law Center into some of the new campus-wide amenities that are being provided in the new building, such as a 400-seat auditorium, some gathering space for events, and also some visiting faculty offices and things like that. Did that answer your question?
Well, yeah, but from the site, from what I'm seeing here, it looks like the bridge over the alley is an extension of an elevated green space that's only connecting the Ginsburg building to the new building.
Yeah, so part of that is because for this public application, we didn't want to show anything that was unvetted by the Law Center, since it is their own building. And so we showed this sort of in-between plan that you can actually get into Ginsburg and use their elevators to get down to the Green. However, continuing developments with the Law Center have allowed us to start to develop that staircase. And as part of that project, we will, come back before you again. But for the bridge itself, our hope, as much as yours, is that it doesn't get truncated here and have to die into the building.
So is the entire connection between the campus that's north of Choose Court and south of Choose Court, is the entire connection over through this bridge, or are there pedestrian walkways across Choose Court as well?
So there's the sidewalks on 1st and 2nd Street that will follow all of DDOT's standards. So presumably one could walk down the street. The 2nd Street walk at the moment is not very pleasant since it's just a giant construction site.
But there's no north-south movement across Choose Court, and the only east-west movement is utilitarian. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Right
Yeah,
now,
choose.
choose court. Sorry, go ahead, Kelly. You were going to say, I think,
Oh,
something.
yeah,
I was
I
gonna say.
think I was going to say the same thing. You can sort of see it in this image in the bottom left. Choose Court is a solid building wall.
Great. I mean,
along the
I was asking because all we've really seen are plan views of the space, which looks like it's a mix of a pathway and landscaping, and nothing about what the underside of the walkway was going to be. But if it's that's why I was wondering if there's any pedestrian activity in that alley or if it's just all utilitarian.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's definitely service driven entirely.
It's a service alley, and sort of right in that immediate area is existing service loading. You can see the sort of the vehicles that are parked there.
Yep.
So it's utilitarian.
Yeah. No, thank you. Those are all the questions I had. So hopefully, Mr. Marcoux's mic is back.
My mic is I'm live on my phone, so I believe you all can hear me now.
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So, the primary questions are clearance and width. So, we'll make sure, if it hasn't already happened, that Fire EMS does not have any issues with the clearance under this walkway. I don't think that they would, but you never know, and so it's better to confirm that with them. We do know that the regulation says a minimum of 15-foot clearance, but I never like to have a person who's responsible for ensuring the public health and safety tell me, no, that's not sufficient. And then I say, well, that's what the regulation says. And they say, well, yeah, people are going to die if I can't get through there. So I think getting through there is more important. And I kind of agree. So have you had any conversations with fire code officials? I'm assuming not, but but just want to confirm before we reach out to them.
No, we have not yet, since
Okay.
we're still just pursuing concept approval.
Yeah. Well, part of the reason I want to do that at the concept approval phase is because the concept approval is kind of about setting a box in place, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, here's the box. Now let's play in the box and see what we can do with the design within it. So part of the clearance for that box is quite literally its clearance. So give us an opportunity to talk with Fire EMS about this plan for that purpose. And that's why we wanted to know if you had talked with anybody. Since you haven't, we can step up on that a little bit and check in with them. In addition, are there any utilities below grade running through the alley, not only directly below, but lines running parallel to Choose Court that might be impacted by this? So what's the below grade structures in the alley?
So to the west of the bridge, there's a lot of Pepco vaults for the existing building and the proposed vaults for the proposed building. And that's pretty much it. There's a really old 1800s water line that DC Water has asked us to abandon. There's an abandoned gas line, and that's
but it looks like all of those utilities dead end before this proposed walkway, except that one line. What is that one line that's running underneath?
So there's the gas line here, which is abandoned, and then there's the electrical line that you're seeing is for the streetlights in the alley. So we'll be rerouting those lines as we replace the alley streetlights as part of the work on the new building, so that they don't run under the bridge.
So what doesn't run under the bridge?
The electrical street line, the electrical lines for the streetlights, the alley streetlights.
Okay. So one other thing we can facilitate is a review with the DDOT streetlight group, merely to confirm, because you're not planning on relocating the DDOT streetlights, correct?
Well, we are, but as part of the McCourt School public policy, not as part of the bridge project.
Do you need to do it for the bridge? In other words, let's suppose McCourt wasn't an issue. Do you need to relocate the streetlights because of where the bridge is going? And that includes lumens and illumination within the alley.
That is a good question.
I'm nailing the good question.
Yeah, I know.
That's awesome.
I know we need to relocate them for the McCourt School of Public Policy, so we chose where we relocated them with the understanding that there was hopefully going to be a future bridge. So we never had to ask that question.
Right. So I think that's going to be a relevant question because having a bridge in the middle of the alley will also potentially impact illumination within the alley.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's relocating a DDOT asset, that's and I want to be clear, none of this is by right. Everything we're discussing, including this walkway, is permissive. You need to have a permit to do it. There's no right to this walkway. There is a permit for this walkway because technically in this case this walkway is a projection. I don't think committee members have any concerns with having a walkway. So I think you're going to be able to walk away going, a walkway appears to be approvable by the committee. The main issues are going to be what impact does it have on other assets, as well as why is there an extra width needed to comply here? Can we get a write-up on that? So I'm assuming you don't have a write-up on that yet, correct?
Correct, not yet. And
Not yet.
Would you like to see that in addition to the official code mod application?
We're going to do that. I don't want to wait. So I'm expecting to handle this stuff that we're talking about in the next month to 2 months.
Got it.
I'd rather that the code modification is a foregone conclusion because in essence it's already been approved in a more specific way, because at this moment I would vote to say we're tabling the application with an implicit understanding that we support it, provided some particular elements related to it and its impact on existing assets and relocation of existing assets is covered. But that's just me, and there are other committee members. So now I'm going to shut up because you know where I'm going to go with this, and I'll let the other committee members speak to their issues and concerns.
This is Christine. I just have one additional comment. So the picture that you showed before looked like there were like a marquee over the back of the building and some other cornices and columns or things on the back of the building that looked like they were also projecting into the alley.
Yes, so all of the projections off the building itself fall within the statutes of the projections section of the building code. The building itself is actually set back from the property lines. So some of the deeper projections that you're seeing are projecting over private space and then a little bit of public space.
Okay, so I believe, and I believe the projection regulations say no projections over alleys, but I'm only raising that to say that when you submit your projection code modification application, if you have anything back here that needs to also be considered as a projection code mod, to include it.
So, Mr. Shaheen, we actually had that very conversation with Mr. Baer during our PDRM, and we found a provision. There is a provision that allows for the types of projections that we're proposing in this alley. They are allowed, and I just can't get my hands on it now at my fingertips. But
that's great. As long as it's been looked at, and that's fine. I just wanted to. It was more of a let's check now so you don't have a problem later.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you all. This has been very helpful. Sorry. Okay. I think that I don't have any further questions. Mr. Shaheen, it sounded like you didn't have any other questions. Ms. Chamberlain, do you have any questions?
I just have one, actually. Out of curiosity, how much, so you're going to put landscaping on top of the bridge?
Yes.
And I guess what's the percentage and how much? So I think a nice argument for this, because I'm sitting here and I'm like, okay, what's the public benefit to this? How is this not just privatization of public space? I was like, oh, well, I mean, if you're adding impervious surface by adding landscaping, that's a public benefit. So curious about that.
Yes, so the green space on the bridge will manage all of the stormwater for the bridge and we'll take it back to our private portion north of the alley. The exact ratio of that we haven't worked out in full yet, but I think that if you look at, if I zoom in here, these lighter green areas are generally presumed to be about 8 inches of soil. So you've got some grasses and maybe some perennials in there. And then in these taller, deeper planters, we'll be able to build up to about 24 to 36 inches to get some shrubs and hopefully some trees, depending on what our structural engineer can do for us.
And I guess, are you guys committed to native plants?
Yes, we will comply with all of the GAR requirements regarding native plant species and drought tolerance and all of that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so this is how stupid I am. I thought that this was an enclosed, like all this discussion about landscaping. I'm like, why is this landscaping? It's an enclosed box. No, it's a bridge, Matthew. Hi, welcome to the 21st century. Oh my God. All right, so thank you. That was a very illuminating conversation. Thank you, Ms. Chamberlain, for asking that. Ms. Dar, did you have any questions or comments? Because there's a lot of structural elements, particularly that might be related to, I mean, I'm wondering about electrical conduit or any connections that are running through the bridge. Did you have any questions for the applicant?
No, I actually don't, but thank you for asking.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So with that said, I think where we are on the application is probably just a nod to the applicant indicating that there doesn't appear to be any objection in principle to this application by the Public Space Committee, but that we have questions and materials that we would need to be able to have provided and reviewed before we could give a formal approval. And we will have that discussion with you in the near term so we can get you exactly what you're looking for. So I'd like to, is there anybody else present who'd like to speak to this application at 125 East Street Northwest, tracking number 375926? No. And Ms. Martin, I will take over being the presenter for a second, because I just want you all to see what I was talking about and why I'm not completely a dunce. This is the only one I was familiar with. Most recently in the District of Columbia is the one at Edmund Burke School, and it's a completely enclosed unit. So that's why I had that in my head as we were talking. So sorry, thank you for blowing my mind.
Well, next time we'll ask for a green roof on that one.
You know what? Now that I think more and more about this stuff, we absolutely should. So with that said, and there isn't anybody else present to speak to this application, the chair will make a motion to table the application, but with and separately from that motion, the applicant should know that the committee appears to support this, but needs to be able to clarify some specific elements before we feel that we can sufficiently say, yes, move forward with this concept. Okay. So with that said, chair is going to make a motion to table to clarify clearance, utility, and streetlight elements. Is there a second?
Second.
Made by the chair and seconded by Mr. Shaheen. Further discussion on the motion? Other than the fact that this is a good one to end on today? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, we are ready for a vote on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, we'll now take a vote for each Public Space Committee member on application 375926 to table said application. Ms. Dar.
Aye.
Ms. Chamberlain.
Aye.
Mr. Shaheen.
Aye.
Chairman Maku.
Aye.
The vote on the motion is 4-0. The application is tabled.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Gilmore. Thank you very much, Mr. Avidable. We really appreciate your time.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So there were several applications that were heard by the committee during my absence. I just want to make sure that there aren't any of those that were passed over. If I have the number of them correctly, I was last with the committee to hear the item for application number 19 on our system, which in our hearing, which was from Ms. Pine on Bruce Street. And so did the committee hear and take action on items 20, 21, and 22 on our agenda? I see Ms. Dar nodding, but I just need something from the staff, for example, on the record. So to the chair, to the
So
secretary.
we skipped a couple.
Okay,
So I'm seeing the.
No. I'm talking about the ones when you were chairing, Ms. Chamberlain. Did we skip any of those? That's all I'm asking.
We did.
Okay, so of the three, there was item number 20, which was at 1001 Bryant Street. Was that skipped? Was the applicant present, or was the applicant present? I'm looking for those where the applicant was not present and we had to skip over them.
Chair, the applicant was not present.
So for number 20, the applicant was not present. Thank you. That's very helpful. How about for item number 21, was the applicant present? This is 2601 30th Street Northeast. This was an application for, the applicant was present?
Yes.
Great. And then for item number 22 at 2201 Shannon Place Southeast, was the applicant present?
Yes.
Great. So I now have a complete record because I was here for item number 23 on the agenda. So to the best of my knowledge, and staff, please correct me if I'm wrong, we have several applications where the applicant was not present and we were not able to hear these applications on the record. I'll go through them in order and I'll go through as quickly as I can. Item number 3 at 301 Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast for a new unenclosed sidewalk cafe. Item number 7, tracking number 366237 at 501 I Street Northwest, which was an application for an overheight fence. Item number 18, which is tracking number 370471 at 2700 F Street Northwest, an application by the Federal Highway Administration for a variety of streetscape improvements. And then item number 20 on the agenda, tracking number 374142 at 1001 Bryant Street Northeast. In all 4 of those cases, it's my understanding that the applicant was not present. Are the applicants present for any of those applications at this time? If you are, please notify us. Great. Who is that?
My name is Robert Cross, and I'm joined here by Elizabeth Stewart. We're the applicants for 374779. Apologize for missing the initial call. We had a technical issue.
You said 374779. Did you mean 374142?
Yes, that's correct. For 1001 Bryant Street.
Great. Thank you. We're glad that you patiently waited. We're happy to talk with you. If you'll state your name for the record, spell your last name, and present your application in the committee.
My name's Robert Cross, last name Cross. I'm the architect, but Ms. Stewart will be presenting today.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Stewart, Stuart. And if I'm able to share my screen, I have the presentation pulled up here.
Thank you. Ms. Morton will make you the presenter.
Perfect. Okay. Are we able to see the site plan there? Okay, there it goes.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience. We're here to discuss 1001 Bryant Street under the application 374142. The project is a 16-unit multifamily structure that's on the corner of Bryant Street, Rhode Island Avenue, and 10th Street Northeast. Our public space application includes 2 new short-term bicycle parking spaces within the building restriction line of the property facing 10th Street Northeast. And we are also proposing to repair in kind the existing retaining wall between the sidewalk and grade of the property, which can be seen here on this photo. The retaining wall is proposed to be repaired in kind to match the existing aesthetic. There will be 2 short new sections of retaining wall to be added where the original existing lead walks were prior to the new construction. And all of the new retaining wall section will be built in kind with the original. I am happy to answer any questions the committee may have, and I'll leave it here on our site plan so we can discuss.
Thank you. So I actually don't. I don't see any objections to the application on the record, but I do see some previous comments or reviews where I believe we're waiting for updated comments. So let me walk you through a few of those. Can you show us where you've revised the site plan to show the distance between the 2 bike racks from one another and from the edge of the pad, as well as the total dimensions for the pad?
Yes, so right here shows the dimensions that we're using for the short-term bike spaces. This is based off of DDOT standard. We have 30 inches between the 2 racks and 24 inches from the rack to the edge of each pad on either side. And the length of the pad is 6 feet. It's actually over 6 feet because of the 4-foot lead walk that comes in behind it.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And that is what the district standards are for bike parking.
That's my understanding. I spoke to the reviewer and he gave me the guidelines and I designed it based off of them. Yes.
Excellent. All right. So another comment, and I appreciate your patience with me as we figure this out. And give me 1 second to do that. Another comment was the following. Pull that comment up so I can read it to the record. The DDOT records, as you noted, show that there's a 15-foot building restriction line on the east side of 10th Street. You were asked to clarify the building restriction line on the site plan and adjust the plans and public space application accordingly. You were to provide the work description of the rear changes that include the vehicle parking space and the trash storage in the public space application, and assure that the short-term bike spaces are within the building restriction line. So let's walk through that kind of in reverse. Can you show us that the bike racks are between the building restriction line and the property line? So that's what you're showing here, correct?
Yes, exactly. This line here is the property line. And then we have the 15-foot building restriction line here. That's the face of the building.
Great. Now, can you, it appears that there's a vehicle parking space. Is there a vehicle parking space in public space?
Yes, we revised that to pull the vehicle parking so it is no longer within that building restriction.
Great. Can you zoom in on that so we can see it, please?
Yes. See if I can keep going. Apologies. So here's our vehicle parking, and the dotted line here is the building restriction.
Okay, I hate to ask, do you mind zooming in a little bit more?
Not a problem. Let's see if this.
There we go. Perfect. Okay, great. So the building restriction line, it looks like you, and the trash storage is also now fully interior.
Correct.
To the building restriction line. Okay, that's awesome. All right, because that was the other comment. So the vehicle parking space and the trash storage are now all on private property. Okay, this is great. This is great. Oh my God, I'm so happy. Okay, great. Do committee members have any further questions for the applicant? Okay. Hearing none, can you point us to, and so Ms. Morton, can you take over the presentation, please? Because what I'd like to do is formally adopt that specific plan, assuming it's in the system, so we can say that this is the plan that we're approving.
I don't know if the plan has been uploaded because we had outstanding comments from some other reviews, so we haven't been able to upload it.
Okay. So this plan is not in the system yet.
Not the one with the dimensions for the bike storage. The material is all there, but the added dimensions are on this new plan.
Okay, I'm a little confused because those comments were from quite a while ago, and we see that you resubmitted material on the 17th. Was it not with the material that you resubmitted on the 17th?
The dimensions were missing from that material on the 17th, yes.
What? Okay, thank you. Okay, all right, and so if I'm reading that correctly, the material on the 17th does not include these dimensions, so you need to be able to upload these one more time.
Yes.
For final review. Got it. Okay.
Yes.
So thank you. That's everything I need. Do committee members have any questions, any more questions for the applicant? Okay, hearing none. The chair will make a is there anybody else present who'd like to speak to application number 374142 at 1001 Bryant Street Northeast? Hearing none, the chair will make a motion to approve with the following condition. The applicant is to upload plans with dimensions showing appropriate bike parking, short-term bike parking, and all trash storage and vehicle parking entirely within the property, the private property, and not extending into the building restriction area.
I may, the plan that's on the screen seems to indicate the only missing dimensions are those for the short-term bike parking, which might simplify the motion.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I think the clarification was only to point out that the only missing dimensions are those that show the smaller spacing of the short-term bike parking. The BRL is shown in the plan that you see on the screen, as well as the relocated parking spaces and trash. Right. It's just those incremental dimensions for the short-term bike parking. I don't know if that changes your conditions or not.
I don't think it does, because the dimensions I would refer to are only those that are in public space. So the dimensions I'm referring to show the dimensions for the materials in public space, and show that the trash storage and the parking are all on private property beyond the building restriction area. So the dimensions refers to anything in public space, including the building restriction area, and the show everything on private property beyond the building restriction area applies to the trash storage and the vehicle parking. Does that clarify what I was asking for, Mr. Cross?
I think so. I don't think it changes much. I was just noting that the sheet that's uploaded contains some of the items you're asking for.
Right, but not all of them, right? In other words, it shows the material on the private property, but it doesn't show the dimensions.
That's correct.
Right, cool. So yeah, so I just want to make sure that we're So I'm not asking for anything that you haven't already uploaded except for the dimensions. Gotcha. Okay. And then review and approval by PSD and Bike Ped. Does staff have the motion? Does the staff have the motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. The motion was made by the chair. Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Made by the chair and seconded by Mr. Shaheen. Further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, we are ready for a vote on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, we now take a vote from each public space committee member on application 374142 to approve with conditions. Ms. Dar,
Aye.
Ms. Chamberlain,
Aye.
Mr. Shaheen,
Aye.
Chairman Maku.
Aye.
The vote on the record is 4-0. The application is approved with conditions. Congratulations.
Great. We really appreciate your time. Thank you very much for staying with us, Ms. Stewart and Mr. Cross. With that said, we have 3 more items that we have not heard on our agenda, and we're going to give those applicants an opportunity, if they are present, to notify us that they are. Item number 3 at 301 Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast, tracking number 10835237. Is the applicant present? They are not present after the second time calling them. Item number 7 on our general agenda, tracking number 366237 at 501 I Street Northwest. Is the applicant present? Okay, this is the second time we've called them and they are not present. And item number 18 from our general agenda, tracking number 370471 at 2700 F Street Northwest. Is the applicant present? Again, the applicant is not present for the second time that we've called them at today's hearing. So, question to the staff about each of the applications. I'll ask these questions for all of the applications at one time. Were the applicants notified that they were on today's meeting?
Yes,
Question
Mr.
to staff.
Chair.
I need this
Yes.
verbalized on the record. Were the applicants notified that they were in today's hearing?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Did the applicant notify us for any of these 3 applications? Did any of these applicants notify us that they did not want to be heard?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The last question. Has this happened before for any of these applicants? And if so, how many times?
This would be the second time for 301 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Thank you. And is it therefore the first time for the other 2? So for item number 7 and item number 18, on the record from the staff, item number 7, have they ever failed to appear before?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And for item number 18, have they ever failed to appear before?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right. So the chair is going to make a motion to table all 3 applications with appropriate documentation about the applicant's failure to appear and the number of times they have failed to appear. Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Made by the chair and seconded by Mr. Shaheen. Discussion on the motion? Only the following. The committee, consistent with its practice, gives applicants the opportunity to be heard or to fail to appear multiple times. If they fail to do so 3 times, the committee does typically take an administrative action to deny the application on the record. and make that a final disposition on the application. Applicants can reapply at that time. So we are ready for a vote on the motion to table with a note that they have failed to appear the appropriate, the number of times as indicated by staff. Is there a second on the motion?
I think I already seconded it.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, made by the chair, seconded by the whole committee. Further discussion of the motion? Hearing none, Mr. Secretary, we are ready for a vote on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, we're now to the vote on the application that failed to appear. To table said applications, we'll go into our practice. Ms. Dar,
Aye.
Ms. Chamberlain,
Aye.
Mr. Shaheen,
Aye.
Chairman Marcoux.
Aye.
The vote on the record is 4-0. The applications are tabled.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Public Space Committee staff for preparing us and having these materials ready to go for another full agenda. Thank you to the Public Space Committee very much for your always excellent hard work, dedication, and devotion to maintaining this most important asset. And a special thanks to Ms. Chamberlain for chairing in my absence while we were dealing with the 3rd Street Tunnel. Is there any further business to come before the Public Space Committee today? Okay. Hearing none, the chair will adjourn the meeting at 6:23 in the afternoon on August 26, 2021. Thank you all very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you all.